Chapter 1 Man of War. Sung Sin knew nothing but war. It ran in his blood and suffused every fiber of his being. He heard it in the creak of the leather hilt wrappings beneath his grasp, felt its weight in the 7 handspan straight blade sweeping from a plain crossguard of beaten steel, and wore its skin in the harness of lacquered leather and shaped steel buckled across his frame. He gave war voice with the battle cry thundering from his lips, and he brought it to life through the arc of his sword. Sung Sin felt war's heartbeat in the clash of blade against blade, and breathed in its stench as his next strike cleaved into bloated, unnaturally violet-hued flesh, and spilled stinking and steaming purple visceral ropes from his foe's opened belly. The worm spawn Sung Sin had slain fell, ichor bursting from its fanged maw that took up most of its misshapen face. He redressed his sword and strode over the fiend's, the Tautia's, corpse. In life, it had stood as tall as Sung Sin's 12 handspan bulk, and weighed likely as much, even counting his war harness. Tattered rags scavenged from its victims covered its ravaged torso, and a cleaver-like weapon of black stone sat in its stiffening grasp. The dulling of its yellow eyes and the charnel fumes of its final breath heralded its demise. But there were still many of the fiends left. Sung Sin had taken a hurried count when they had poured from the shadowy depths of the forest and fallen upon the column of mercenaries, Yong Bing, shrieking with bloodlust and hunger. Going by the carnage that had unfolded since then, he figured that there were about 50 more, give or take a few. The packed dirt of the forest path clicked against his boot heels as he advanced upon another worm spawn harrying the battle brother he knew only as Uncle Lee. Clad in chainmail and a vest of boiled leather, Uncle Lee was in his middle years, with a broad and powerfully built physique to show for his decades of battle. He too knew war. The worm spawn hacked wildly at Uncle Lee's raised shield, forcing him to his knees. Sung Sin stepped within blade's range and thrust his sword into the base of the fiend's skull. The heavy steel sliced through flesh and scraped across bone before bursting out from the worm spawn's gaping maw. Sung Sin swept his sword out and aside, hurling the fiend's grotesque frame into the ankles of another 3 of its approaching kin. The 2 foremost worm spawn tripped and fell onto their faces, gibbering and gasping. The third one, walking from a bit further back, had more time to react. It leapt high, holding its cleaver above its head with both hands in readiness to strike. Sung Sin spun on the balls of his lead foot and swept his sword down and around, bringing it through a full revolution. As the blade passed his shoulders, he extended his arms, lengthening the arc of his sword and whipping it between the worm spawn's back-jointed legs and through its groin. He felt bone and soft flesh burst beneath the passage of his steel, and a horrific shearing cleave tugging at his blade and threatening to tear it from his grasp. But Sung Sin held his weapon fast, bringing it back down to readiness even as the worm spawn he'd struck spun head over heels in midair before crashing down into a broken, wailing heap in front of Uncle Lee. The older mercenary hammered a hand axe through the back of the fiend's skull, tore it loose, then flung it into the face of one of the 2 fiends Sung Sin had tripped. The other scrambled to its feet only to meet Sung Sin's blade as he cleaved it apart from collar to hip with a single blow. The 2 halves of its body thumped onto the dirt. Ichor gushed and pooled around them. "Nice one, Sin," Uncle Lee grunted as he bent down to pick up the battle axe he'd dropped. He was barely audible amid the tumult of battle raging throughout the forest as mercenary and fiend fought to the death. The older mercenary tipped his helm at Sung Sin. "Thanks." Sung Sin swept his gaze around, too preoccupied to bother acknowledging Uncle Lee's gratitude. His fellow mercenaries, all clad in motley armor and wielding a vast variety of weapons, seemed to have the upper hand. They'd seen the attack in the forest coming and had met the charging worm spawn with a barrage of crossbow bolts and arrows before countercharging the stunned survivors. As he watched, two mercenaries wearing brazen half-plate took apart a worm spawn with their swords, while another pinned a fiend to the dirt with a hooked halberd so that his battle brothers could finish it off. The fight wasn't entirely one-sided, of course. Sung Sin quickly spotted the mauled and mangled corpses of at least a dozen mercenaries scattered across the dirt path and within the undergrowth flanking it. Off to the side of the battle line, a trio of spearmen jabbed frantically at a worm spawn that was noticeably taller and broader than its twisted kin. It stood at least 2 heads above the foremost spearman, and it wielded a broadsword in both hands instead of a cleaver. The large worm spawn swept its blade around and hacked a spearman in half. The other 2 cried out in alarm and began backing away, opening a hole in the battle line. Sung Sin glanced at Uncle Lee. The older mercenary knuckled his graying mustache and gave him a nod. "Thanks to you, we're in the clear here," Uncle Lee said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder, where other mercenaries were hacking and clubbing down their foes. "Go back up that flank. I'll rally the boys nearby, finish things up, and see if we can start an encirclement." Sung Sin returned Uncle Lee's nod, then broke off into a full-on sprint toward the larger worm spawn. He closed the distance within the span of 10 heartbeats, the sun beating down relentlessly upon his shoulders all the while. But by then, the fiend had slain the other 2 spearmen and broken past the battle line, a host of its smaller kin close on its heels. "Archers! Concentrate fire there!" Captain Gu cried, snapping his sword down and leveling its tip at the towering worm spawn. He was a short and slim man by mercenary standards, clad in plain but finely forged plate armor hemmed with lamellar panels. An unadorned steel helm sat atop his skull. The captain was a fine warrior, Sung Sin knew, but he commanded from a dozen or so paces behind the battle line, standing amid archers as his role befitted. Bolts and arrows whistled out from the 24 bowmen clustered around Captain Gu. The projectiles tore into the fiends that had just breached the battle line. The smaller and more regularly sized worm spawn fell, shrieking in agony and clawing at the bolts and arrows in their eyes, throats, and groins. But the larger one remained standing, although its flesh bristled with fletching feathers and broken shafts. It roared, strode toward the archers, and hacked its 2-handed sword down at Captain Gu. Sung Sin smashed his blade into the fiend's blade from the side, deflecting it so that the creature's stone weapon wobbled off course and buried itself into the dirt of the forest path, instead of the captain's skull. The worm spawn's yellow gaze snapped down and across to Sung Sin. He raised his blade as it did the same. "Back! Archers! Fall back!" Captain Gu cried. The mercenaries around him heeded his command swiftly, pulling away from Sung Sin and the worm spawn in the blink of an eye. Gu's next words were addressed to Sung Sin. "Make it fast, Sin," the captain said. "I want that breach in our line shored up quickly. You have 2 minutes to get this done." Sung Sin didn't bother replying. He loosed another savage battle cry and charged the worm spawn. The fiend roared and advanced to meet him. Their blades clashed, filling the air with the shrill sound of steel against stone. Sung Sin was forced back a step, his sword ringing painfully in his grasp. But the fiend was pushed back as well, evident surprise brimming in its eyes as it adjusted its grip on its trembling weapon. Sung Sin wasn't about to give the worm spawn any reprieve. He dived back into blade range and struck again, this time sweeping his sword over and across in an arc toward the fiend's neck. The worm spawn raised its blade and blocked before hacking down at Sung Sin again, as he recovered from his thwarted strike. He swept his sword up, then whipped it against the edge of the fiend's descending weapon, smashing it to the side, before riposting with a thrust at the worm spawn's throat. The fiend twisted its shoulders and folded sideways at the torso in a frantic attempt to pull its neck from the path of Sung Sin's blade. The latter's steely tip cut a shallow furrow across its violet flesh, dislodging a trail of glistening scales in the process. The fiend grunted in anger, but its desperate dodge had sent it on its back foot, putting it in an awkward position to counter, so Sung Sin went fully on the offense instead. He redressed his blade with a deft twirl of his wrist and hacked down and across the worm spawn's torso. The fiend managed to step back just in time to prevent its ribs from being cleaved apart, but it still suffered a deep cut across its chest. It tried to bring its blade to bear, only for Sung Sin to strike at its weapon arm next. He chopped his sword a half-handspan into its wrist, twisted the blade loose, and then dragged it free, scraping its length against the fiend's bone and tendons along the way, and furthering their ruination. The worm spawn howled in agony and dropped its blade. Its hand hung from its wrist by a small strand of mangled flesh and shaved bone. Sung Sin ducked under the clawed sweep of its remaining hand and hacked his sword into its right leg, sinking his blade nearly a handspan through its flesh, just under its back-jointed knee. Releasing his grasp on his sword's hilt with his right hand, he brought his now freed fist to his cheek, keeping his elbow tucked close to his body. He then pivoted off his lead foot and hammered his armored forearm against the back of his sword. The added force and impact drove the blade clean through, severing the worm spawn's leg entirely. The fiend toppled, gibbers of rage and pain pouring from its maw. Scarcely had it hit the dirt than Song Sing finished it off by leaping high, then driving his sword through its skull upon its descent. He tore his blade free from the fiend's twitching corpse and looked back at the breach in the battle line. It had been sealed now by mercenaries shifting from elsewhere in the formation, but it was still thin and tenuous. Sung Sin kicked off into another sprint toward the vulnerable point in the battle line, ignoring Captain Gu's praises and the cheers of the archers rising behind him. He swept his gaze across the melee as he ran. The mercenaries were truly on the cusp of victory now. Elsewhere along the line, armored men cut down the thinning clusters of worm spawn and were beginning to advance into an encircling formation to take the flanks of their foes. The only true concentration of strength left was the pack of worm spawn still trading blows with the mercenaries at the newly sealed breach. The fiend's stone cleavers clattered against raised swords and shields and clashed with swinging axes and maces. Those standing in the way held their ground, but only just. They hadn't been able to find their footing before being dragged into the melee. But charging into the fray, Sung Sin didn't have such a disadvantage. He hurled himself high, sword raised above his head, and brought it crashing down upon the skull of a worm spawn that had just shield-bashed a battle brother off his feet. The fiend died, its manic gibbers cut off suddenly by the halving of its head. Without tearing his sword free, Sung Sin thrust out, sinking the tip of his blade into another worm spawn's torso where a human's heart would be. There were no such guarantees with fiends, however, so Sung Sin pushed his blade deeper, then spun on his heel, turning his back on the fiend whose skull he'd split before sweeping his blade up and over his shoulder. His sword arced free, rending open from chest to collar the worm spawn he'd stabbed, creating a horrendous wound from which ichor gushed, and forming a gout several handspans high into the air. His swift slaughter of the two fiends sent the others reeling and gave his battle brothers the respite they needed to posture themselves squarely and attack in earnest. Maces crushed worm spawn skulls, swords pierced fiend eyes. Axes hacked violet-fleshed limbs from torsos. Sung Sin cut down another pair of worm spawn before the fiends broke and fled from the wall of steel that was the mercenaries' battle line. The misshapen creatures gibbered and howled as they disappeared into the forest's shadows. Captain Gu barked a command and sent another volley of bolts and arrows hissing after them for good measure. "Victory!" Scattered cries rose among the mercenaries. Fervent grins unfolded across sweating and bloodied faces. Mailed gauntlets thumped congratulations against cuirasses and backplates. Fists and weapons were thrust high into the air as a fresh wave of cheers arose from the surviving mercenaries. "Victory! Victory!" Sung Sin lowered his blade and exhaled, feeling the tension and battle fury leak from his mind. His heartbeat pounded thunderously in his ears, and his limbs trembled from exhaustion. But he didn't sink to his haunches and pant like his battle brothers. Instead, he stood straight and tall, his gaze fixed on the shadowed forest into which the fiends had fled as he waited for his breathing to even out. He knew war, and he knew that it was done for now, withdrawing to its slumber until it was time to spill blood and break bones once again. He also knew that fatigue, deep and cloying, always followed the cessation of war, and he felt it now in the spasms in his legs and arms and in the encroaching darkness on the edges of his vision. That would pass, he also knew, as he reached a trembling hand into his belt pouch, pulled out a rag, and began wiping his blade clean of fiend ichor. Left unattended, weapons drenched in tautia blood would rot away or worse, corrode beneath their surface so that they retained some semblance of sturdiness only to break in battle, leaving their wielders unarmed and vulnerable. But Song Sin wasn't vulnerable. He could never be. That was why he stood, wiping the dregs of ichor from his sword while his battle brothers lounged and complained. Chapter 2. The Xian. Somewhere behind Song Sin, Captain Gu was barking orders to the reserves and the archers, sending them out to tally the dead and salvage what equipment they could from their fallen comrades. Uncle Lee walked up to Song Sin then, his features carrying more than a touch of trepidation. He stopped several strides away and gave him a nod. "Good work, Sin," Uncle Lee said. "I'm sure the captain will give you a bonus for what you did today." "Maybe," Song Sin replied. "If he ever gets around to giving me the other bonuses I've already earned on our last expedition." "You will get what is due to you," Uncle Lee promised. The older mercenary's gaze flickered over Song Sin's shoulder, presumably at where Captain Gu was. "I've followed him for nearly a decade now, and I've never known him to be anything but fair." "We shall see." Song Sin wiped the last of the ichor from his blade. He held it out before him and cast his gaze down its steely length, checking for any warping or bending. There wasn't any, so he lowered the blade and inspected its flat on both sides for any cracks or faults. He didn't spot any, though he had a brief glimpse of his own reflection upon the surface of his weapon. Square jaw, a brutal club of a nose, and a deeply set brow beneath with dark eyes burned with bloody memories. His hair was an unruly black mop that trailed raggedly from his scalp to just above his shoulders. A courtesan at the Blue Petal brothel had called him savagely handsome, he recalled. He also recalled he'd told her to stop talking because that wasn't what he paid her to do. Song Sin tossed aside the soiled rag in his hand and strapped his sword into the leather carrier across his back, before turning to look at the silken palanquin many paces behind the battle line. It sat upon the shoulders of 4 ridiculously muscular men with shaved heads. The palanquin bearers wore tunics and trousers of white silk that had been kept miraculously spotless over the course of their 4-day journey through the deep willow forest. The palanquin's silken screen was drawn back then, and a robed figure drifted out, stepping on thin air as if it were solid earth before descending to Captain Gu's side. It was Wang Li, the Xian, the Ascendant, who'd hired the mercenaries. A deathly silence fell over everything as he began to speak. "What an inconvenient delay," Wang Li said. He was a tall, slender man with impossibly youthful features and a flawless complexion. The Ascendant wore green and white robes of expensive silk, and his perfectly clean shoes of white cloth hovered 1/10 of a span above the dirt surface of the forest path. A small jade pendant hung around his neck. "Have the vermin all been dispatched, Captain Gu?" "Yes, Great Xian." Captain Gu bowed deeply to the Ascendant. "We will be ready to move in about 20 minutes. We just need to gather our dead and place their bodies onto our baggage cart." "I see." Wang Li sniffed fastidiously. "Before you do that, I would have you collect the slain fiends into a pile over, I don't know, just there, I suppose." The Ascendant pointed at a random spot upon the forest path. "And do it quickly," he added. "As you wish, Great Xian," Captain Gu said. "We will get to it immediately." "Oh, and I still want to be moving within 20 minutes as you promised, Captain," Wang Li said. Captain Gu blinked. Grumbling murmurs arose from the ranks of the mercenaries, all of whom had stopped their tasks to listen in on the Ascendant's conversation with their captain. "Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Captain?" Wang Li asked. "Yes, Great Xian." Captain Gu bowed again. But nothing. The dead are dead. Carting their remains around for a journey as long as ours only to bury them later is an act of impractical sentiment. Leave them. Gather the slain vermin instead." The murmurs wafting over the mercenaries gained a tinge of disgruntled anger. Nobody liked the idea of abandoning a battle brother's remains. It was bad luck and bad form according to Yongbing traditions, which also dictated that there was no shame in leaving one's battle brothers to rot if the situation called for it. And the situation did call for it. Wang Li, if he had the mind to, could slay every man he'd hired within the span of a few heartbeats. That would mean that the Ascendant wouldn't have anyone to deal with the lesser fiends, such as the worm spawn, for him, which would be an inconvenience, but hardly a crippling one. If worst came to worst, Wang Li would have to head back to Gilded Scale City after killing everyone and hire another mercenary troop. Therefore, whatever the Ascendant demanded, he would get. Sung Sin knew war, but he also had common sense, and it seemed that he wasn't the only one either, because the angry murmurs fell back into dead silence once more when Wang Li turned away from Captain Gu and swept his gaze over the mercenaries. "You heard what the Great Xian wants," Captain Gu barked. "Get to it." "My gratitude, Captain," Wang Li said, before turning again to look at Sung Sin. The ghost of a smile tugged at the Ascendant's lips, and then suddenly he was a silken blur, moving faster than the eye could see. Sung Sin flinched as he registered the Ascendant suddenly standing in front of him. Wang Li's hand shot out and caught him by the wrist. Sung Sin's eyes widened in surprise and horror. He tried to pull free, but Wang Li's grasp was unbreakable. Sung Sin might as well have tried to uproot one of the trees in the deep willow forest with his bare hands. Warmth pulsed briefly across his forearm. The Ascendant shrugged and released him as Captain Gu jogged to his side and bowed deeply once more. "Great Xian, how has he offended you?" the captain asked, his eyes averted to the dirt. "Please let me know and I will devise a suitable punishment for him. Blood as lowly as his should not taint your hands." "If I wanted to kill him, I could definitely do so without soiling my fingertips with the tiniest drop of his blood." Wang Li sniffed fastidiously again. "Now, I was just curious, and now my curiosity has been sated." "Curious?" Sung Sin growled, clutching his wrist. "About what? What have you done to me?" "Calm yourself, lowly Yongbing." Wang Li gave him a dismissive wave. "I did nothing to you beyond checking you for Xianqi. But you have none, which is perhaps all the more impressive, given your feats in battle against the vermin." "Xianqi? Divine energy?" Sung Sin blinked in confusion. "Of course I wouldn't have any of that. I'm not like you." "Watch your tone when you're speaking to the Great Xian," Captain Gu snapped, reaching out and shoving Sung Sin on the shoulder. Sung Sin dug in his heels and didn't budge, so that the much smaller-statured captain staggered back instead. "Of course you're not like me." Wang Li shook his head, as if immensely bored. "I said as much, didn't I? You have no divine energy, and thusly no divine core. You are no Ascendant, but a lowly Yongbing, which, to be fair, is exactly what you look like." Why did you think he was one, then, Great Xian?" Uncle Li asked nervously. The hardened, grizzled warrior squeaked and bowed when Wang Li turned to him. "He was remarkably accomplished in battle, that's why," Wang Li said. "This man here is worth 20 or 30 of you, Captain Gu. With him in our ranks, I'm surprised your troop isn't more famous and accomplished. I would have paid you more then." "Sung Sin has only joined us recently, Great Xian," Captain Gu explained. "This is his second expedition with us." "I see." Wang Li turned and began walking away. With every step, he rose higher and higher into the air until he was level with the entrance of his palanquin when he reached it. He paused briefly before entering it and glanced over his shoulder. Inform me when the remains of the vermin have been gathered, Captain. Yes, Great Sien, Captain Gu said before turning around and shoving both Sung Sin and Uncle Lee toward the closest cluster of fallen worm spawn. Get to work, you two. I'm joining in as well. Let's get this errand done so we can be on our way. The work was grisly and unpleasant, as worm spawn smelled even worse in death than they did in life. Grunting and sweating, Sung Sin dragged one fiend corpse after another to a growing pile beside the forest path. The other mercenaries did the same, with only the seriously wounded and the troop's healers exempted from the labor. As he worked, Sung Sin ran over in his mind the events of the last 4 days. He'd reported to Captain Gu in the morning 4 days ago in Gilded Scale City, then promptly left with the troop for the Deep Willow Forest. Their task this time was to escort an ascendant through said forest, go downstream along the Brightfish River, and delve into the western foothills marsh, which sat on the very precipice of territory that was fully controlled by fiends. But fiends were what they were here to find. An archfiend, to be more specific. There was one dwelling within the He Ling Marsh, and Wang Ling was set on killing it and absorbing its mo qi, or infernal energy, because that was what ascendants did. Kill fiends, take their infernal energy, and convert it into divine energy through cultivation, becoming even more powerful in the process. Of course, killing lesser fiends like worm spawn was hardly worth an ascendant's time and effort, which was what the Yongbing he'd hired were here for. 4 days of uneventful trekking, only to be attacked near the edges of the Deep Willow Forest. Sung Sin knew worm spawn. Their presence heralded that of a worm archfiend, which meant that Wang Li would get his desired battle sometime during the next few days. And it would be his battle. The Ascendant's contract with Captain Gu stipulated that the mercenaries would not battle an archfiend. That would be Wang Li's job, since no one other than an Ascendant stood a chance against an archfiend. "Filthy, accursed things!" Uncle Lee grunted as he dragged another worm-spawn corpse to the pile and gave it a hearty kick. "Ugh, good for nothing except killing." Sung Sin agreed with the older mercenary. Fiends were ravenous monsters that attacked villages and farms, dragging away men, women, and children to be consumed. That was how they grew in power, according to what Sung Sin had heard from a storyteller in a town square a long time ago. Powerful fiends, archfiends, had also been known to orchestrate horrific calamities and perpetuate unthinkable atrocities for their own sadistic pleasure. The fiends could not be reasoned with. There was no peace to be had with them. As Uncle Lee said, they were only good for killing. As for those doing the killing, ascendants were few and spread thinly through the Qinsu Empire, and the imperial authorities had loftier goals than safeguarding the lives of their subjects. So for their own protection, many magistrates and village elders raised and trained militias. These had then evolved into roving mercenary troops, the Yongbing, who earned their living through war and fought whatever the coin they'd been given dictated. Fiends, bandits, other mercenaries. Sung Sin had slayed them all. He wasn't sure of many things, but he was sure of one thing. War. He'd been born into it, and he'd been raised in it. And he would die amid it. Chapter 3. Divine Core. Standing amid his battle brothers, Sung Sin shuffled uneasily as he watched Wang Li emerge from his palanquin and approach the heaped corpses of the slain worm spawn. The Ascendant stopped a few paces away from the carrion pile and clasped his palms together in front of his chest, as if he were praying to the goddess of mercy. "What's he doing?" a young warrior called Hong Biao asked Sung Sin. Hong Biao had just crossed the threshold of manhood, and he'd been trying and failing to grow a mustache above his upper lip. He was a skilled and dauntless warrior in times of battle, but outside of it, he was fidgety and nervous. "Ascendants absorb the infernal energy of dead fiends. That's how they become stronger," Sung Sin explained, keeping his voice low. He frowned at the youth. "Didn't your village elder teach you this?" "Yeah, she did." Hong Biao blinked and licked his lips nervously. "I've just Never seen it for myself, that's all." Wang Li must have heard the exchange somehow, as he smirked and turned to where Sung Sin and Hong Biao stood. The latter paled rapidly and clapped a hand over his mouth. Sung Sin couldn't help but feel uneasy, too. He'd caught the Ascendant's attention, something which was probably more dangerous than being scented by a ravenous fiend. "I will indulge your curiosity, Yongbing," Wang Li said, his words ringing crisply in Sung Sin's ears, despite the Ascendant not having raised his voice. "Listen and look closely now. The grace of my erudition is rarely bestowed upon the vulgar and the ignorant." "What's erudition mean, Sin?" Hong Biao whispered out of the corner of his mouth. Sung Sin hushed him and shook his head. What's he up to? Is he going to just give us a demonstration about Xian mysteries? He thought, clenching his fist and holding it down so that it didn't drift up to the hilt of his sword. People only shared secrets with those they trusted or knew wouldn't live to share them. And Sung Sin had no reason to believe that Wang Li considered Captain Gu's troop his confidants. If he wants to kill us, he will, whether we fight back or not. Or maybe he doesn't think any of us will survive this expedition. Looking down the ranks of the gathered mercenaries, Sung Sin spotted Uncle Li. The older Yongbing wore a troubled expression in his grizzled face. He obviously shared Sung Sin's concerns. "I am an Ascendant," Wang Li said. He tapped his chest with the index and middle finger of his right hand, above where his heart would be. "By the grace of the unmoving Lord, I was born with a divine core. It sits here, linked directly to my Dan Tian, from which all vitality stems." Wang Li extended his right hand toward the reeking pile of fiend corpses. His fingers bunched into claws. Tendrils of black mist began to emerge from the heaped bodies and stream toward the Ascendant. "Fiends are foul beings that devour humans and absorb their life force into their infernal core, turning it into infernal energy, mo chi, that empowers them and drives them to greater atrocities," he continued. "As an Ascendant, I slay fiends and absorb their infernal energy into my divine core, and through cultivation I convert it into divine energy, xian qi, which heightens my prowess and gives me greater reign to fulfill my duties." "We killed those damn things," Biao grumbled under his breath. Sung Sin jabbed him in the side with an elbow with enough force to expel the air from his lungs and fold him over. Thankfully, Wang Li didn't seem to have heard the young mercenary. Either that or the Ascendant was too caught up in his self-aggrandizement to notice. Wang Li inhaled deeply, and the tendrils of black mist leaking from the slain fiends swept into his nostrils. He retracted his right hand and held it close to his chest, index and middle finger extended once more and pointing skyward. His left hand mirrored his right, though the fingers of the former pressed against the palm of the latter. A strange droning chant poured from the Ascendant's lips. White light emanated from Wang Li's eyes. A heartbeat later, the same radiance pulsed from his entire body. Sung Sin gasped and took a step back, as did almost all his battle brothers. But the light was gone as swiftly and as abruptly as it had emerged. Even as nervous mutters began to rise from the ranks of the Yongbing, the Ascendant lowered his hands. "It is done. I have absorbed and converted the relatively minuscule amount of infernal energy from these vermin into divine energy, and used it to fortify my soul. Normally, such a process would be imperceptible to mortal eyes, though I have rendered everything involved visible for your illumination. For someone of my stature and prowess, this was hardly enough to even make a noticeable mark on my progression toward greater heights of cultivation. But I suppose it would be significant to an Ascendant just beginning his or her journey. Thank you, Great Xian, for this most enlightening display," Captain Gu said, stepping from the ranks of his warriors and bowing deeply to the Ascendant. "We are not worthy." "No, of course you aren't," Wang Li replied, brushing off his already spotless sleeves. The jade pendant at his neck bounced slightly as he did so. The Ascendant turned to his palanquin and gestured. The silk screen parted at its opening, and he began walking toward it, rising higher and higher upon steps of thin air as he did so. Wang Li entered his palanquin, sat upon his cushioned chair, and looked at Captain Gu. "Resume our journey, Captain. We have dallied long enough as it is." "At once, Great Xian." Captain Gu bowed again before spinning on his heel and barking orders to the mercenaries. A minute later, they were on the move again, with no few battle brothers grumbling underneath their breath at having to leave the bodies of their fallen comrades behind. Sung Sin took his place in the formation, right at the front of the vanguard contingent alongside Uncle Li, Hung Biao, and the troop's most vicious and heavily armored fighters. The wounded who could not walk were loaded onto the baggage carts, while those who could were placed between the central and rearguard contingents. For a moment, Sung Sin thought that Wang Li would tell Captain Gu to abandon the wounded as well. But perhaps the Ascendant knew that making such a demand would certainly incite a mutiny and force him to kill every Yongbing and every subsequent lesser fiend by himself. In the event that were to happen, Sung Sin promised that he would slaughter the Ascendant's palanquin carriers first. All the 100 or so battle brothers still remaining likely wouldn't be able to even scratch Wang Li's silken sleeves, but they could at least damn well make sure he'd have to walk the rest of the way. They were almost through the deep willow forest, a vast woodland spanning nearly 80 leagues across. Covering such a distance in the space of 4 days was an astounding feat, and Sung Sin wondered if Wang Li had used some kind of ascendant sorcery on the troop, forcing them beyond the limitations of their vitality. He wouldn't be surprised if more than a few of the weak or wounded started keeling over from exhaustion. Not that an Ascendant would care. We're all expendable as far as he's concerned, after all, he thought as he strode down the forest path, packed dirt thudding beneath his boot heels. He had one hand on the hilt of his sword as he scanned the pools of shadow swirling between the trees flanking the troop. The presence of worm spawn near the edges of the deep willow forest meant only one thing. There was a nest of the things beyond it, almost certainly within the western foothills marsh, and they'd already stripped the villages lining the southernmost length of the Brightfish River of human flesh, and were pushing outward in search of more prey. The fiends would find what they desired in Willow Village, a small lumber settlement at the outer edges of the forest which sat in the opposite direction of where the troop was now heading. From there, the fields would spread outward, claiming the various farms in their way and bolstering their numbers before falling upon Gilded Scale City. And they'd have an archfiend leading them, which meant the city's walls wouldn't hold. The southern tip of the entire province would fall. But then that was why the Yongbing and the Xian were here in the first place. If Wang Li could vanquish the archfiend, its lesser kind would scatter or start fighting amongst themselves, making them easy prey for bands of armed and armored warriors. The sun beat down through the gap in the tree canopy over the forest path. Sung Sin tied a thick strip of cloth over his brow and angled its lower lip to shield his eyes from the glare. He'd had a visored helm of lacquered leather reinforced with a steel cap, but a worm spawn's blade had torn it off and rendered it useless. The bandana would have to do, at least until the troop stopped for the night and he could rummage through the stockpile for a replacement helmet. "Sin!" Captain Gu's voice cut through his ruminations. Sung Sin looked over his shoulder and saw the captain pushing his way through the advancing mercenaries toward the vanguard. "What?" Sung Sin asked as Captain Gu approached. The captain's gaunt features were troubled. He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder at Wang Li's palanquin. "The Great Xian wants to talk to you," Captain Gu said. "Go walk beside him for a bit. Resume formation when he's done with you." "Are you sure?" Sung Sin pointed at the road ahead. It was awash in the harsh light of the midday sun, but it was also flanked by the shadow-shrouded trunks of towering trees. Anything could emerge from their depths, and the troop would be lucky if they heard it coming, as they had moments before the worm spawn attacked. "You're not the only warrior under my command, Sin," Captain Gu snapped. He cast a meaningful glare at the other warriors in the vanguard contingent. Hung Biao quailed beneath his gaze, and Uncle Li knuckled his mustache nervously. The other battle brothers, hulking and heavily armored men all, grimaced and averted their gaze. The captain frowned. My vanguard should be fine without you for a short time. Or rather, they'd better be, or I'll start rethinking their pay. Just go, Uncle Lee muttered under his breath at Sung Sin. Go before this becomes even uglier than it already has. Sung Sin clicked his tongue irritably, broke formation, and strode toward the Ascendant's palanquin. The battle brothers in the secondary and central contingents gave him curious glances as he walked past them. Chapter 4. Tuskbreaker. Wang Li's palanquin was between the tertiary and central contingent. The mercenaries gave it a wide berth, leaving plenty of space around its quartet of bearers. Sung Sin blinked in surprise as he approached. He hadn't given the palanquin bearers much thought, but it was only up close that he realized how utterly identical each of them were. They had the exact same shaved head, blunt facial features, and squat frames packed with ridiculous amounts of muscle. They didn't blink, nor breathe. Sung Sin's hand shot to the hilt of his sword. Calm yourself, young Bing, Wang Li said from within his palanquin, his voice laden with exasperation. They're not corpse thralls. My sect doesn't condone the use of Zhongshu. They're just solid projections of my divine energy. What do you want? Sung Sin asked. Sung Sin of Hu Village, nearly 1,000 leagues west of Gilded Scale Valley. You're a long way from home. Yeah, sure, so what? Sung Sin replied, aware that Wang Li must have acquired such information from Captain Gu. Sung Sin had written down his name, his birth date, and his village of birth in an enlistment ledger when he'd signed up with the captain's troop. How did you end up here? Most Yongbing never travel farther than a single province from their birthplace. That's a long story, Sung Sin said, shaking his head as he kept pace alongside the Ascendant's palanquin. And one that I don't want to tell. Fair enough. I'm not interested in it anyway. The side of Wang Li's palanquin peeled away, revealing the Ascendant lounging upon his chair. He looked sidelong at Sung Sin. The story that I was interested in began about 14 years ago, and it occurred over a surprisingly large number of places. What are you talking about? Sung Sin fought down the tide of obscenities that threatened to surge past his lips. Sung Sin, a young being of considerable repute who first enlisted in a troop at the age of 13, Wang Li said, raising his hand and idly checking his perfectly shaped fingernails. A mere child, yet he slew 4 Talon-spawn fiends in his first battle. Over the years, he would acquit himself fearsomely in battle, performing feats of arms that put grown warriors to shame. Yet he never stayed with any troop. He would join one, go on a few expeditions with them, and move on, wandering from village to village and city to city. And then, 3 years ago, he single-handedly fended off a powerful fiend known as the Hell Pig, and thereafter became known as the Tuskbreaker. Captain Gu told you all this. Sung Sin groaned inwardly. He'd come to Gilded Scale City, a remote, isolated, and backward place by most standards, hoping that his infamy wouldn't follow him. But of course it had. Captain Gu's eyes had swum with recognition and trepidation when Sung Sin had asked to join his troop. But the captain had agreed, unable to turn down the services, temporary though they may be, of the young being known across 2 provinces as the Tuskbreaker. Thankfully, the other battle brothers in the troop were less worldly than their leader, and they hadn't recognized Sung Sin as anything other than a skilled fellow warrior. Perhaps Uncle Lee had recognized Sung Sin, but the old mercenary had thankfully kept his mouth shut. He did, Wang Li said. I know little of your world, Yong Bing, since my energies are largely directed toward killing fiends and cultivation. But I know a good swordsman, one too good for this remote backwater. So what brings such a renowned and mighty Xian such as yourself to this backwater? Sung Sin asked, seeking to turn the line of questioning back upon the Ascendant. A foolish question, Yong Bing. I am here to slay an archfiend, of course. My sect's elders have divined the presence of one such creature here, and they've dispatched me to eliminate it and claim its infernal energy. Archfiends are very powerful, right? Sung Sin pressed. Why did your elders send only you? Are you that good, or did they just have too much confidence in you? 2 of my sect siblings, Young Tu and Lin Hua, were supposed to embark with me, but they got held up by sect affairs. Wang Li waved dismissively. I expect that they're on the road now, trailing in my wake. No matter. If I defeat the Archfiend myself before they catch up, I will be under no obligation to share its infernal energy with the 2 of them. That's enough about me. Wang Li smirked. I see what you're trying to do, Sung Sin. Beneath that brutish exterior of yours lies more cunning than is readily apparent. But you'll not deflect me into extolling my own virtues and voicing my own preoccupations. I want to talk about you. Damn it. Sung Sin clenched his jaw, wanting nothing more than to tell the Ascendant to shut his mouth. Doing that would lead to humiliation at best and death at worst, with the latter being quite likely. Many a peasant, merchant, and Yong Bing had been slain out of hand for inadvertently offending a Xian. The Imperial Guardsmen didn't care, of course. After all, they could hardly arrest an Ascendant and press any charges against him or her. The Tusk Breaker. Here. Wang Li tapped the side of his jaw. Why? There is a border dispute between Lord Shun and Lord Wu a mere province away. Both lords are recruiting countless troops of Yongbing. Glory and wealth await any who distinguish themselves on that battlefield. Gilded Scale City isn't the most lively or cosmopolitan of places, but the local criers proclaim news about the battle between Shun and Wu every day, so surely you must have known about it. Why aren't you there, Sung Sin? Both lords would shower you with coin and luxuries. You might even earn yourself an estate there. The first step toward lordship. Because I don't want to be there, Sung Sin spat. Because you don't want to kill other humans, which is what you'll be doing if you fight beneath Shun's or Wu's banner. Wang Li turned to Sung Sin and caught his eye. That's what I figured. The Tusk Breaker. You don't get such an accolade by slaughtering your fellow Yongbing. You're a killer of fiends. And a formidable one at that, despite your lack of a divine core. You're trying to get to some point, I assume? Sung Sin frowned suspiciously. Do get to it sometime this century, O Great Xian. Not all of us are ageless like you. That's true. You are a fleeting, ephemeral creature, Yongbing, while I have just celebrated my 213th birthday with the full expectation of outliving 50 of your lifetimes, if not more. Wang Li stroked his chin and chuckled to himself. The point is that I am offering you new employment. I could use someone with your skill in the sword and your contempt for fiends by my side. Yes, your service would be short-lived, but that would be from my perspective. From yours, it could be years of slaying fiends in service of humanity, with 10 times the initial pay of whatever you're getting now, which I will double for every year of service you give me. Sung Sin blinked in surprise. It was an immensely generous offer, one that may well have been an ill-natured jest by the Ascendant. You're joking, he said, shaking his head. Why? Because you're worth it, Wang Li shrugged. I'm in the business of killing fiends, and so are you. We'll both do better together, I'm sure. So consider my offer. Or not. The Ascendant's pendant shifted as he shrugged. Its movement caught Sung Sin's eye, something that Wang Li didn't fail to notice. This little thing. The Ascendant held up the pendant. A smile of genuine pride and affection tugged at the corner of his lips. It's a minor trinket gifted to me by my great-grandniece. She's the only other one in my family to have a divine core, and she began her Ascendant training 20 years ago. Is it... Sung Sin grimaced, feeling stupid and superstitious all at once. Magical? Magical? Wang Li laughed softly. No. Well, technically, yes. If you hold the pendant up and say her name, it gives off a soft green light. Saying her name again causes the light to fade. That's all it does. But it's still a fine piece of work, considering she's new to the path of a divine alchemist. A divine alchemist? Sung Sin nodded. There are different kinds of ascendants. Your great-grandniece is one and you're another. I know one type of ascendant is called the Divine Guardian. Ah yes, ascendant paths. Mine is that of a divine console, versed in spells and battle alike. Wang Li looked at Sung Sin again. If you were an ascendant, your path would likely be that of a divine guardians or divine vanguards. A pity you are a fragile, short-lived mortal. A fragile, short-lived mortal that you're willing to hire for a ridiculous amount of money, Sung Sin pointed out. Assuming he lived to collect the pay Wang Li offered, Sung Sin would make 10 times more in 5 years than Captain Gu's entire troop did in 2 decades. That would be enough for him to retire, and... A good point, Wang Li conceded, a smile tugging at his mouth again. He looked down at the pendant and spoke again. Wang Hui. Green light pulsed softly from the piece of jade in the ascendant's hand. He held it closer for Sung Sin to see. His great-grandniece's name is Wang Hui, Sung Sin thought as he studied the pendant. It was a solid piece of jade, carved simply with the word Hui, wisdom. Wang Li spoke his grandniece's name again, and the light faded from the pendant. You're 213 years old, Sung Sin said. Surely your children and grandchildren must have given you other gifts too. Why do you treasure that particular one so much? I don't have any children, Wang Li said softly, looking down at the pendant. I was taken from my parents at a young age, and the next time I saw anything of them, I was standing before their graves, 100 years old and having just attained the rank of journeyman in my sect. The same thing happened to Wang Hui, but at least now I can be there for her in a way my family couldn't be for me. I see. Sung Sin scratched the back of his head and looked down. That's good then. Family's important. You've got to look after one another. Such a trite and simple-minded thing to say from someone who is anything but. Wang Li looked Sung Sin in the eye. Well, have you considered my offer long enough, Tuskbreaker? Should we slay fiends in the farthest reaches of the world for the next, say, 3 or 4 decades or so, before you become too old and decrepit to be of any use? Sung Sin laughed. He hadn't done so for quite a while, he realized, not since that night in Upper Ming City when... Stay focused, he told himself as he met Wang Li's gaze. He'd thought the Ascendant cold and cruel, as many of his kind were apt to be. Wang Li was different, it seemed. Sung Sin nodded. Fine. That's too much for me to turn down. You want to pay me to kill fiends? I'm game. But that's assuming we live through this first. If we both get eaten by the Archfiend, then everything is moot. Quite. Wang Li smiled faintly. You'd better return to your post then, Tuskbreaker. Right. I will. Sung Sin's words trailed off as the troop emerged from the deep willow forest. A sudden sense of openness washed over him, as he was sure it did over his battle brothers. A quick glance revealed a sudden relaxation in everyone's posture. Awash beneath the bright day of the sun, and no longer surrounded by shadow-shrouded trees, bunched shoulders loosened, white-knuckled grips on weapons lightened, clenched jaws softened, and darting eyes slowed. The longest part of their journey was over. The troop was now less than 50 strides from the banks of the Brightfish River, and no more than several full hours' march down its length from the western foothills marsh.
Chapter 5. Wang Hui. O unmoving Lord, give unto Wang Li your blessing. Let his blade enact your justice. Let his art embody your wrath, Wang Hui said, her hands clasped in prayer before her chest. May the impure be purged, and the unnatural be cleansed in your name. Behind an altar laden with incense trays and covered with paper charms, a massive statue of carved black stone loomed over her, reaching nearly to the shrine's tapered ceiling. It was a likeness of the unmoving Lord seated in the lotus fashion and clad in his war robes. He held the sword of wrath in his right fist and the chain of retribution in his left. The unmoving Lord's features were stern and fierce, and his eyes of sculpted sapphire glared piercingly into infinity. Wang Hui bowed once more to the god of ascendance before getting off her knees and backing away from the padded cushions arrayed in front of the altar. A host of senior sect brothers and sisters who'd just arrived at the shrine gave her approving nods, obviously appreciating her piety. Wang Hui bowed to them too, though not as deeply as she'd done to the unmoving lord.
"Junior sister,"
said one of the senior brothers. Ming Jun was his name, perhaps, raising a hand politely to forestall her departure. He was a short and plump man, his belly rounding out the front of his blue training robes.
"A moment, please."
"Yes, senior brother," Wang Hui said. "How may I be of service to you?"
"Please inform the servants that the shrine is running low on incense sticks,"
Ming Jun said. "Of course, senior brother. I saw Lin Fu sweeping the shrine courtyard just now. I'll let him know."
"Lin Fu?"
Ming Jun frowned in puzzlement for a moment, before understanding dawned in his small, beady eyes.
"Ah, yes, that must be a servant. I can never keep track of their faces or names. Very well, that should suffice. Be on your way, junior sister."
Wang Hui bowed and exited the shrine before walking down the short flight of stairs that led to a small courtyard in front of its entrance. She paused and looked back over her shoulder as she stepped into the courtyard. The shrine was a squat building compared to the other ones in the Sapphire Estate, standing just high enough to house the statue of the unmoving Lord, and wide enough to accommodate a dozen or so devotees who wished to say their prayers. There wasn't anything strange or impious about that, though. Even the richest and most powerful ascendant sects didn't erect massive, gilded shrines to worship the unmoving Lord on their own estates. That honor belonged to the Grand Temple sect, whose sole purpose was to perpetuate the teachings and worship of the unmoving Lord among ascendants. And they did so by building a temple the size of a small city in the eastern coastal province that housed likenesses of every single one of his 89,743 aspects of wrath and retribution. Wang Hui wondered what it would be like to embark on a pilgrimage there, visit each statue, and learn about the rites of worship pertinent to each aspect. She found herself shuddering with boredom before long. Not that she had anything against the unmoving Lord, no. In fact, she had the utmost regard for him. After all, he was the one who instilled divine cores into the worthy, so that humanity might stand a fighting chance against the Tautia, the fiends. But it couldn't be denied that his teachings all seemed pretty single-minded. Not that there was anything wrong about that, of course. Wang Hui hurriedly muttered another brief prayer to the unmoving Lord, apologizing for her impertinent thoughts. She doubted that he heard them. After all, the unmoving Lord had so much to deal with, didn't he? He had to help ascendants fight off this fiendish horde, or the next on one side of the world, while also safeguarding the souls of those who'd fallen valiantly in battle. He didn't have the time to listen to the apology prayer of one girl. He probably didn't have the time to listen to her prayer for great-granduncle Wang Li. That was why she had to hurry now, so she could make it across the Sapphire Estate to the servant quarters, and then back to the training hall in time for morning meditations. Wang Hui waved at the shrine, admiring the bright crimson tiles that covered its tapering roof and the ornate scrollwork that adorned the support pillars of its entrance. "Bye, unmoving Lord. See you later," Wang Hui said before snatching her hand down, aware of the absurdity of the gesture. Then she groaned, her hopes that she hadn't been seen dashed as she spotted Lin Fu at the far end of the courtyard. The elderly servant was tying up a burlap sack of swept leaves, and he wore a bemused look on his face.
"Lady Wang,"
he said, giving her a slight bow.
"Finished your prayers, have you? I'm sure the unmoving Lord appreciates your words. They'd be like a breath of fresh air compared to whatever's coming from all those stuffy old farts up there right now, crowding up his house."
"Be quiet, Lin Fu," Wang Hui giggled and slapped a hand over her mouth, trying in vain to stifle her mirth. You can't say things like that. You'll get into trouble.
Everyone here knows old Lin Fu has a big mouth.
The servant waved dismissively and hoisted the sack over his shoulder. Wang Hui's eyes flickered to Lin Fu's burden, and she took a step forward. Lin Fu shook his head at the sight.
Oh no, Lady Wang, don't offer to help me. The last time you did, they made you kneel in front of the training halls for 2 hours, didn't they?
That was because I was late to morning meditations after helping you, Lin Fu. Wang Hui explained.
And you won't be late today?
The servant asked, raising a brow quizzically. Ah! Wang Hui jumped. I am running short on time. Lin Fu, Senior Brother Ming says the shrine is nearly out of incense.
I'll take care of it, Lady Wang.
Lin Fu smiled and bowed to her again.
Have a nice day.
You too, Lin Fu, Wang Hui cried as she ran across the courtyard and sped down a lane flanked by ever-fresh orchids. Drawing a little xian qi from her divine core and threading it through her limbs, she vaulted over a low wall topped with green clay tiles, drawing a startled cry from the senior sister she landed next to on the other side. Wang Hui! Senior sister Ru Hua snapped. She'd been carrying a stack of precariously balanced bamboo scrolls in her arms, and Wang Hui's sudden appearance had startled them out of her grasp and all over the paved walkway. How many times have you been told not to jump over the estate's walls? You're not a child anymore. It's not like I could do that when I was a child. Wang Hui began to protest, only to physically pinch her lips shut with her fingers as Ru Hua glared at her. Wordlessly, she scrabbled on her hands and knees and gathered up all the senior sister's scrolls. Now look at you. Ru Hua sighed as she took the scrolls from Wang Hui. Your robes are all covered in dust. I don't think you have time to change them before you're due for morning meditations, though. Wang Hui looked down at her blue silken robes. Ru Hua was right. White-gray patches covered the elbows of her sleeves and the area around her knees. Ink and tea stains covered some places, too, but those were another story. Senior Brother Hao Huang is going to berate you, Ru Hua continued, shaking her head. You'd better get going. Maybe if you arrive early enough, he won't notice your attire. All right, sure. Bye, senior sister, Wang Hui said, doubting she'd escape the notice and ire of the Sapphire Sect's master alchemist, not when she was surely going to be late at this point. She shrugged, bowed deeply to Ru Hua, and began sprinting down the walkway, her stride still fueled by xian qi. Hey! No running in the estate lanes! Ru Hua called after her. You're going to bowl someone over! Wang Hui turned a corner, hurtled over a servant, Kong Dun, hauling a laundry cart, and waved sheepishly to him as she sped away.
Be careful, Lady Wang,
Kong Dun called after her. The tiled walkways and the perfectly manicured rows of flowers and peach trees flanking them soon gave way to wide, gravel-dusted dirt paths, which meant that she was nearing the servants' quarters. Wang Hui skidded as she took a tight corner around a wooden storage shack, made another dozen paces straight ahead, and turned left. The shrine to the Goddess of Mercy sat right ahead, a modest wooden building, with its paper-screened doors propped wide open to reveal her likeness in clay. Many servants knelt in front of the shrine, but they had time only to offer a brief prayer or two before they needed to return to their work. Wang Hui approached the shrine, quickly got to her knees behind the praying servants, and clasped her hands in front of her. The Goddess of Mercy's 1,000 eyes looked serenely into nothingness, while her 1,000 arms, each of them lovingly and painstakingly sculpted, formed a halo around her robed form. O Goddess of Mercy, give unto Wang Li your blessing. Keep him safe, Wang Hui prayed. Put a smile on his face and bring him home happy and healthy. She bowed to the clay statue and stood back up. Several servants shot bemused looks her way, and she smiled back at them. Usually only commoners prayed to the goddess of mercy. But Wang Hui had been here often enough in the mornings that her presence had become a quirky curiosity rather than an unexpected and shocking spectacle. "Good morning, Lady Wang," an elderly female servant named Li Mu said. She'd been kneeling in front of the shrine, too. Wang Hui helped Li Mu to her feet. "Good morning, Li Mu," Wang Hui said. "How are you feeling today? Is your hip still bothering you?" "Thanks to your herbal mixtures, it's feeling a lot better." Li Mu clasped Wang Hui's hands in her own warmly. "May the goddess of mercy bless you, Lady Wang, and your great-granduncle, too. He's still away, isn't he?" "Yes. He's not due back for another week or so." Wang Hui frowned. "I know I shouldn't, but I'm worried about him. I had a bad dream about him last night. He was scared and in a lot of pain." "Master Wang Li?" Li Mu smiled and shook her head. "I've served him since I was a little girl, and he's one of the greatest warriors in the Sapphire sect." Yes, I know," Wang Hui sighed. "Everyone keeps telling me how amazing great-granduncle is, and how much they expect from me." "I'm sure they also expect you to be on time, Lady Wang." Li Mu chuckled and patted her elbow. "It's nearly an hour after dawn, which means morning meditations for you are going to start any time now. You'd better get going, or I'll find you kneeling outside the training halls this afternoon again." You're right." Wang Hui jumped. She gave Li Mu's hands one more warm squeeze, then pulled away and broke into a full-on sprint back where she'd come from. She paused briefly before taking the turn that would place her on course to the training halls and waved to Li Mu. "See you later, Li Mu. I'll come by with more herbs later." She resumed her sprint, her feet dancing across packed dirt, then paved tiles, as she swept across the Sapphire estate. The serene pavilion and its array of carved marble stools flashed by, as did the pleasant orchid and chrysanthemum garden it overlooked. Beyond that was the martial field, where Bladesworn Yang was already putting the trainee warriors through their morning drills. Wang Hui zipped across the eastern edge of the martial field, a square of packed dirt, and waved to the shirtless young men working their practice sabers in accordance with Bladesworn Yang's bellowed commands. "Good morning, everyone! Train hard!" she called, filling her ocular channels with Xian Qi so that she could fully take in the view, brief and passing though it may be. The trainees lowered their weapons and bowed as she passed by. Bladesworn Yang grimaced in annoyance.
"Lady Wang, my disciples are not here for you to ogle,"
he hollered, shaking his fist.
"Get out of my training yard."
Wang Hui giggled and sped on, drawing even more Xian Qi from her divine core to fuel her steps. She left the martial field far behind in her 10 strides and hopped over another low wall. To her horror, she saw Elder Zhang on the other side. He was seated upon a stone stool, and his gaze was fixed upon the pages of the book in his hand. And he was directly beneath her. Chapter 6. Elder Hong. "Elder Zhang!" she shrieked as she plummeted toward him. "Get out of the way!" A disk of azure light appeared beneath her feet, catching her in midair and bringing her descent to a jarring halt. Before Wang Hui could do anything, the disk swept a pace away from Elder Zhang and vanished, dropping her unceremoniously to the soft grass at his feet.
"Wang Hui, is that you? What are you doing, child?"
Elder Zhang blinked in surprise as he raised his eyes from his book. Though he was nearly 600 years old, Elder Zhang's features were smooth, timeless, and covered by a neatly combed white beard from his upper lip downward. He wore the blue-white robes of a sapphire elder, and his headdress, a conical hat of blue silk, cotton, and leather, sat on his lap. Just saying hello. Wang Hui laughed nervously and flashed the venerable elder her brightest smile. He's only just noticed me, so whose sapphire discs were those? Her query answered itself soon enough, as Elder Hong walked into view and hoisted Wang Hui to her feet. Elder Hong was a tall and slender woman with long flowing hair as white as Elder Zhong's. A simple red ribbon held her hair from her face, and she also wore the blue-white robes of a sapphire elder. Wang Hui had only seen her in passing once, a long time ago, because she spent most of her time beyond the sapphire estate. "Hey, Kun!" Elder Hong said to Elder Zhong, referring to the latter by his personal name. "This little doll almost dropped right on top of you. If it weren't for me, you'd have her shoe prints all over your scalp by now. How can you be so scatterbrained?"
"Oh, is that right? I must be getting up there in years. Anyway, thanks, junior sister."
Elder Zhong scratched the back of his head, then frowned at Wang Hui.
"As for you, child, I'm pretty sure you've been told several times not to jump over the walls."
"I'm sorry, Elder Zhong," Wang Hui said, bowing deeply. "I won't do that again."
"Yes, she will,"
Elder Hong said, winking conspiratorially at Wang Hui.
"I used to do that all the time back then, and I still do it now, whenever I'm here. Your name's Wang Hui, right? Are you related to Wang Li?"
"Yes, Elder Hong." Wang Hui nodded. "He's my great-granduncle."
"How nice to have family within this place,"
Elder Hong said wistfully.
"When I first arrived as a little girl, I was all alone except for this oaf right here." "Did you just call me an oaf in front of a disciple, junior sister?"
Elder Zhong sighed, pushing away the finger that Elder Hong had jabbed in his direction.
"And yes, this is Wang Li's relative. I believe she was brought in the last time you came back to the Sapphire Estate, which would be about 20 years ago." "Oh, my. How time flies when you're having fun,"
Elder Hong tittered.
"Actually, I do remember. She was just a little 3-year-old girl then, clinging to Wang Li's shin. And look how big and tall she is now. 2 decades did go by in the blink of an eye. Tell me, Wang Hui, what is your path? Divine Consul like your great-granduncle? Divine Vanguard? Or Divine Guardian?"
"I'm walking the path of the Divine Alchemist, Elder Hong," Wang Hui said. "I just started my path training this year."
"Divine Alchemist?"
Elder Hong frowned.
"With such combat aptitude, there must be some kind of mistake. You should be out there putting fiends to the sword, not cooped up in some elixir chamber." "That isn't your call to make, junior sister,"
Elder Zhong said, sighing in exasperation and stroking his beard.
"The Council of Elders sets our disciples upon their respective paths. And as far as I know, you've skipped every council meeting over the last 20 years. "Ah!"
Elder Hong waved dismissively.
"I had better things to do out there."
"So why are you back in the Sapphire Estate now, Elder Hong?" Wang Hui asked. "Did you run out of things to do out there? Or do you have better things to do in here?"
"Wouldn't you like to know?"
Elder Hong pinched Wang Hui's cheek gently. "I would, actually," Wang Hui said, drawing a chuckle from Elder Hong.
"Maybe I'll tell you, or maybe not."
Elder Hong jerked her thumb in Elder Zhong's direction.
"But I've got some things to talk over with my oafish senior brother first. If I do decide to tell you about what I'm up to, you'll be the first to know, Wang Hui." "Come on, junior sister, you can't call me an oaf in front of the disciples,"
Elder Zhong complained. He gestured for Wang Hui to leave.
"Get going now, child. You're late for morning meditations. The Master Alchemist will have an earful ready for you, I bet."
"I still have a few minutes." Wang Hui declared, spinning on her heel and dashing off. I can still make it!
You won't,
Elder Hong called after her.
You're going to be late.
I'll get there in time, Wang Hui protested, tearing down a lane and hopping over yet another wall. I won't be late! Chapter 7. Elixirs. Wang Hui was late. Master Alchemist Hao Hong yelled at her for 8 minutes about being late, then spent another 4 minutes berating her on the state of her robes. By the time he was done, nearly a quarter of an hour had gone by since morning meditations were due to start. The Sapphire Sect's alchemists conducted their meditations in the 6th Great Training Hall, a massive, multi-storied building of sculpted stone and carved wood, all of it topped by tapering roofs of red and green ceramic tiles. As one of the sect's 24 junior alchemists, Wang Hui's place was in the Chamber of Fundamental Refinement, one of the hall's smaller and more starkly furnished rooms. Its floors were covered in thick but plain rugs, and its center was dominated by a vessel of woven black steel and brass, the Fundamental Refinement Crucible. Seating cushions were arrayed around the crucible, many of them already occupied by Wang Hui's peers. She sighed, found herself a vacant spot, and plopped herself down upon it. What a waste of time, Wang Hui thought, taking a deep breath to focus her thoughts and modulate the flow of Xian Qi in her body. If he'd just let me get right to it, I would have been only a few minutes behind schedule. Ogling the Blade-Sworn boys again? Asked Su Bao, her senior sister by 1 year. She was a short and stout woman with a big and blocky face, and she sat cross-legged beside Wang Hui, her brow furrowed in concentration as she gazed into the depths of the refinement crucible. Around her, every junior alchemist except Wang Hui was doing the same. A bit, yes, Wang Hui admitted, keeping her voice low. Her gaze drifted to the cosmic crystal above the crucible. It was a blue prism with dozens of facets, floating within a cage of woven gold. Black strings laden with paper charms trailed from the cage into the shadows of the ceiling rafters. How annoyed was Master Yang? Su Bao whispered, a wry grin tugging at the corner of her mouth. Very. Wang Hui drew a thread of Xian Qi from her divine core and reached out with it toward the cosmic crystal. The artifact responded immediately by drawing her Xian Qi into its depths and establishing a connection between it and her soul. Wang Hui stifled a gasp as she sensed the power within the cosmic crystal. It was the cumulative Xian Qi of at least 10 senior sapphire adepts who'd cultivated from the Muat Qi of slain fiends and surrendered it to the crystal instead of using it to strengthen their divine cores. That's a lot of Xian Qi, she thought. Master Hao is out of his mind if he expects us to get through all this by this morning. Su Bao must have read her thoughts as she cast Wang Hui a sidelong glance and grimaced. Today's meditations are going to stretch way past morning, Wang Hui, she said. Looks like the elders really want their elixirs, so we have to complete fundamental refinement for this batch by today, even if it takes us the entire afternoon or evening. I guess that's why he was so mad at me for being late, Wang Hui muttered, before sighing resignedly. I might as well get started. She drew the trickle of Xian Qi from the cosmic crystal and pushed it into her divine core. From there, she threaded the divine energy through the base of her central meridians before cycling it through her outer channels in accordance with the teachings of the Sapphire Refinement Pathway. Manipulated and cycled in this manner, the Xian Qi eventually thickened and changed, turning into refinement radiance. Wang Hui pushed it out through the channels of her palms and into the depths of the crucible, where a number, usually 49, of elixirs sat. Each elixir was a sphere of rolled-up mystical herbs chosen for their ability to absorb and hold refinement radiance, then subsequently release it in the form of Qianqi that would be used to strengthen an elder's divine core. That was how the Sapphire Elders largely progressed along the path of their cultivation. No longer did they deign to hunt down fiends by themselves. Instead, the Elders sent their senior disciples, such as great-granduncle Wang Li, out to battle the Tao Tie, and upon their return, surrender much of the Qianqi they'd cultivated to the cosmic crystals within refinement chambers. The fundamental refinement chamber was just one of them. Once the junior alchemists had done all they could, the elixirs would be transferred to the crucible within the secondary refinement chamber. There, more experienced alchemists would perform the same process of elixir refinement, only to a more complex degree. The tertiary refinement chamber was next, and so on and so forth, until finally, the completed elixirs would be presented to the elders. The alchemists benefited from this process too, or so Wang Hui had been taught. Transmuting raw Qianqi into refinement radiance strengthened their divine cores over time, eventually allowing them to progress to the next cultivation stage. It was a much slower process than slaying fiends and absorbing their mo-qi, but it involved no battle or bloodshed. Wang Hui pushed the last of the refinement radiance from her soul and into the crucible. Then she took a deep breath and reached out to the depths of the cosmic crystal again, in readiness to repeat the entire process, only to have a sudden realization dawn upon her. Wait, wasn't the last cycle of elixirs completed last month? She asked Su Bao. No, never mind. I remember, it was. So why are we pushing to create another batch of elixirs so quickly? I thought the elders only took elixirs once every 6 months. We should still have plenty of time, shouldn't we? No, we don't. Master Hao said we need to produce a batch every month now. Su Bao replied, shrugging. Don't ask me. I'm not sure why either. Every month? That's ridiculous! Wang Hui hissed under her breath. Even assuming we can handle so much work, how are the cosmic crystals going to keep up? Who's going to keep them filled with Qianqi for us to use? The senior disciples, I suppose. Su Bao shrugged. That's why they've been getting sent out so often these days. Like your great-granduncle, right? Senior brother Wang Li. Oh boy, it feels weird just saying that. He's more than 200 years old, yet since he doesn't hold any leadership position here, we still have to call him senior brother. Well, you do. I just call him great-granduncle, or uncle for short. Wang Hui said, frowning. Su Bao was right. Wang Li had scarcely returned from his previous journey before being sent out again, and this time to the far southeastern reaches of the Qingzhou Empire. Could it be because the elders simply wanted more elixirs? But why did they want so many? Well, hopefully you get to spend some time with him when he gets back, Su Bao said, sighing wistfully. Oh, it must be so nice to have family around. I wish—
Hey, you two!
Master Alchemist Hao Hong hollered at them from across the room.
Stop talking and get back to work! Chapter 8. The Mud Sprite. A sudden ringing shout for a complete halt snapped everyone to alertness. It came from the vanguard, and Sung Sin recognized Uncle Lee's strident and authoritative voice. The older mercenary wasn't horrified or injured, judging from the tone of his voice. He was merely waiting for further orders on how to proceed in the light of a new situation. Unfortunately, Captain Gu was in the secondary contingent, so he would sort out the reason for their halt, whatever it was, soon enough. "What's going on?" Wang Li asked, frowning irritably. "Must my sacred task suffer delay after delay?" "I'll find out," Sung Sin said, taking note of the curious mutters arising from the ranks of the battle brothers in front of him. But just as he began advancing back to the vanguard, the troop parted to admit Captain Gu and a strange mud-covered humanoid walking alongside him. It was short of limb and stature, and it plodded rather than strode. A Yao, Sung Sin thought, recognizing the creature by its pointed ears, greenish complexion, inhumanly round face, and eyes that were entirely blue, devoid of sclera. Yao were elemental and nature spirits that lived in remote areas, such as this stretch of the Brightfish River, he recalled. Unlike fiends, they weren't inherently malevolent. Neither did they necessarily consume human flesh. Necessarily, he reminded himself. Yao were wildly unpredictable and could still be dangerous, perhaps even more so than some fiends. That was why the Yongbing Creed condemned any provocation of or aggression toward them. What does it want, I wonder? "Great Xian," Captain Gu called. "This river sprite stands in our way. He says he's sensed your presence and begs an audience with you." "Not river sprite, no." The Yao shook his head fervently, sending droplets of mud flying everywhere. "My name is Bu, and I'm a mud sprite. I live in the river, yes, but I'm a mud sprite, yes. Not river sprite, no. I need to speak to the Divine One, yes. Oh, how bright and mighty he is, yes." "Ugh." Wang Li rolled his eyes. "You cannot seriously expect me to entertain every single inconsequential spirit that rolls around to bask in the glory of my presence. Drive him away, Captain. Or you, Tuskbreaker. I don't care which one of you does it, but I want him gone and us resuming our journey right away." "Great Xian," Captain Gu eyed Bu nervously. "We are but mere Yongbing, and we do not dare address spirits of the wild in nature. We can only redirect their wishes to one who is divine, such as you." Wang Li groaned softly. He caught Song Sin's eye and shook his head slightly, conveying his utter disappointment with and contempt for Captain Gu. "Mr. Bu, was it?" Song Sin asked, walking up to the mud sprite. "My name is Sung Sing. The Great Xian is having an upset stomach, and he's been throwing up all over himself the last few hours, so he's not quite ready to talk just yet. How can we help you instead?" A collective gasp of horror arose among the Yongbing, and they looked toward the Ascendant, ready to die where they stood. But Wang Li merely lounged on his chair and snickered. "My name is Bu, yes. Sung Sin? What a sad name. What a sad face." Bu patted Song Sin on the shoulder, leaving a muddy, four-fingered handprint behind. "You are brave mortals with sharp metal things, yes. But you cannot fight the black snake, no. It will eat you, or feed you to its servants, like all the mortals who once lived around here." Sung Sin exchanged a look with Captain Gu, who grimaced uneasily. Brightfish Mouth Village was an hour's march from the deep willow forest. The troop was supposed to rest and gather their bearings there before entering the marsh. Maybe purchase what supplies they could, but there was little hope of that now. "Black snake. That can only be the Archfiend," Wang Li mused. He beckoned for Bu to approach. "Very well. Come closer, spirit, and tell me what you know of it. Speak plainly." Flanked by Captain Gu and Sung Sin, Bu shuffled forward to stand in front of Wang Li's palanquin. The mud sprite bowed clumsily, tripped over his stumpy feet, and fell on his face in the process. Sung Sin helped him to his feet, heedless of the mud Bu got all over his vambraces and gauntlets. "Thank you, sad man, thank you," Bu said. "I'm not used to walking, no. Swimming is more my thing, yes, oh yes." "Speak, spirit," Wang Li demanded, a cold, dangerous tone entering his voice. "Before I slay you and disperse your essence to the four winds." "Oh, Divine One, I will, yes." Bu sank to his knees and groveled. "I am Bu, yes, and I lived alongside the mortals here, yes. But one day the black snake came from the marshes. It had smaller purple snakes following it. They ate the mortals, oh no. I fled and hid, yes. I can still hear the screams, oh no. The snakes left none alive, no, no, no." Bu clutched the sides of his head and moaned in despair. "What infernal arts does it know? How much spiritual strength does it have?" Wang Li asked. "So far you've given me nothing useful, spirit. You are trying my patience." "Hey, Great Xian, think about it," Sung Sin spoke up. "The Archfiend attacked villagers who probably had a single sword or halberd among them at best. Even if they had a militia, that isn't enough to pose even the slightest challenge to the likes of an Archfiend with an army of worm-spawn. Why would it need to use any of its secret powers or display even the slightest iota of its full strength?" Captain Gu hissed at Sung Sin's irreverent tone. He backed away hastily, his fear-filled eyes flickering to where Wang Li lounged. "A good point, Tuskbreaker," the Ascendant conceded. He clicked his tongue in irritation. "A lowly spirit such as this could not have known anything of use. This was a waste of time. Get him out of my sight." "Divine One, I do know something, yes," Bu said. "When the screaming was over, I came out from the river and saw the purple snakes eating. They brought the bones and scraps to the black snake, yes. The black snake put the stinger on its tail into the scraps. A day later, more purple snakes appeared, yes." "Necrotic infusion. That is an exceedingly rare infernal art," Wang Li said, stroking his chin. He looked at Captain Gu. "I absorbed the infernal energy of 113 fiends just now. Would you say that's close to the number your troop killed?" "More or less, Great Xian," the captain replied. "What would you say the population of Brightfish Mouth Village was?" Wang Li asked, throwing out the question to everyone. Sung Sin had no idea, and judging from the blank look on Captain Gu's face, neither did he. "About 300 or so, Great Xian," Uncle Li said, raising his voice to be heard. The older mercenary was standing at the rear of the vanguard contingent. "My former wife grew up there." "The presence of worm spawn and the spirit's testimonial leaves me in no doubt that we're dealing with a worm archfiend," Wang Li said. "Would that be your assessment as well, Tuskbreaker?" "I thought as much when the worm spawn appeared," Sung Sin shrugged. "But now I guess there's no doubt." "A powerful archfiend can create up to 2, even 3 spawn from a single human carcass," the Ascendant said. "The whole populace of Brightfish Mouth Village has been consumed and repurposed, or we would already have come across survivors and refugees. How many foes do you think we face ahead of us?" Wang Li's question rang out into deathly silence. Yong Bing exchanged nervous glances and muttered among themselves. They'd beaten 100 worm spawn decisively, but the prospect of facing many times that number was a dire one indeed. Should... Captain Gu cleared his throat, and, with a visible effort, steadied his trembling voice. "Should we head back to Gilded Scale City, Great Xian? There we can rally a few more troops to our cause and perhaps even attain some help from the Imperial garrison." "That's a 4-day journey through the Deep Willow Forest," Sung Sin pointed out. "We passed a few lumber camps on the way in, and there's Willow Village on the far side of the forest, which has many more people than Brightfish Mouth Village did. Assuming we make it back to Gilded Scale City, we'd be facing several thousand worm spawn when we venture out again. I think the best course of action now is to press on and end this threat before it builds any further." "The Tuskbreaker is right," Wang Li declared. "I can slay 1,000 worm spawn with ease, but doing so while facing down an archfiend might be distracting. Captain Gu, here is what I desire from you and your troop. You will hold off the vermin while I extinguish the archfiend. Once that is done, I will swiftly eliminate any surviving worm spawn. I expect most of you to survive. Now go, get us moving again." "Yes, Great Xian," Captain Gu bowed. He turned on his heel and began barking orders. Corporals embedded amid the contingents passed on his words, and soon enough the troop was marching once more. But a miasma of fear and dismay now hung over them, evident in their hunched-over postures and the pallor of their cheeks. Bu followed Sung Sin for a bit before he began shuffling toward the riverbank. The mud sprite simply couldn't keep up with the mercenaries. "Thank you, Bu," Sung Sin called out to him. "We'll deal with the Black Snake. Your home will be safe soon enough." "Yes, sad man, yes." The mud sprite gave him a nod before plodding into the river and sinking out of sight within its murky depths. The silken screens of Wang Li's palanquin had been drawn closed once more, which likely meant that the Ascendant had nothing further to say. So Sung Sin pushed his way forward and took his place among the vanguard once more. It didn't take long for him to notice the guarded stares and hushed murmurs his battle brothers directed at him. He glared at the cluster of mercenaries walking close to Hong Biao. "What?" Sung Sin demanded. His battle brothers quailed and looked away. "You're the Tuskbreaker," Hong Biao said, his eyes wide with awe. "The Great Xian called you that, and Captain Gu didn't deny it when we asked him just now, so it's true. You were the one who drove away the Hell Pig at Tortoise Wind City." "I thought I knew you from somewhere, Sin," Uncle Li added. "Didn't think that you'd be such a big shot, to be honest. What is someone like you doing in Gilded Scale City?" "Damn it, I was afraid this was going to happen." Sung Sin grunted irritably. He'd have to leave again and head deeper into the fringes of the Empire, maybe even cross the border into the snowy reaches of the Masorka Kingdom, the land where the men and women had pale skin and light-colored eyes. Or would he? Wang Li's offer of employment still stood. As an Ascendant's servant, no magistrate or even lord would dare to touch him. He wouldn't need to keep running anymore. He would be rich and powerful enough to... No, Sung Sin exhaled slowly, keeping his breath even. He had to accept the fact that he would never see Sui Fun again. 7 years had passed, and she'd undoubtedly forgotten all about him. He had to do the same. But at least he wouldn't have to worry about her grandfather's assassins and prosecutors anymore. No merchant patriarch, no matter how wealthy, would dare risk angering an Ascendant by persecuting his servant. Get through this, and only good things lie ahead, he thought. Sure, those things involve killing lots of fiends, but it's not like I'd be doing anything else with my life anyway. Chapter 9. Swords of the Ascendant. The troop made their way down the river's southern bank. It was lined with patches of low-sitting trees and muddied bushes. The air above the water swarmed with insectile and bird life. Some of the vanguard even spotted marsh panthers prowling at a distance. Fiends were interested in devouring only human flesh, and in the absence of humanity, the region's beasts were quick to reclaim the land for themselves. They soon arrived at Brightfish Mouth Village. As everyone had expected, the former fishing settlement was in ruins, reduced to little more than piles of blood and viscera-streaked kindling where huts and small houses used to be. The village's fishing piers had been crushed, and their boats had been sunk. A few dead dogs lay here and there, left to rot beneath the sky. They'd undoubtedly been slain as they rose to the defense of their owners. The young Bing took a few moments to bury the fallen dogs in a mass grave. Uncle Li mumbled a vague prayer over the mound of packed dirt that marked the final resting place of the loyal hounds. The Ascendant didn't complain. Instead, he emerged from his palanquin and drifted over to Captain Gu. "The hour is late, and we don't have much sunlight left," Wang Li said. "We don't want dusk to fall upon us while we seek our foe in his domain. Order your men to make a fortified camp." The captain bowed, turned away, and called for the corporals to meet with him. The troop's leaders murmured quietly among themselves for an hour or so before they dispersed among the contingents and began deploying the mercenaries into a defensive formation. The young Bing's camp was circular in shape, with the baggage and supply carts serving as improvised palisades. The donkeys that had pulled the carts had been lashed to a cluster of short trees 50 or so paces away. Fiends had no interest in beasts, and they would be safe from anything except thieves, which weren't likely to be around in so remote a place. Half of the mercenaries took first watch. Some of them, archers mostly, perched atop wagons. Others stood guard at the gaps between the carts. They formed a ring around the rest of their battle brothers who slept on the packed dirt of the village square or upon grass mats that they'd brought. This close to the Archfiend's lair, everyone was fully armed and armored at all times. Wang Li had his palanquin in the middle of the camp. The Ascendant never emerged from it as night fell. Captain Gu had the Yongbing build fires behind the defensive lines, with piles of dry sticks and lengths of broken furniture nearby, ready to either feed the fire or be set alight and hurled into the thickening darkness. Sung Sin took the first watch, as did Uncle Li and Hong Biao, much to his irritation. The two hadn't stopped prodding at his past the whole day, and they weren't about to stop even as they took their places in the defensive ring alongside him. "Be quiet," he told Hong Biao as he adjusted the straps of the new helm he'd drawn from the supply cart. It was a simple cap of boiled leather that offered much less protection than his last helm, but it would have to do for now. "Stay focused. Who knows what is out there?" "That's right," Uncle Li conceded, clasping Hong Biao on the shoulder guard of his cuirass. "We've spent the afternoon quizzing Sin. If he hasn't spilled the beans yet, he isn't about to ever. Let's just be about our trade, boy. Eyes front, mind keen, heart ready." "But—" Hong Biao groaned, but he hefted his spear and looked into the darkness, his eyes turned away from the fire a few paces behind them so that he wouldn't lose his night vision. "Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad we have both a Great Xian and the Tuskbreaker with us. There's no way we can possibly lose." "Don't jinx it," Uncle Li said, smacking the youth over the back of his helm. Hong Biao groaned, drawing several scattered chuckles from the nearby battle brothers. The attack came in the thick of the night as Captain Gu had expected. A sudden deathly silence preceded its arrival. Then there were flickers of motion in the dark. A runner silently roused the captain from his slumber before proceeding to do the same for the rest of the battle brothers. Those in the second watch continued snoring, their eyes wide open and their weapons clutched tightly in their fists. Mercenaries around the campfires dipped pieces of wood into the flames. Captain Gu chopped his hand down, the signal to toss the improvised flares over the carts and out into the darkness. 30 or so blazing brands spiraled outward from the Yongbing's camp. A few of them struck puddles of muddied water and hissed into extinguishment immediately. Most landed upon dirt and cast their radiance over a horde of violet-fleshed worm spawn that had surrounded the mercenaries. For a moment, the fiends were stunned at being caught out. It was only when Captain Gu barked another order that sent arrows and bolts hissing from the troops' archers to cut down the foremost worm spawn that they recovered. As one, the fiends shrieked in fury and charged forward in a heaving tide, waving stone blades in their clawed fists. Another barked order had battle brothers in the secondary line heave upon the bamboo poles at their feet and raise a wall of sharpened points in the face of their foes. The swiftest of the worm spawn had no time to react, such was the mindless ferocity of their charge. They fell upon the braced and readied pikes and impaled themselves through the neck, torso, and abdomen before the bamboo splintered and broke beneath the weight of their twitching carcasses. "Kill them all!" Captain Gu bellowed, raising his sword. The clusters of mercenaries standing in the gaps between the carts countercharged the fiends as they approached, while those perched atop the carts struck over their shoulders with halberds, crossbow bolts, or arrows. Sung Sin was at the forefront of his cluster. He pounded toward a fiend and hacked it open from collar to hip. His follow-up blow scythed another's head off its shoulders. Drawing back and redressing his sword, he plunged its tip through the neck of a third worm spawn, cutting right through its spine. And then Uncle Li was by his side, having hurled a pair of hand axes into the faces of 2 worm spawn. The older mercenary had a spiked club in one hand and his sturdy shield in the other. He bashed a fiend's skull in as it pounced toward him. Hong Biao's spear flashed out, opening a trio of worm spawn throats. The fiends staggered back, hissing and scrabbling at the wounds through which their lifeblood gushed. Sung Sin was tempted to wade into the midst of worm spawn, hacking down every one of them within range of his blade. But he also knew that would be a foolhardy decision. If he led the battle brothers fighting alongside him too far away from the carts, they wouldn't have support from the warriors atop the carts to keep their flanks clear. Also, who knew how many fiends were out there exactly? Any sortie into the midst of the enemy would likely end up being surrounded and slaughtered. No, it was better to hold his position and kill the fiends as they came. "Light! More light!" Captain Goo bellowed over the tumult of battle. Another flurry of burning sticks spun from the camp and out into the night, driving back its darkness with their radiance and revealing a seemingly endless sea of swarming violet flesh and yellow eyes. "There's so many of them!" Hung Biao gasped. The youth was breathing hard, and his spear was drenched in ichor. Scarcely 5 or 6 minutes had passed, but he'd already slain 5 of the fiends, leaving their bodies heaped and lifeless before him. Uncle Li had felled 4, while Sung Sin's blade had claimed 12. The other battle brothers were reaping a heavy toll on the swarming fiends, but there seemed no end to their number. "I don't think there are only 900 of these things out there," Sung Sin thought as he cut a hurled cleaver from the air and split its thrower's skull. A heaving tide of scaled violet flesh roiled and writhed before him, and the night was filled with the bestial cries of the fiends. Sung Sin hacked into a worm-spawn's side, tore his blade loose in a trail of ichor and entrails, and sliced off the top half of another fiend's face. Uncle Li blocked a stone cleaver swinging toward Sung Sin's left shoulder with his shield and clubbed the worm spawn that had tried to flank Sung Sin, sending it reeling backward and shrieking in agony. "Thanks," Sung Sin said as he pivoted on his lead foot and swept his blade through the throats and abdomens of 2 worm spawn on Uncle Li's right. His backhand blow disemboweled another fiend and sent the worm spawn by its side staggering away, a shallow gash across its chest. Hung Biao followed up by stabbing it in the throat with his spear. "Rotate!" Captain Goo roared, his voice carrying over the tumult of battle. Sung Sin, Hung Biao, and Uncle Li fell back with the rest of their cluster, leaving gaps between them for the battle brothers in the secondary line to step forward and take their place in the melee. The mercenaries atop the carts swapped out too, allowing their fresher counterparts to replace them. "Kid's right," Uncle Li said, gasping for breath in the secondary line. "There are too many out there to have just come from this village." "I'm guessing that the Archfiend already had an army coming here, probably built from some other villages," Sung Sin said, inhaling deeply as he fought to calm the pounding of his heart and even out his pulse. They would have to rotate back to the front line soon enough, and he wanted to be as fresh as possible when that happened. "Which other village?" Hung Biao asked, clawing sweat from his eyes. "Past the marsh is fiend territory, and no one lives in the marsh, no one lives past it. Where could the Archfiend have found enough people to make so many worms spawn? What could it have worked with?" "Other fiends, of course," Wang Li said. The Ascendant was standing in their midst, his features cold and focused. The mercenaries yelped in alarm and scattered away, giving Wang Li a wide berth. Only Sung Sin stood his ground. "They can do that?" he asked the Ascendant. "Powerful fiends can subjugate and transmute their lesser kin," Wang Li said. "I wouldn't be surprised if most of the worm spawn out there used to be some other species of fiend. I sense 10, perhaps even 15,000 of the vermin out there." "Well, that's not good." Sung Sin adjusted his grip on his sword and rolled his shoulders. The captain would sound the call to rotate once more soon. "I don't see us fighting off that many. What—" Sung Sin's words died in his mouth as a sword of shimmering blue light suddenly appeared in Wang Li's hand. Cries of awe arose from the mercenaries who'd been looking at the Ascendant. Wang Li tossed the sword idly in the air. But instead of clattering to the ground, it floated above his shoulder before splitting into a dozen similar blades. Without another word, Wang Li soared into the air, a silken blur trailed by 12 azure beams. The Ascendant flew over the closest cart and descended into the midst of the fiends. Sung Sin scrambled up a cart, wanting to witness Wang Li in battle. He'd seen Ascendants slaughter defenseless peasants before, but he'd never actually seen one doing what they were born to do: kill fiends. He wasn't disappointed. Wang Li thrust his hands forward, index and middle fingers extended. The blue swords of light spun through the ranks of the worm spawn, slicing them apart and scattering the pieces of their bodies everywhere. The fiend's severed limbs came ablaze with azure flames that spread upon contact with worm-spawn flesh, turning every fiend as yet untouched by the Ascendant's blades into flailing, writhing humanoid torches. Wang Li did a circuit around the mercenaries' camp, slaying every worm spawn within 30 paces in the blink of an eye. And he returned where he'd begun, close to where Sung Sin stood atop a cart. The mercenaries hung back, stunned with awe at the carnage inflicted by the Ascendant. He's killed hundreds of them in the blink of an eye, Sung Sin thought, gaping in amazement. Why would he need our help in the first? Wang Li thrust his hands skyward. The blue swords following him soared toward the heavens before raining down upon the worm spawn massed farther back from the camp. Every blade exploded into spirals of flame as it struck the ground or a fiend, all of them together creating a raging inferno that reduced what could only be 1,000 worm spawn to ash in an instant. Shrieks of agony filled the air, drowning out the startled cries of the mercenaries. Sung Sin brought his blade up reflexively in the face of the exploding flames and billowing charnel smoke, even though he knew he couldn't possibly block them. A night breeze carried away the smoke swiftly, revealing Wang Li standing before an expanse of ruination. All that remained of the fiends caught beneath the wrath of his swords was a carpet of greasy ash, interspersed by still burning patches that cast the light of flickering flames all around the camp. There were still thousands of worm spawn remaining, a seething mass that stretched infinitely into the darkness. They hung back now, their yellow eyes narrowed with trepidation at the sight of an Ascendant. But Wang Li made no effort to renew his onslaught. Chapter 10. Infernal Energy. Sung Sin hopped off the cart and jogged to Wang Li's side. "You all right?" Sung Sin asked. "It appears we have underestimated our foe," the Ascendant said. "I should not have gone ahead of my sect siblings, and I should have recruited 100 troops instead of just 1. The Archfiend has a vast army, something that my elders' divinations didn't anticipate, and something that is beyond my ability to handle on my own. And it hasn't even shown itself yet. It must be waiting for me to tire. I wonder when Yang Tu and Lin Hua will catch up." "Answer the question," Sung Sin insisted. He noted the slight tremble in the Ascendant's shoulders and knees. "Are you all right?" Wang Li's lips crooked slightly into the faint semblance of a grin. "I have expended nearly 2/3 of my strength in a single breath," he said. "I need a few moments to cycle my Tsian Qi and recover. But I can't do that now in full view of our foes." "No, you can't," Sung Sin agreed. "So here's what you do. You turn around and walk back between the carts in your typically arrogant and dismissive fashion, as if you're simply too good to bother with them." "What?" Wang Li blinked, genuinely confused. It was an unnerving sight, seeing an immortal so vulnerable. But Sung Sin pushed his own anxieties to the back of his mind. "Get behind us, then do what you need to do. And walk like a haughty bastard," Sung Sin said. "Everyone here knows just how damned good you are at it." "I am good at many things," Wang Li agreed, stroking his chin idly, but the tremble in his hand was evident. Sung Sin could only hope the milling worm spawn weren't quite as perceptive. The Ascendant spun on his heel and strode toward the mercenary's defensive ring, packed dirt crunching beneath the soles of his shoes. He's not floating anymore, Sung Sin realized as he walked backward while following Wang Li, keeping a close eye on the milling fiends all the while. The Yongbing parted ranks to permit the Ascendant through, their faces alight with fear and hope in equal measure. Hope that they would survive the night, and fear of Wang Li's overwhelming power. The Ascendant headed to his palanquin. It sat on the ground now, its carriers nowhere in sight. Sung Sin figured that Wang Li had dismissed them to conserve his strength. "Praise the unmoving Lord! Your power is truly astounding, Great Xian," Captain Gu said, jogging to Wang Li's side. He gulped nervously before speaking again. "But why have you withdrawn from the fray? Surely your work isn't done just yet." Let me remind you, young Bing, that I hired you to deal with the lesser fiends, Wang Li said. That is your work. Mine revolves around the Archfiend. Be grateful that I assisted you when I did. But, the captain began, only to squeak when the Ascendant held up his hand. Explain the situation, Tuskbreaker, Wang Li instructed Sung Sin as he sat down in his palanquin and closed his eyes. Make sure no one has any illusions about just how dire our circumstances are. All right. Sung Sin nodded, then swiftly summed things up for Captain Gu and the Battle Brothers in earshot. There were many thousands of worm spawn out there. Wang Li's strength wasn't limitless. He wouldn't be able to wipe out all the fiends by himself. And the Archfiend was far more powerful than expected. Sung Sin spoke plainly and clearly. Yongbing, despite their many contradictory superstitions, were ultimately a pragmatic and steely-minded lot. They muttered worriedly among themselves, but Sung Sin spotted more brows furrowing in resolve than in panic. They tightened their grips on their weapons and turned away, resuming their positions in the defensive lines. No one would break, at least not now. With any luck, despair would set in only toward the end, and the panicked, futile fleeing would be blissfully short. Sung Sin hoped that he wouldn't live to see it. So our strategy is to hold this position so the Great Sien can recover his strength in between his sorties against the fiends, Captain Gu said to his corporals. We keep at it until all the worm spawn are dead or his sect siblings arrive. The corporals dispersed to spread the word, and with a clear strategy in play, even a tenuous one, a grim, steely determination fell over the Yongbing, which was just as well because the fiends resumed their attack. The mercenaries held the line and flung the worm spawn back time and again. Wang Li emerged once more when the Yongbing's casualties were beginning to mount, and their arms were flagging with exhaustion, to wreak another bout of horrific carnage among the fiends. But even to Sung Sin's untrained eyes, it was clear that the Ascendant had slain far less worm spawn this time, and he'd needed a steadying hand beneath his elbow to return to his palanquin. The fiends were stunned with fear by this second display of divine power, giving the mercenaries a reprieve that they used to catch their breath and drag their dead and wounded to the center of their camp. And so this cycle continued. The fiends would attack, the Yongbing would hold, and Wang Li would slaughter them in droves before retiring to recover. You absorb more qi, right? And gain strength from it? All those fiends you killed, can't you take their power to strengthen yourself? Sung Sin asked after the fourth time Wang Li returned from his sortie and sat down in his palanquin. The Ascendant's face was pale and sickly, and his breaths came in shallow rasps. That's not how it works, Tuskbreaker, Wang Li explained. I have been absorbing all the more qi of the fiends I've slain, but converting that amount of qian qi takes a considerable amount of time and effort, neither of which I can spare at the moment. I can only seal away the more qi I have acquired within my divine core for now. Furthermore, even if our foes would be so kind as to let me complete my conversion cultivation, it wouldn't help us right away, the Ascendant continued. Think of it this way, Tuskbreaker. Picture my qian qi being stored in a vessel of some sort. An earthen wine jar, perhaps. It is large, by most standards, but it isn't limitless. I expend it by using my divine arts, and I replenish it with the passage of time. I can stretch my reserves with complex qian qi cycling techniques, but nothing apart from time or perhaps rare elixirs can refill this jar. Do you understand what I'm saying so far? Yes, I do. It's pretty simple. You're spent like a man running multiple foot races. Sure, he can catch his breath in between the races, but the races aren't spaced far enough apart, so he can't ever quite recover. So he just gets more and more tired each time he's called to the starting line. But I still don't get it. You've got some time now, so why don't you take a bit of that more qi, turn it to zan qi, and fill that jar of yours? I was getting to that part. Cultivation only increases the capacity of that jar. Assuming I have accrued enough more qi to push me to the next stage of my cultivation, my qian qi reserves will be deeper and vaster. My divine arts will also become more potent, and I will enjoy numerous benefits from my flesh and spirit becoming even purer and stronger. But none of that replaces what is gone from the jar. Damn it. Yeah, I figured something like that was the case, Sung Sin said. All right, you do what you can. When did you say your fellow ascendants were going to catch up again? Wang Li shrugged helplessly. They were at least 3 days behind me, but they've been known to travel noticeably faster than I do, so perhaps betting on their arrival isn't beyond the realm of possibility. Long odds, not what I like, Sung Sin said. The call to arms sounded then, and he turned and ran to his place in the line. Sung Sin fought and killed until his arms ached and his lungs burned. His battle brothers fell beside him one by one, Hong Biao being one of them. The youth speared a fiend, then stumbled in exhaustion. Another worm spawn snatched him up and shoved his head into its mouth, while he kicked and flailed in panic. The fiend's jaws clamped shut before Sung Sin could get within blade's range, and Hong Biao's headless body fell to its feet. While Sung Sin hacked the worm spawn in half, more of its vile kin grabbed the youth's twitching corpse and hauled it into their midst. Clawed hands grasped frantically at Hong Biao's carcass, and came away with fistfuls of human flesh that were then jammed greedily into fanged maws. Goddess of mercy, take and spare him, Uncle Li prayed. The older mercenary was gasping with fatigue, and he lost an ear to a stone cleaver. May he find peace in the fields of serenity, and may the cycle of karma judge him kindly. That's probably not going to happen, Wang Li said, striding up to Sung Sin's side. The Ascendant had joined the fray once more, and he now held a slim sword with a delicate ivory hilt in his right hand. Wang Li lashed out with his blade. 3 fiends stumbled back, their scrambled brains pouring through the punctured sockets that were once their eyes. It was a stunning display of swordsmanship, but it was nowhere near the power the Ascendant had once demonstrated, which was a bad sign. What do you mean? Sung Sin blocked a blow that had been heading for Uncle Li's face. His riposte beheaded the worm spawn. Mortals devoured by fiends don't face the cycle of karma, much less enjoy any time within the fields of serenity if they do indeed exist. Wang Li cut down another quartet of fiends with what seemed like a single sword stroke. Instead, their souls are drawn into the abyssal vortex, where they are tormented by the pain of their demise until their consciousness disintegrates entirely, and what remains behind seeps into our world once more as a newly born fiend. Uncle Li trembled at the Ascendant's words. He opened his mouth to protest, to speak only for a worm spawn to grab him by the neck, pull him close, and tear out his throat. The older mercenary's eyes were stark with horror as the fiend then proceeded to rip his heart out and bite into it, all while Sung Sin was harried by a trio of its kin. Wang Li slew Uncle Li's killer. He then danced through the ranks of the fiends, turning 24 of them into chunks of twitching carrion in the blink of an eye. He looked briefly at Uncle Li's mangled corpse before meeting Sung Sin's gaze. In case you're wondering, that counts as being devoured, the Ascendant said. Only endless agony and suffering await your comrade now. Yeah, great, very helpful, thanks. Sung Sin gestured with his sword at the approaching worm spawn. He swept his gaze around. Every battle brother around him was dead, and the defensive circle had been entirely overrun. Captain Gu led a last pocket of resistance in the middle of the camp. But even as Sung Sin watched, a pair of fiends snatched him up and tore him limb from limb. The captain shrieked as he was dismembered. He kept screaming until a worm spawn cracked open his skull and slurped his brains into its maw. And then the fiends fell upon the wounded. The sounds of humans being eaten alive filled the air. Sung Sin hefted his blade. Worm spawn surrounded him and Wang Li. Well, shit, he said. Chapter 11. The Ebon Worm. Any chance you got some divine art that can get you out of here? Sung Sin asked as he put his back against the Ascendant's. How curious, Wang Li said. You asked if I could escape, not if we could escape. Yeah, well, we're facing a full-on fiend incursion that's going to sweep through the southern provinces, Sung Sin pointed out. Someone like you would be worth 1,000 of me upon the battlements of Gilded Scale City's walls. Or anywhere else, really. I am indeed your better in every conceivable way, Tuskbreaker, Wang Li acknowledged. Unfortunately, I have no such means of egress, nor do I have any intention to flee. I am a slayer of fiends, and I will not back down from my sacred duty. All right. Well, time to die. Sung Sin raised his sword. A ring of violet flesh was constricting upon the two. Countless yellow eyes bored into Sung Sin from every angle. The fiends had finished consuming the rest of the troop. Only Sung Sin was left. And Wang Li, but he was an ascendant, not a young being. The first rays of dawn fell across Sung Sin's shoulders. He'd fought through the entire night, but he didn't feel tired. Strangely enough, a curious sensation of calm exhilaration suffused his soul. He was about to die and suffer eternal torment, but he would meet his fate doing what he did best, killing fiends. I will slay 10,000, Wang Li declared. Then 10,000 more! I'll match you, Sung Sin promised. Of course you will, the Ascendant chuckled. A collective gibbering roar arose from the fiends, but just as they were about to pounce, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens and landed right in front of Wang Li. It unfolded from its crouch, revealing itself to be a humanoid covered in black scales that stood at least nearly 3 paces tall. Its limbs were corded with ropes of muscle, and a swarm of hissing serpents roiled and writhed from atop its skull. Yellow eyes blazed with malice and cunning from beneath a deep-set horn-studded brow. Under 2 nose slits, a purplish tongue lashed from a fanged maw. It was the Archfiend, come to kill them at last. All the worm spawn backed away, giving their master and creator a wide berth.
I am the Ebon Worm, and you have cost me dearly, Ascendant,
the Archfiend said in a guttural voice.
It will take much effort and flesh to regrow what you have culled from my hoard.
You won't need to bother after I cut your head off, Wang Li replied. The Ascendant leveled his sword at the Archfiend's throat.
A haughty claim, but you are spent. I can sense it,
the Ebon Worm hissed.
I will tear your divine core from your heart and claim your Xianqi for myself.
Stop spouting nonsense, Wang Li said. Fiends can't do that.
I am unlike any other fiend.
The Ebon Worm spread its clawed hands and cackled.
I have perfected the Devourer, the most sublime of infernal arts, and I have infused it into my very flesh. For eons, Ascendants have hunted and preyed upon my kin. Now the reverse is true. You aren't the first of your kind to fall prey to the Devourer. I have consumed 10 divine cores already. My might is unparalleled.
Sung Sin pivoted off Wang Li's shoulder and leapt high, bringing himself almost leveled with the Ebon Worm. His sword lashed out at the Archfiend's throat and, to his complete surprise, actually struck home before bouncing ringingly off the Ebon Worm's scales. The Archfiend flinched and took a step back as Sung Sin landed, his blade trembling painfully in his grasp. I just wanted to shut the bastard up, he said with a shrug, when Wang Li cast a surprised and quizzical look his way. It was worth a shot. Wang Li threw his head back and laughed. So engrossed you were in bragging that you allowed a mortal sword to touch your neck. The Ascendant chided the Ebon Worm. A frail, weak mortal actually struck you in a place that would have ended your existence if he'd had the slightest iota of divine power, fiend. Perhaps you were right when you said you weren't like the rest of your kind. You surpassed them in terms of idiocy and imbecility. You are a moronic, incompetent, and utter disgrace. You aren't worth the excrement leaking from the sphincters of your spawn.
I will kill you!
The ebon worm roared. Tendrils of sickly green light began to dance across its clawed digits. Yeah, well, I'd rather die than be as ugly and stupid as you, Sung Sin shot back, hefting his blade back to readiness. He caught Wang Li's eyes briefly and gave the Ascendant a curt nod. It's been entertaining, Great Xian. Guess I'll see you in the vortex of whatever, then. Actually, you won't. The unmoving Lord claims my soul upon my death. No gods of light or darkness can change that fact, Wang Li said. Ah! Sung Sin clicked his tongue. As if your kind didn't have it good enough. That isn't very fair at all. This world isn't fair, but we're not going to die here, Tuskbreaker, Wang Li said. I am going to complete my sacred task and return to the halls of my sect. And you'll be given a servant's room, assuming you're still interested in my job offer. I'll try to make sure it has a window. Wang Li extended the middle and index finger of his left hand and traced them down the flat of his sword. As he did so, azure light pulsed into existence to encase the length of the blade. The ebon worm's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. He held some of his strength in reserve for when he would face the Archfiend, Sung Sin realized. Wang Li moved faster than Sung Sin had ever seen him do so before. The Ascendant streaked toward the Archfiend and buried his sword in its heart. The ebon worm shrieked in agony and staggered back, trying to pull itself off Wang Li's blade. It was to no avail. The azure light covering the Ascendant's sword spread from where it had pierced the Archfiend's chest, tracing cobwebs of radiant blue across the dark-scaled flesh. The glowing blue lines wrapped around the ebon worm's limbs and neck, seemingly freezing them in place, so it couldn't strike at the much smaller Wang Li. The Archfiend crashed to its knees. It bellowed at its spawn, obviously commanding them to slaughter Sung Sin and Wang Li. But the violet-fleshed creatures milled in confusion. Some stood silently, blinking and lashing their forked tongues from their maws. Others shuffled about, bumping into their kin as if they were blind. A few simply turned and ambled away, leaving a trail of gibbering hisses in their wake. Your spawn will heed your call no longer, thanks to my sapphire sealing strike, Wang Li said. Bereft of your will, they can only revert to instinct, becoming the stupid, mindless beasts they truly are.
Curse you, Ascendant!
The ebon worm snarled. It thrashed in its azure bonds, but they held true, keeping the massive Archfiend on its knees.
Ugh. They are also ravenous creatures, ever hungry for human flesh. They will devour you.
He's not wrong, Sung Sin said as a quartet of worm spawn began plodding toward them, thick green drool trailing from their open maws. They'd dropped their cleavers, but they still had claws, each of them a half-handspan long and capable of easily ripping through chainmail. Deal with them, Wang Li said curtly. Sung Sin charged the approaching worm spawn. He hacked one in half at the waist, leaned away from a flurry of grasping claws, and beheaded another. The remaining two fiends backed away, obvious fear in their eyes. Sung Sin surged forward and cut a third worm spawn down. The final remaining one turned tail and fled, bleeding in horror. The fleeting fiend's cries washed over its kin. Many of them had witnessed Sung Sin's slaughter of their kin. They turned and shuffled away too, in search of easier prey.
No! No! It will take me months to gather them again!
The ebon worm roared. Like I said, you won't have to worry about that, Wang Li retorted. I said I'd cut off your head, but I believe I've figured out a more proper end for you. The Ascendant still had the fingers of his left hand extended in his typical and peculiar fashion. He brought it close to his chest and began a sonorous chant. The lines of blue light that webbed across the ebon worm's body thickened and shone brighter. The Archfiend's cries of rage turned into groans of agony. My Sapphire Purge invocation will burn you from the inside out, Wang Li said. You will feel the most exquisite torment before oblivion claims you. Maybe it's better to just kill the damn thing, eh? Sung Sin said. Get it over with, just in case it tries anything funny? Oh, no, Tuskbreaker. Wang Li shook his head. I am an incarnation of divinity. As such, meting out justice falls within my purview, and justice demands that this fiend here suffers as much as it can before its demise. After all, it has inflicted much worse on its victims, wouldn't you agree? Sure, but you're not a magistrate or a constable. Sung Sin grunted and lowered his sword. I guess that's just how it is. You Ascendants are laws unto yourselves, simply because all of you are just so powerful. So justice is whatever you say it is. Power is truth, Tuskbreaker. Without it, everything is meaningless, Wang Li said. If I were powerless, we would have been devoured a long time ago. Thankfully for the both of us, I am not.
Oh, but you are Ascendant,
the ebon worm said, forcing its words agonizingly through its gritted fangs.
A cunning move back there, suppressing your Xian-Qi, so that it seemed you were utterly drained, then expending all your reserves in a singular strike, and the following invocation. I definitely didn't expect that.
That's because you're not very smart, Sung Sin said. Pretending to be weak to take your enemy unawares, that's one of the oldest tricks in the book.
But I don't believe you expected some things either, even after I warned you of them.
The Archfiend continued, completely ignoring Sung Sin.
I have consumed 10 divine cores. That is an immense amount of Xian-Qi. I am not done cultivating it yet. Your invocation is anathema to my Mo-Qi. But from what I can tell, it has no effect on Xian-Qi. And now you do indeed have utterly no Xian-Qi left, making you the equal of any mortal. What does this all mean?
Wang Li's eyes widened in shock. The lines of blue light began to retract rapidly from the ebon worm's flesh. Before they could disappear completely, however, the Ascendant tore his sword free and barked an unintelligible syllable. Explosions tore across the Archfiend's body, ripping scales away and spurting dark ichor high into the air. The ebon worm shrieked in agony as its arms and legs were blasted from its torso. But it snapped its head forward and lashed out with its tongue. There was a stinger at its tip. Sung Sin raised his sword in an attempt to bat it from its path, but the appendage was too swift. The stinger plunged into Wang Li's chest. Sung Sin thought he saw it pulse once before he hacked it asunder a tenth of a handspan down from where it protruded from the Ascendant's flesh. Blood spurted from Wang Li's mouth, and he fell over onto his back. The ebon worm's dismembered torso struck the dirt shortly after.
Kill it, Tuskbreaker,
Wang Li gasped weakly, pointing at the Archfiend's still writhing body.
Cut off its head!
Gladly. Sung Sin strode over to where the ebon worm lay and raised his blade in readiness to bring it down upon its neck. Most of the Archfiend's scales were gone, as was a good chunk of the flesh around its throat. Sung Sin didn't doubt that this time he'd be able to behead the ebon worm. He gave it a nod. Looks like you're getting your head chopped off after all. Funny how things work, isn't it?
Curse you, mortal! I will remember your face,
the Archfiend groaned.
I will have my vengeance on you!
Yeah, it's gotta feel pretty bad, you being a mighty fiend and all that. And now you're gonna get killed by some nobody like me. Sung Sin tensed his shoulder muscles. All right, that's it. Time to die.
But I won't die, mortal.
The ebon worm began to cackle. Ichor spurted from its lips with every peal of laughter. It was an unnerving sight.
I can't die! Not now!
Sung Sin swung his sword down. The Archfiend's head tumbled from its ravaged shoulders. He turned and walked back to Wang Li, who was trying and failing to push himself up on his elbows. Looks like we're done here, Sung Sin said. The Ascendant gave up and allowed himself to fall onto his back. He sighed and nodded. Yes, we are. Now get me out of here, Tuskbreaker, Wang Li said groggily. I need to go home and check on my great-grandniece.
Chapter 12. Cerulean Sword. Morning meditations, as it turned out, stretched into the afternoon and past the evening. Servants delivered their meals an hour past noon and shortly after dusk. And by the time Hao Hong dismissed the junior alchemists, it was well into the night, with the moon nearing its zenith.
Tomorrow will be more of the same,
Hao Hong said, his face lined with strain and weariness. He'd worked as hard as anybody else in the Chamber of Fundamental Refinement, if not more. The Master Alchemist nodded to his subordinates.
Well done today. Go get some rest. Don't be late tomorrow.
The junior alchemists bowed wordlessly in unison. Wang Hui stifled a yawn as she did so. She wouldn't be able to bring Li Mu her herbs tonight. The elderly servant would have gone to bed already, as her work began several hours before dawn. I'll just swing by the apothecary before bed, pack her herbs, and drop them off tomorrow morning, Wang Hui thought, as Hao Hong turned to leave. The chamber door swung inward then, and Elder Hong stepped through. Hao Hong blinked in surprise and halted in his tracks.
Greetings, Elder,
the Master Alchemist said, bowing to her.
What brings you here tonight? Is there anything I can do for you?
Actually, yes.
Elder Hong turned to Wang Hui and pointed at her.
I'll be taking that one. Count her out of your elixir work. And yes, the Council of Sapphire Elders approved this. They wouldn't give me any of the journeyman alchemists, but I managed to wrangle one of the juniors instead. And I choose her.
Elder Hong took out a small sheet of paper from her robes, unfolded it, and handed it to the Master Alchemist, whose eyes widened in surprise as he studied its contents. Wang Hui peered over Hao Hong's shoulder and saw the sapphire seal printed on the bottom of the paper. That's an official declaration by the Council of Sapphire Elders, she realized. But why? Hao Hong handed the declaration back and gestured for Wang Hui to approach.
She is at your service, Elder,
the Master Alchemist said, bowing again. Bewildered and confused, Wang Hui could only bow as well. I await your instruction, Elder, she said.
Good. Come along, then. We have work to do.
Elder Hong turned and walked toward the exit. Wang Hui exchanged a sidelong glance with Su Bao, who seemed as perplexed and surprised as everyone else in the Chamber of Fundamental Refinement. Take care of yourself, Wang Hui, Su Bao whispered. I'll get the herbs to Li Mu while you're busy. Thanks, Wang Hui replied before hastily running after Elder Hong. The elder set a brisk pace, striding swiftly through the dimly lit hallways of the 6th Great Training Hall until she arrived at the entrance lobby, a spacious room with plain stone walls. A painted portrait of the Sapphire Sect's founder, Grandmaster Tsing Shu, adorned the northernmost wall. Elder Hong tipped her head briefly in its direction, before striding through the entrance archway and out into the coolness of a late summer night.
Are you armed?
Elder Hong asked, as Wang Hui emerged from the training hall as well. No, Elder, I'm not, she replied, more than a little surprised by the question. Divine alchemists rarely carried weapons on their persons. Wang Hui did have her apothecary kit on her, stored safely in the small dimensional pouch sewn to the inside of her sleeve, along with a change of clothes and some money.
All right.
Elder Hong flicked her right wrist. A cerulean sword, still in its sheath of lacquered wood, appeared in her grasp. She tossed it to Wang Hui, who, in her surprise, fumbled and only just managed to catch it, instead of letting it clatter to the stone tiles at her feet. Elder Hong arched a brow at the display.
That's my sword. You can use it for now. Don't go around just dropping it everywhere, though.
Of course not, Elder, Wang Hui stammered, clutching the blade tightly along its sheathed length in both her hands. But I haven't spent a lot of time practicing the sword lately.
Well, that isn't entirely surprising, Elder Hong said, a frown unfolding across her brow. You have been set on the path of the divine alchemist, after all, which is a waste, especially since you're Wang Li's blood. Whoever decided you should be stuck in front of some crucible wasting away on elixirs is a fool.
Elder Zhang says that the alchemists contribute greatly to the sect.
Wang Hui sniffed, more than a little surprised at her testy reply. Through herbcraft and medicine-making? Sure. Elder Hong shrugged. The Sapphire Sect's medicines are renowned across the length and breadth of the Empire, and selling them is how the Council of Elders keeps everyone in the estate fed and clothed. But elixirs? No, those are a disgrace. They allow a bunch of lazy old men and women to sit around all day and benefit from the efforts of others.
Are you talking about the Council of Sapphire Elders?
Wang Hui asked in a small voice. Yes, Elder Hong replied. She gathered her hair into a single braid, which she now tossed back over her shoulder. I am.
But you're one of them,
Wang Hui pointed out. Am I? Elder Hong grinned.
No, she isn't.
Wang Hui gulped nervously. Elder Hong hadn't returned to the Sapphire Estate in nearly 20 years, which meant she hadn't taken any elixirs during that time. But it was clear to any ascendant with even the most minuscule amount of training that her Qianqi surpassed Elder Zhang's, and Elder Zhang was among the most formidable of the Sapphire Elders. That meant only one thing. Elder Hong had spent the last 2 decades slaying Taotie and cultivating their mozi, and she had done a lot of both, since a single elixir, resplendent with refinement radiance, was the equivalent of slaying 20 archfiends. Elder Hong didn't wait for Wang Hui to reply. She started walking down the flight of stone stairs, immediately in front of the 6th Great Training Hall, fully expecting Wang Hui to follow. And Wang Hui did, picking up the hem of her robes and scampering after Elder Hong. Her mind blazed with questions.
What are we going to do? What do you need me for? To examine the energies of mystic concoctions? But can't you do that yourself? You're a Sapphire Elder, after all, and I'm just a junior alchemist, she blurted, running alongside Elder Hong as they descended the 100 stone steps to the avenue that would take them to the central plaza of the Sapphire Estate. So many questions all at once, Elder Hong chuckled. I'll try to answer them. We're heading into the city, and yes, I need your help to examine something. And yes, I suppose I could do that myself, but then I'd need to dig up my old herbal and alchemy manuals again and relearn things I haven't even thought about for centuries. And I don't even know where I've left my apothecary kit. So instead I yelled at Zhang Kun until he agreed to let me have a junior alchemist. I chose you, and you know the rest. The city? At this hour?
Wang Hui looked skyward. It was close to midnight.
It's a bit late, isn't it?
On the contrary, the night is still young, Elder Hong said.
Chapter 13. Mirror Cloud City. Mirror Cloud City was the second largest city next to Golden Gate City, the capital of the Empire, and where Emperor Tsingzhou held court in his palace of boundless exaltation. It was also the home of the Sapphire Estate. Spanning nearly 20 leagues across and 40 leagues long, Mirror Cloud City housed many hundreds of thousands of people. The governor, General Huang, kept a palace in the northern district and maintained a sizable garrison, but everyone who lived there knew where the real power lay, with the Sapphire Sect, and to a much lesser degree, the 24 or so other lesser ascendant sects that had built their estates within the city walls. Elder Hong led Wang Hui out through the Sapphire Estate's main gates of wrought iron and toward the main stone-paved road that led into the depths of the city. She frowned when she saw that it was deserted. save for a patrol of city watchmen who bowed, stammered obsequiously to the two great Xians, and gave them a wide berth. "If you're hoping for a passenger carriage, you're not going to find any now," Wang Hui said. "It's too late at night, like I said."
"You do remind me of Wang Li." Elder Hong glared at Wang Hui. "Smugness is something that runs in your family, it seems."
"Only when we're right, Elder," Wang Hui said, fighting to keep a smile from her face.
"And you are,"
Elder Hong conceded. She looked down the main road and saw nothing down its lamp-lit length.
"But if we get to the southwestern marketplace, we should be able to flag down a carriage."
"The southwestern marketplace?" Wang Hui asked. "That's almost 2 leagues away. Are we going to walk all the way there in the middle of the night?"
"No, we're going to run and jump across roofs and treetops. 2 leagues will go by in the blink of an eye."
Elder Hong grinned, her teeth gleaming beneath the moonlight, and the amber radiance emanating from the brass street lamps.
"You're pretty good at that, I'm sure, judging from your display this morning."
"I am." Wang Hui mirrored Elder Hong's grin. She filled her limbs with xian qi, rolled her shoulders, and stretched her calves. "A bit of a jog would do me some good after being cooped up all day in that awful chamber."
"That chamber is awful, isn't it? Smells funny, too,"
Elder Hong said, not unkindly.
"I suppose it has to, after a whole group of you alchemists spend an entire day groaning, sweating, and frowning at the crucible."
"Well, we'll be right back there in the morning," Wang Hui sighed. "Good thing I've gotten used to it already."
"No, you won't."
Elder Hong shook her head.
"I'll be needing you for a few days, weeks maybe. You're excused from elixir refinement for as long as I say so."
"Really?" Wang Hui scratched the back of her head. "I mean, it'd be nice to do something else for a change, but I do feel a bit bad, since that means Su Bao and the others will have to do my share of the work."
"They'll be fine."
Elder Hong waved dismissively.
"Who cares if Zhong-kun and the other old decrepit fools don't get their elixirs? You ready?"
"Yes," Wang Hui began to say, only to stagger back, caught in an immense backwash of rushing air, as Elder Hong blasted away into the sky, becoming little more than an azure streak of glowing xian qi that alighted first on a street lamp, then sped across the top of an 8-pace-tall tree. A heartbeat passed, and Elder Hong was already 100 paces away. Wang Hui clenched her jaw and sprinted in pursuit, pouring every ounce of qian qi she possessed into her limbs. She vaulted onto the same street lamp that Elder Hong had stood upon a moment ago before kicking off to the treetop in a bid to follow her footsteps. Wang Hui's feet danced across a flimsy morass of swaying leaves and rustling branches, but she managed to keep her balance and press on. Her next perch was another street lamp, followed by a quick vertical run up the side of a storehouse and a mad dash across its rooftop of sloping ceramic tiles. Throwing herself off the top of the building, she hurtled through the air and landed on top of a squat residence with a thatched roof. Only her xian qi kept her from plummeting through. Startled voices rose from within the house at her footfalls, though. Wang Hui didn't stick around to catch the berating she knew she deserved for disturbing the residents' rest. Instead, she sped across the rooftop, kicked off its edge, and landed on top of another street lamp. Elder Hong was a tiny speck of light in the distance. She'd kept her xian qi emanating strongly from her body so that Wang Hui could track and chase her. Wang Hui rose to the challenge, leaping to another street lamp, climbing up a grain silo, and then free-falling onto the tree canopy of the cedar park behind the silo. She ran across another expanse of leaves and branches, wobbling wildly with each step. And then there was another series of rooftops. Confused and angry voices wafted into the air in her wake. Elder Hong had obviously been far more adroit and agile at dancing above the city than Wang Hui was currently doing. Several more minutes passed before she spotted Elder Hong waiting for her in the middle of the street, just outside the southwestern marketplace. Wang Hui had never been out so late before, so she was surprised to see that the marketplace still bustled with activity. Vendors hawked their wares from their booths, while the many inns and taverns around the crowded city square lit the night sky with the radiance washing from their open windows, and filled it with a chorus of carousing voices.
Not bad,
Elder Hong said, as Wang Hui hopped off a tree and landed beside her.
Some very deft handling of your Qian Qi in your outer channels. But it's obvious you haven't seen any real battle outside the training halls or the martial field yet.
No, Elder. I've not done any actual fighting before, Wang Hui replied, trying to catch her breath. She wiped her sweaty brow with her sleeve. I did complete basic combat training last year, though.
That's better than nothing, I suppose. Come along now.
Elder Hong strode into the marketplace and beckoned for Wang Hui to follow.
We need to catch a carriage to the western docks, but we might as well get a snack while we're here.
The late-night crowd at the marketplace consisted mostly of large, rough-looking men, clad in harnesses of leather and steel scales. They were Yongbing, Wang Hui realized with a start, soldiers of fortune and killers for hire for anyone who could afford them. The mercenaries swilled cheap rice wine and gorged themselves on skewers of meat and stacks of honeyed pastries. Courtesans dressed in gowns of cheap silk swirled through their midst, plying their trade. All of them fell silent and stepped aside as Elder Hong strode into the marketplace. Warriors twice as large as Wang Hui bowed to the ascendants. Respectful mutters of Great Xian arose from the crowd.
I'm just passing through,
Elder Hong cried at the top of her voice.
Don't mind me. Go back to your food and drink.
The Yongbing exchanged uncertain glances and worried whispers. Eventually they started sipping their wine and nibbling at their food again. And soon enough, the carousing resumed, though it was muted and rife with wary looks cast at Elder Hong and Wang Hui's way. Elder Hong stopped at the cart of a street vendor, a middle-aged man with a wispy mustache and a gray cloth wrapped around his head. She pointed to the honey cakes in the cart. 2 of these, please, she said, before pulling out a silver piece and handing it to the vendor.
I don't have enough coins to give you change for this, Great Xian,
the man said, his face crumpling with trepidation. He gave the silver piece back to Elder Hong before gesturing to his cakes.
Please help yourselves. It is my treat and my absolute honor, Great Xian.
Nonsense.
Elder Hong shook her head and held out the silver piece again.
Keep the change, you silly man.
I wouldn't dare.
The vendor bowed deeply. I've got a few copper coins, Wang Hui said. She reached into her dimensional pouch, took out 2 coins, and gave them to the vendor. He accepted them with a grateful sigh and put them away into his belt pouch.
My thanks, Great Xian.
The vendor wrapped 2 honey cakes in waxed paper and handed them to Elder Hong.
Please enjoy.
I owe you, Wang Hui,
Elder Hong said as they walked away.
I guess I should visit a banker tomorrow morning and get some small change. It's just that I haven't been in a human settlement for so long, I've almost forgotten how money works.
How long are we talking about? Wang Hui asked, taking a bite of her cake. She swept her gaze up and down Elder Hong's robes. They seemed to be in perfect condition.
My robes are enchanted against wear and tear, and they also clean and repair themselves,
Elder Hong said, obviously noticing her scrutiny.
But to answer your question, 15 years. I've not visited so much as a village in the last 15 years.
Chapter 14. Poison. So where have you been? Wang Hui asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Just meditating and cultivating on a mountaintop somewhere?
No. I traveled nearly 100 leagues south and east of Gilded Scale City, past the western foothills marsh, and deep into Fiend territory. Elder Hong replied. There I fought a legion of fiends and, well, that's a story for another day.
Gilded Scale City? Wang Hui gasped in surprise. But that's almost halfway across the empire. Why did you go so far?
I was looking for a challenge. Elder Hong smiled, almost wistfully. And I found one there. I'll be heading back as soon as I sort things out here, though, hopefully by the end of the month.
Even if you take a ship south, you'll need 3 weeks to get to Gilded Scale City. Wang Hui's words trailed off as she remembered just why she knew this. Wait a minute. That's where great-granduncle is headed. Apparently the Sapphire Diviners have sensed the emergence of an archfiend somewhere around there, which is why the elders sent him to Gilded Scale City.
Along with Lin Hua and Yang Tu, Elder Hong confirmed. That's what Zhang Kun told me this afternoon, anyway. When I left nearly 3 months ago, I didn't sense anything untoward. Not even when I passed by Gilded Scale City. So this archfiend must have emerged sometime after that. Otherwise, I would have seen to it myself. Anyway, I'm sure Wang Li can handle himself.
I know he can. Wang Hui nodded. But how are you going to get back to Gilded Scale City by the end of the month? It's only a bit more than 2.5 weeks or so away, and you took 3 months to come here.
I made a few stops along the way, chasing this lead and that, Elder Hong said.
She finished her cake and picked up her pace. By now they were almost at the other end of the marketplace, where carriage drivers congregated. Elder Hong hired one and got into a carriage, with Wang Hui close on her heels. Wang Hui had ridden on the horse-drawn carriages before many times, but never so late at night. Questions swirled through her mind as the driver spurred his horses into motion and set his vehicle rumbling toward the docks. "What leads are you chasing, Elder?" Wang Hui asked, raising her voice so that she could be heard above the creak and grind of the carriage's wheels across the paved city streets. "And you still haven't answered my questions about how you intend to get back there by the end of the month."
"I'll use the Sapphire Stride Divine Art, of course," Elder Hong said. "I'm pretty good at it, and I can even bring up to 10 people along with me as I soar through the heavens."
Sapphire Stride. Right. That's the divine art used to cover great distances, Wang Hui thought. It's a very difficult divine art, and not many people are good at it. I know great-granduncle isn't, which is why he had to take a ship south.
"And as for the leads,"
Elder Hong folded her arms and furrowed her brow in thought.
"Tell me, what do you know about Yao?"
They're spirits of nature, living embodiments of the chaotic energy known as Yao-Qi, Wang Hui recited from rote. Most of them are harmless and enjoy the company of humans. There are some, such as the bright fish, that are ancient and unfathomably powerful.
"Some bastards have been poisoning them up and down the length of the Brightfish River," Elder Hong said, "leaving entire communities of Yao dead or worse."
Poisoning them? But who would do such a thing? Wang Hui asked, her eyes widening in horror. And what do you mean by worse? What could be worse than dying?
"Being turned into a rampaging monster, for one," Elder Hong told her. "On my way back up north, I passed by a village beleaguered by a swarm of twisted creatures. I slew them all, thinking that they were lesser fiends. But they weren't. They were Yao, rock sprites, but they'd been changed beyond recognition. Their flesh bore traces of Moti, making them the equivalent of spawn. And they weren't the only ones I encountered during my travels. There was a pond sprite that had been turned into some kind of tentacular horror, for instance, and by the time I found it, it had already devoured enough humans to be on the cusp of attaining self-awareness and becoming a true fiend."
I've never read of anything like that happening before, Wang Hui protested, feeling her jaw drop. That's horrible. Someone's turning Yao into Tao Jie? But why?
I'm not sure. Elder Hong shook her head. I didn't think anything like that was even possible, which is why we're heading to the docks for some answers. An old friend lives there. He's the one who sent word to me about such dire tidings in the first place, and summoned me back to Mirror Cloud City.
Is he an ascendant from our sect, Elder? Wang Hui asked. That's how he sent word to you, right? With a divine art of some sort? No, wait. That can't be right. Why would someone from the Sapphire sect not be living at the estate, but at the docks instead?
His name is Ling Hu, and he's a Yao, a fox spirit, Elder Hong said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. I haven't seen him in years. I only wish our reunion were under less grim circumstances.
Yes, this all sounds very grim, Elder.
Wang Hui gulped and thought about the cerulean sword she'd stored inside her dimensional pouch.
Was that why you asked if I knew how to fight?
Yes. Elder Hong looked Wang Hui square in the eye. I would have brought along a more senior alchemist, maybe even Hao Hong himself, but Zhang Kun and the other old fools would have none of that. Someone of your rank was all they were willing to spare. I won't lie, child. You might very well find yourself fighting for your life.
I see. Wang Hui took a deep breath and clenched her jaw resolutely. I won't let you down, Elder. You said these Yao were poisoned. That's why I'm here, right? To study the poison and track down its creator?
Yes. The Yao I was forced to kill all had traces of some black, tarry oil around their mouths, Elder Hong said. It matches Ling Hu's description of the poison, but what I could retrieve was too little for the journeymen and senior alchemists at the Sapphire Estate to work with, or so they tell me. But it could just be them not wanting to take time away from their stupid elixir work.
This friend of yours, Mr. Ling, has a substantial sample of this poison oil, Wang Hui reasoned. And do you think we can figure something out from it? Why didn't you have him bring the oil to the Sapphire Estate then?
He doesn't like ascendants very much, Elder Hong chuckled. I'm an exception, and for my sake, he will consider you one as well.
Chapter 15. Fang Spawn. The docks were deserted, which wasn't surprising, considering the hour. As the carriage ground to a halt, Elder Hong hopped off, and so did Wang Hui. The driver muttered his thanks before spurring his horses back into motion. He's in a bit of a hurry, Wang Hui whispered, as the carriage turned a corner and rumbled back to the marketplace.
He feels unsettled, and for good reason, Elder Hong said. Focus your senses, child, and you'll see that something is amiss here.
The elder was right, Wang Hui realized, as she did as she was told. Wooden piers, solid and heavy, stretched down the length of the docks. The air was heavy with a stagnant and dirty river stench. Street lamps of brass and iron cast their radiance weakly against the thick darkness of the night, barely rendering the silhouettes of dipping and bobbing boats upon the water. But beneath it all was a feeling of breathless trepidation, the sense that something terrible had happened out of sight. And beneath that was a sickly sensation, like cold and dirty oil slathered over one's skin.
Mochi, Elder Hong said. There are Taotie around, and they have been here for a while. Arm yourself, child.
Fiends? Here? And for a while? Wang Hui asked, fumbling to take the cerulean sword from her dimensional pouch. But this is the middle of Mirror Cloud City. How hasn't anyone from the sects detected it? Why didn't anyone say anything?
Come,
Elder Hong said, walking away from the piers and toward a row of shop fronts running parallel to the piers. They were squat wooden buildings, with their entrances shuttered. Wang Hui had thought them simply closed due to the hour, but as she followed Elder Hong and got closer to them,
The sensation of cold oil over her skin grew stronger, which meant that fiends lurked within. She gulped nervously and drew the cerulean sword. Elder Hong came to a halt several paces away from the closest shopfront, one bearing a wooden sign above its entrance that read, "Feng's Dried Fish and Seafood," in badly scrawled characters. She cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hui. "You were wondering why there are fiends here, and why they have remained here undetected," she said. "I don't know the answer to the first, but I believe I can make an educated guess about the second. Ling Hu is a master of sorcerous illusions. He's laid down one of his illusory arrays upon this area of the docks. We stand right on one of its edges, and it spans roughly 1/20th of a league, emanating from where his own shop would be."
Sorcery. Reality-altering spells that don't depend on Xianqi or Mochi. Wang Hui recited by rote from her studies in an attempt to calm her racing nerves. Your Yao friend is a sorcerer.
"He is indeed," Elder Hong said, a grim twist tugging at her lips. "This array of his is meant to keep mortals away by filling their hearts with bewilderment and despair whenever any of them get too close."
"So that's what I've been feeling," Wang Hui said. "That sense that something is wrong, but it's not keeping me away."
"The array's effects has a limited effect on those with Xianqi in their souls," Elder Hong said. "But that's not all it does."
"It's also been keeping the fiends inside," Wang Hui reasoned. "That's why they haven't attacked people and caused a panic throughout the city. And your friend, Mr. Ling, is trapped inside his own array."
"Damn it. Ling Hu, what are you up to?" Elder Hong muttered. She clenched her jaw and extended the index and middle finger of her left hand. 6 blue glowing swords appeared above her shoulder.
"That's the Sapphire Onslaught, one of our sect's deadliest divine arts."
Wang Hui gaped at the sight. "Perhaps you should stay back, child. Return to the Sapphire Estate," Elder Hong said. "When I mentioned the possibility of you seeing battle, I didn't think it would be so soon, and under such dire and mysterious circumstances."
"No," Wang Hui gulped. "I am an ascendant and a disciple of the Sapphire Sect. It is my duty to battle Taotie wherever they might be. I will fight by your side, Elder." Elder Hong was silent for a few moments. Then she nodded.
"Perhaps that is for the best," she said. "You are a fair distance from the estate, and I don't know if there are any other fiends around beyond this array. The safest place for you now would be by my side. Very well. Taking another 2 paces ahead will see us penetrating Ling Hu's array. When we're within, stay close to me and keep your wits about you."
"Yes, Elder." Wang Hui lifted the cerulean sword into readiness, trying to recall everything she'd been taught about swordsmanship. "I'm ready." Elder Hong nodded. Then she turned back to the shop fronts and strode forward. Wang Hui followed her closely. A wave of cold air washed abruptly over her face, forcing her to blink. And when her vision cleared, she found herself standing before the same buildings. Only now, with their doors torn off their hinges and their surfaces marked with claw marks and streaks of offal and blood. A horrible stench filled her nostrils then. It reminded her of what she'd smelled when she'd found the crow-pecked corpse of a rat in one of the estate's drains, only many thousands of times worse. It was the stench of old death and decay, she realized, of rotten meat and spilled, decaying bowels. A humanoid figure shambled from one of the despoiled shopfronts. Wang Hui stifled a squeak as she saw that its skin was gray-furred, and its head was some grotesque cross between that of an oversized rodent and a canine. Its maw opened slowly as it spotted her as well, revealing rows of sharp, drool-slicked teeth. "Fang spawn," Elder Hong said matter-of-factly. The lesser fiend howled, filling the air with its fury, but its cry seemed to reverberate and echo over the night,
as if it stood in an enclosed space. Elder Hong nodded. I see. The array traps sound within too. But why?
Elder, I don't think now's the time to think about such things, Wang Hui said, pointing with her sword at the other shop fronts. More fang spawn were emerging from their darkened interiors, obviously summoned by the howl of the first. Their yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness as they flexed the filthy, knife-like claws that protruded from the grotesque extremities that served as their hands.
Stay behind me, child.
Elder Hong pointed her left hand toward the fiends as they howled and rushed at them. The sapphire swords above her shoulder darted out and sliced through the ranks of the fang spawn, turning them into chunks of meat and splatters of grayish ichor. A fresh, charnel stench filled the air as the lesser fiends fell before Elder Hong's sapphire onslaught. Wang Hui couldn't help it. She turned to the side and voided the contents of her stomach upon the street.
They're gone. Take deep breaths, child, and calm yourself,
Elder Hong said, patting her comfortingly on the back. Wang Hui retched a few more times before wiping the stinging tears from her eyes with her sleeve. She took a deep breath as she'd been told, and then nodded to Elder Hong. I'm all right. Sorry, Elder, Wang Hui said.
There's nothing to apologize for,
Elder Hong replied.
You've not had any combat training beyond the very basics, and you've never seen battle. But now you have. I expect you to hold your composure better from this moment on.
I will, Wang Hui promised. Chapter 16. Mochi.
Since we're here, you might as well experience another thing for the first time, Elder Hong said. Reach out with your senses to where the slain fang spawn lie. You should be able to feel their mochi.
Wang Hui looked at the expanse of scattered body parts and heaped viscera before the shop fronts, and felt her gorge rise again. But she steeled her resolve and pulsed a faint way of qianqi from her outer channels. Sure enough, the fiend's mochi hung over their corpses like a dark cloud, and she felt her divine core hum in response. Wang Hui knew what it wanted to do.
Absorb the mochi,
Elder Hong instructed.
Later, when you return to the estate, cultivate it into qianqi, and use that to strengthen your divine core.
Wang Hui had learned the Sapphire Sect's basic cultivation pathway several years ago. It was called the Azure Heart, but she'd never had any opportunity to use it. She evoked its initial teachings now, setting her divine core astir by swirling qianqi through it, then reaching out to the mochi, hovering over the dead fang spawn. The infernal energy responded immediately, coalescing into a shadowy thread that flowed into her being, before being locked away within her divine core. She gasped as the last of the mochi disappeared inside her. The process hadn't taken more than several moments. Wang Hui patted her chest hesitatingly, unsure if she'd absorbed the mochi in the proper fashion. Thankfully, Elder Hong was there to reassure her that she had.
Good job, Elder Hong said. Now, let's press on. Again, keep close to me and stay alert. Use your qianqi to heighten your night vision, since we'll be heading past the reach of the moonlight and the street lamps.
They were closer to the entrance of Feng's dried fish and seafood, with Wang Hui picking her way gingerly through the butchered fang spawn, and stepped through the wreckage of its front door. The shop's interior was a mess, the floor covered with spilled merchandise and upturned stools and tables. A struggle had taken place in there, and as Wang Hui cast her gaze around and saw the red-brown smears on the floors and walls, it was evident what had happened. Whoever ran or had been in the shop had been torn apart and eaten alive by the fang spawn.
Going through the back door will put us in an alleyway that leads directly to Ling Hu's shop, Elder Hong said. He sold dried herbs and pickled vegetables, as I recall. With any luck, once we sort this out, he'll keep selling them.
He's an herbalist, too? Wang Hui asked, thinking about her apothecary kit. Of course, that makes sense. That's how he figured out that whatever's poisoning the Yao is something that a divine alchemist can help with.
Very smart, child. Elder Hong smiled faintly. Wang Li isn't a fool, but I remember him as someone who prefers fighting over thinking. You seem more inclined toward the latter.
That's because I'm no good at fighting, Wang Hui said softly, adjusting her grip on the cerulean sword.
You will be,
Elder Hong said. She nodded toward the depths of the shop.
Let's go.
As they exited through the back door and stepped into the alley, Wang Hui sensed the mochi of a cluster of fang spawn before she saw them. She pivoted on her lead foot as the lesser fiends peeled themselves from the shadows layered across the alley's walls and raised the cerulean sword. The first fang spawn that closed into blade range received a cut, fueled by every ounce of qianqi Wang Hui could pour into her limbs, across its chest. The fiend howled in agony as it reeled away, fell to the floor, and began bleeding to death. The second swiped at Wang Hui's face with its claws. She leaned back frantically, feeling the fiend's razored digits pass by barely a fingernail's breadth from her cheek, before riposting with a thrust that plunged the cerulean sword's tip into its skull. The fang spawn fell limply to the floor as Wang Hui retracted her blade, but before she could redress the cerulean sword, Elder Hong sent another sapphire onslaught sweeping through the alley, killing every fiend in sight. Wang Hui gulped nervously and tried to steady her trembling hands as chunks of fang spawn thumped upon the alley's floor and ichor splattered all across its walls. Without needing Elder Hong to tell her to do so, she swiftly absorbed all the released mo-chi she could sense. Elder Hong gave her an approving smile and strode down the alley. Wang Hui did what she'd been doing all night, following the Sapphire Elder closely. They reached a shop front that seemed older, yet more well-kept than the others. The sign above its broken door read, Masterling's Herbs and Preserved Delicacies. Elder Hong grimaced at the sight.
If whoever's been doing this has hurt him,
she growled, but she didn't bother finishing her threat, choosing instead to walk through the doorway, another 6 sapphire swords materializing above her shoulder as she did so. Ling Hu's shop was in disarray as well, with shelves of herbs torn from the walls and scattered all across the floor. The charnel stench within nearly overwhelmed Wang Hui's senses, and she couldn't help but retch and blink tears from her eyes. But more troubling was the mochi hanging in the air. It was thicker and more oppressive by far than anything she'd sensed that night, enough to make her skin crawl and her knees wobble. A fiend. A true fiend was here. Perhaps even an archfiend, Wang Hui realized. The cerulean sword trembled so much in her grasp, she nearly dropped it. The pounding of her heart filled her ears, and her breaths came in shallow gasps. Whatever was inside the shop was far more powerful than the fang spawn, and it was aware of her presence.
Steel your resolve, child.
Elder Hong grabbed her by the shoulder and gave her a gentle but firm shake. Wang Hui blinked in bewilderment, but the elder's gesture had shaken her from her fugue of terror and refocused her senses. She gulped again, perhaps for the umpteenth time that night, and tightened her grip on the cerulean sword. "Yes, Elder," she said. "I'm sorry for my cowardice."
"That's not cowardice, but wisdom," Elder Hong replied. "There is a fiend in Ling Hu's basement. Its mochi isn't quite as strong as an archfiend's, but it comes close, and the damned thing knows we're here."
"That wave of mochi I felt just now, was it an infernal art?" Wang Hui asked.
"Yes, a very simple and primitive one, calling all its spawn to its side," Elder Hong confirmed. "Come, I will kill the fiend before its reinforcements arrive. That should break the resolve of the spawn and scatter them into the night."
"Should we do that, Elder?" Wang Hui asked. "Won't that make them more difficult to round up later? What What if killing the fiend also undoes Mr. Ling's array, and the spawn spread out into the city?
You are smart, child, Elder Hong said grimly. And you're willing to send your thoughts down paths dark and uncomfortable. I'd been harboring and denying the thought at the same time, that my dear friend is no longer who he once was. But your words have forced me to give that possibility its due consideration. If he has been turned into a fiend like the other Yao have, I will have no choice but to kill or capture him. His array will fade, and his spawn, if they are indeed his, will lay waste to many mortals in this city before they can be killed.
Should we inform the sect, then? Wang Hui asked. A contingent of senior brothers and sisters will definitely be able to keep the spawn from escaping.
That might be the most prudent thing to do,
Elder Hong agreed. She shook her head and turned to the shadowed depths of the shop.
But I don't think that's an option now.
Wang Hui followed her gaze and cried out in horror and surprise. There was now a humanoid silhouette standing in the doorway at the back of the shop, where the entrance to the basement would be, if Mr. Ling's shop did indeed have one. Chapter 17. The Ominous Liar.
Hello, dear Siu,
the figure said in a shaky, gurgling voice. It raised its furred, Wang Hui noticed, hand, and the small oil lantern in its grasp.
It's good to see you again. So good. I missed you so much.
Who, Xiong?
Elder Hong said, taking a step forward.
Is that you? Are you all right?
The furred humanoid whispered a word. A small spark danced from its clawed fingertip into the lantern, lighting its wick and bathing the interior of the shop in soft amber light. A man-sized fox stood before them, clad in a silk robe, crusted with dried blood, excrement, and some dark tar, the sight of which set Wang Hui's senses tingling.
Dear Siu, dear Siu,
the fox sighed and raised his head. His eyes were jet black, and a trio of ebon-hued horns protruded from the middle of his brow.
I am not Ling Hu. I am not.
Then who are you?
Elder Hong said, her voice heavy with grief and anger. 9 skeletal tails unfolded behind the fox, each of them tipped with a slimed-coated stinger. The fox put the lantern down on an upturned shelf and spread his hands. There was a mouth on each of his palms, filled with black fangs and sporting a purplish lashing tongue. The fox met Elder Hong's gaze.
I am the ominous liar,
he said, before howling and lunging forward. Wisps of dark smoke lanced from his tails toward Elder Hong. Wang Hui screamed. Elder Hong raised her hands. Discs of azure light swirled into existence. The dark smoke darting from the ominous liar's tails disappeared when they struck Elder Hong's discs. She thrust her left hand out, and a trio of sapphire swords plunged into the ominous liar's torso, hurling him back and pinning him to the wall on the far side of the room. The fiend cried out in agony. Dark ichor poured from his mouth and cascaded down his chin. More howls resounded outside the shop, and fang spawn began pouring in behind Elder Hong and Wang Hui. Wang Hui cried out in alarm and spun to confront them. But then a wave of mo-chi emanated from the ominous liar and washed over the spawn, freezing them in their tracks. Wang Hui turned back to the fiend, who had his hand raised tremblingly. The ominous liar gasped.
Quick, dear Siu,
he said.
I can't hold them much longer.
10 sapphire swords materialized above Elder Hong's shoulder. She scythed them through the ranks of the fang spawn, killing perhaps 3 dozen of them in the blink of an eye. Then she turned back to the ominous liar, ran to his side, and let the swords pinning him to the wall dissolve. Elder Hong caught the fiend in her arms and lowered him gently to the floor.
Dear Siu, dear Siu,
the ominous liar muttered.
I hunger for your flesh, and that of the girl by your side. It's a horrible feeling. So horrible.
Oh, Huziong. Oh, my friend,
Elder Hong said.
I'm so sorry.
You shouldn't be,
the fiend replied.
I killed all my friends, dear Tsiu. I killed them and ate their flesh. Then I made spawn from their remains. I couldn't help myself. And when satiety cleared my thoughts for the briefest of instants, I locked myself and my creations in. But it was too late. Too late for so many. I have to die now because I am no longer your dear Huziong, but the ominous liar.
But he still recognizes Elder Hong. His mind isn't entirely gone, Wang Hui thought. Maybe that's why he sealed this area of the docks inside his array. Part of him doesn't want his spawn to escape, while the other part, the fiend, doesn't want to reveal himself to every ascendant in Mirror Cloud City.
Who did this to you?
Elder Hong asked.
Tell me. I will avenge you.
No!
The ominous liar gasped, and another tide of ichor gushed from his mouth.
You can't. He is too powerful. He is the Infinite One. Not even you and Kwang Ao together can hope to prevail against him. Do not fight him. Stay away and be safe.
Don't be foolish, my friend.
Elder Hong forced a smile on her face.
You know neither I nor Kwang Ao can resist a fight. We will find this Infinite One, whoever he is, and end his schemes.
His schemes?
The ominous liar pawed weakly at Elder Hong's hand. His claws had been retracted into his fingertips.
Yes, you must stop those. He has concocted a substance capable of turning Yao into Tautia.
Yes, I know.
Elder Hong clutched the fiend's hand tightly in hers.
You said as much in your phantasmal letter to me. You came across some grass sprites who'd been fed this poison, and you recovered a sample from their stomachs.
I have studied it.
The ominous liar pointed toward the back of his shop with his free hand.
My notes are in my apothecary, as is a sizable remainder of the sample beneath the third floorboard from the eastern wall. The Infinite One. He forced me to eat the rest.
What is he, Mr. Ling? Wang Hui asked. Is he some kind of archfiend? The ominous liar turned to meet Wang Hui's gaze.
Your disciple asks a clever question, dear Tsiu,
the fiend said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
But I regret I cannot answer her. I don't know what the Infinite One is. I sensed Mochi from him, but also Xianqi. A rogue ascendant? An archfiend? I don't know.
That's impossible,
Elder Hong muttered under her breath. She shook her head and gestured to Wang Hui.
Child, do you have any healing herbs or pills on you? Something that can stop Ling Hu's bleeding?
Should we be doing that, Elder? Wang Hui asked doubtfully. But the ominous liar raised his hand and shook his head before Elder Hong could reply.
No, I cannot live like this. I must not live,
the fiend said.
My madness fades with my lifeblood like a nightmare dissipating beneath the light of dawn. But I know if I regain my strength, I will want nothing more than to tear your throats out with my teeth and feast upon your innards. Drink the blood of your hearts, drown in your screams.
Wang Hui shrank away from the fiend with every word, but Elder Hong remained stoically by his side.
The flesh hunger will fade in time, Elder Hong said. You know that. I will have Wang Hui concoct pills to stem it. She's a clever girl. She can figure it out. You must stay with us, dear friend. We need your help to figure this mess out and stop more Yao from becoming Tautia.
Elder, Wang Hui said hesitatingly. Are you suggesting we keep a fiend alive? But that's heresy. It's a capital offense.
We must do what is necessary, child. Elder Hong said. But I hear you. It isn't fair of me to involve you in something like this without asking, so I'll ask now. Are you with me, child? If you aren't, leave and return to the Sapphire Estate right now, and tell whoever will listen what happened tonight. If you are, help me. Help him.
Chapter 18. Divine Alchemist. A cascade of thoughts poured through Wang Hui's head, and she struggled to make sense of them. On the one hand, keeping a fiend alive was anathema, not only to the ways of the Sapphire sect, but to those of every ascendant sect she'd heard of. Elder Hong could very well be condemning herself to a summary judgment and execution by the other sect elders, and Wang Hui would join her in both disgrace and death if she tried to heal the ominous liar. On the other, if she walked away right now, the only thing that awaited her was the crucible and endless hours in the refinement chamber. She would leave behind the mystery of the substance that turned Yao into Taotia, and she would never find out who the Infinite One was, unfathomably powerful though he might be. And Elder Hong was right. If Mr. Ling, or the ominous liar, died now because Wang Hui walked away, Elder Hong would get nowhere by herself, which meant that the Infinite One would be free to continue his vile, twisted scheme. "I'll help Mr. Ling and you, Elder," Wang Hui decided. "But I don't know how to concoct the pills you mentioned."
"I know the recipe for them, and Ling Hu's shop will have the ingredients," Elder Hong said. "The pills are just very difficult to concoct, and I'm terrible at alchemy. I can only hope you aren't."
"I'm not. I'm pretty good at it." Wang Hui reached into her dimensional pouch and produced a small bottle of pills and a pellet of dried herbs. She handed them to Elder Hong. "These flesh-binding pills will stop the bleeding. The rejuvenation pellet will heal deep wounds, but I don't know if it works on fiends."
"It will. I know this for a fact,"
Elder Hong said. The ominous liar chuckled darkly at her words, as if sharing in some private jest.
I remember you using the last ones you had on Kwang Ao, just so he could have another duel with you,
the fiend said.
That was, 100 years ago?
"A bit less than that."
Elder Hong uncorked the bottle of pills.
"Please, dear friend, please stay with me. You are still you, Taotia or Yao. I'll be there to remind you of that fact every step of the way."
The ominous liar sighed and nodded.
"Very well. I can't leave you in the lurch right now, dear Tsiu."
Elder Hong tipped the bottle and poured 3 pills into the fiend's mouth. He swallowed them painfully, then did the same thing with the herbal pellet. Elder Hong pressed her palm to the ominous liar's chest and pulsed a powerful stream of Xian Qi through the fiend's outer channels and directly into his central meridians. "She's energizing the medicine and spreading it through his system," Wang Hui realized, before scrambling forward on her hands and knees and placing both her palms over Elder Hong's. "Elder, I've been practicing the Sapphire Apothecary Divine Art. I can help."
"Noticed that I'm a bit rusty with it, did you?"
Elder Hong said, arching her brow in surprise.
"Very well. Show me what you can do."
Wang Hui nodded and gasped in awe as Elder Hong handed over control of her immensely powerful Xianqi, but she focused her thoughts and got to work, pushing out threads of divine energy through the ominous liar's body and bringing the herbs he'd ingested to life. The first order of business was stopping the bleeding. Wang Hui used Elder Hong's Xianqi to disperse the contents of the flesh-binding pills and use them to stem the tide of ichor gushing from the fiend's wounds. She succeeded easily, which wasn't surprising, considering Elder Hong's power. The next task was more complex. Wang Hui broke down the rejuvenation pellet and poured torrents of Xianqi into the scattered herbs. She then molded them into replacements for the ominous liar's ruptured flesh, blood vessels, bones, and internal organs, before grafting them into place. It was a draining and complicated process, draining enough of Elder Hong's Xian Qi that she trembled and paled as Wang Hui worked. But Wang Hui finished the job before Elder Hong was spent. She grafted the final thread of flesh into place, then broke the connection between her and the ominous liar, and stepped back. "It's done, Elder," Wang Hui said. "Mr. Ling should be all right now." The fiend blinked and patted his chest, his eyes wide with surprise. But scarcely a heartbeat had passed before malevolence and hunger filled his gaze, and his fang-filled maw began to open.
"I will suck your eyes from your skull,"
he hissed.
"I will flay the skin from your face and wear it as a mask."
Elder Hong grabbed the ominous liar by the throat. Glowing azure chains swarmed from her forearm and snaked around the fiend, binding his arms to his torso and his ankles to one another. Then she jabbed the index and middle finger of her right hand between the ominous liar's eyes. Blue light flashed again. The fiend shuddered and slumped back, unconscious. Wang Hui felt something like a gust of scentless wind wash over her face, and she blinked in surprise.
"It's his illusory array,"
Elder Hong explained quickly.
"It's gone now that he's unconscious. Well done, child. That was a masterful display of the Sapphire Apothecary divine art."
We... Wang Hui took a deep breath to steady her trembling voice. "We should make his pills right away. You know, those that will help Mr. Ling with his... condition."
"We should."
Elder Hong helped Wang Hui to her feet and sighed.
"But we've got a bit of time. He should be asleep for at least 2 days."
"I see. That's good to know," Wang Hui said. She looked Elder Hong in the eye. "I suppose I won't be going back to the refinement chamber anytime soon."
"No. Didn't I tell you already? You're at my disposal for as long as I wish it. And from what I've seen tonight, I couldn't ask for a better disciple,"
Elder Hong said. "Disciple?" Wang Hui felt her jaw drop. "You're taking me as a direct disciple? But I'm not worthy, Elder Hong. I'm just a junior alchemist. I'm not even one of the Sapphire Sect's warriors."
"I saw you put some of your basic training to work just now. That was a somewhat frantic but still passable display of swordsmanship,"
Elder Hong said.
"You just need to learn a few battled divine arts, and you'll be set. Do you know any, by the way?"
Wang Hui rubbed her jaw and furrowed her brow in thought. Great-granduncle had taught her something that he'd said would help her fight better, but she wasn't even sure it was a divine art, since it didn't require any Xian Qi to use. "Mind's eye," she said. "I know mind's eye. It's when you..."
Chapter 19, Mind's Eye. "Turn your focus inward, while extending its boundaries outward, little Hui," Wang Li mumbled feverishly. "Then send your thoughts racing through every fiber of your being. Bring your awareness to your skin, your hair, the stillness of the air, or the touch of the passing breeze, but keep your consciousness centralized at the same time. You are beyond yet within, buoyed upon this very contradiction. Open your mind's eye." "Damn it, he's getting worse," Sung Sin thought, glancing at the Ascendant's pale features. Wang Li's brow was furrowed in delirious agony, and beads of sickly sweat rolled down his cheeks. He lay atop a cart, one of the serviceable few Sung Sin had managed to salvage from around the charnel pile that had been Captain Gu's troop. A pair of donkeys pulled the cart, plodding obediently onward along the path back through the deep willow forest. Sung Sin had unhitched the others and let them go their own way. Most of the stubborn beasts would end up returning to Gilded Scale City of their own accord. Some might amble into Willow Village and end up getting claimed by less than scrupulous lumbermen, but Sung Sin didn't care about that. What he cared about was keeping the Ascendant who'd offered him a lucrative job alive, at least until they arrived at Gilded Scale City, where everyone could see that he had nothing to do with Wang Li's death. Sung Sin stumbled in exhaustion as he walked alongside the cart. With the tension of battle leaching from his veins, the exhaustion of an entire night's worth of fighting had begun to set in, as had the pain of the myriad minor wounds covering his limbs and torso. Everything hurt, and everything was heavy and slow. Sung Sin wanted nothing more than to lie down and shut his eyes, but he knew that would be a bad idea. The worm spawn had scattered, presumably back to the depths of the marsh, but he wanted to cover as much distance as possible from where he'd last seen the fiends. The last thing he needed right now was to be waylaid by the flesh-eating monstrosities. Sung Sin hadn't wanted to spend too much time sifting through the heaps of gnawed limbs and chewed viscera within the ruins of the Yong Bing's defensive camp, as he was worried about some curious worm spawn coming back to scavenge whatever human flesh remained. Still, he'd managed to scrounge together a pack full of provisions and a healer's case stocked with bandages, needles, and a flask of alcohol. The food should be enough to last the two of them over the journey back, assuming Ascendants actually ate. Maybe they just absorb energy from the sun or the sky's bloody asshole or something like that, Sung Sin mused. Wang Li broke out into a fit of coughing then, and the crimson staining the bandage across his chest deepened. In accordance with the Ascendant's instructions, Sung Sin had extricated the ebon worm's stinger and doused Wang Li's wound with some mystical powder taken from his palanquin. A tentative scab had formed over the inflamed, throbbing wound, but the bleeding had begun anew, it seemed. Sung Sin retrieved the small ceramic bottle containing the powder. There was still a fair amount left. He shook his head and climbed aboard the cart, ignoring the donkey's braying protests. Crouching down beside Wang Li, Sung Sin unsheathed a small pocket knife and trimmed the bandages away. The wound looked much worse than it did 2 hours before, when Sung Sin had first dressed it. It was a circular hole in Wang Li's chest, just beneath where his heart would be, and now sickly black-green veins cobwebbed from its blackened edges. Sung Sin could only shake his head, rinse the wound with some of the alcohol, and apply another dose of the powder before he bandaged the Ascendant again. I don't think any healer in Willow Village or even Gilded Scale City can do anything for him, Sung Sin thought. Only another Ascendant can save him now. Hopefully the 2 sect siblings he mentioned have already arrived there. The brays of the donkeys had gone beyond the tenor of annoyance and into the realm of true anger by now. Sung Sin stepped off the cart and resumed pacing alongside it. He returned the hate-filled glares the beasts shot over their shoulders at him with equal vehemence. If he'd stayed any longer, he would have a donkey mutiny on his hands, and he really didn't want to get into a fist fight with the stupid brutes right now. Turn your focus, Wang Li mumbled, repeating the exact same words he'd said just before. Sung Sin listened in more closely this time, realizing that the Ascendant was caught up in some kind of fever dream, in which he reminisced about instructing his great-grandniece in the ways of the Xian. Being aware of your body, eh? Sung Sin did his best to stay alert despite his exhaustion, making sure to sweep his gaze continually across the shadowed depths of the forest on either side of the path. No worm spawn had come after them so far, but one could never be careful enough, especially when it came to fiends. Wang Li's words made sense to Sung Sin. As a Yong Bing, Sung Sin had spent most of his life training with weapons and armor, and fighting in countless battlefields. War, after all, was all he knew and all he had ever known. He was well acquainted with notions of inner focus, bodily awareness, and mental adaptability. Lacking any of that would make him a brute with a big heavy chopper instead of the accomplished swordsman he was now. Still, he'd never tried anything like what Wang Li was saying. Yong Bing were, by and large, not a very introspective lot. And though Sung Sin was hardly a typical mercenary, he still had more in common with his late battle brothers than the Ascendant slowly dying in the cart beside him. I don't have any of that divine nonsense, he thought. But what Wang Li's talking about now doesn't seem like it requires anything of the sort. It's just some kind of thinking exercise. No harm giving it a shot. And so, as the hours passed and the forest path ground on, Sung Sin pushed his mind through Wang Li's instructions. To his surprise, he didn't take very long at all to grasp the fundamentals. A hyper-awareness of his own flesh washed over Sung Sin's mind. He knew where every minor scrape and bruise on his body was. He knew the exact depths of fatigue piercing his limbs and weighing down his every step. And he knew just how much farther he could go on without collapsing. It wasn't very much at all. Sung Sin tugged on the donkey's reins from the side. They came to a halt right away, grateful for the rest. The beasts had been utterly spooked by the slaughter of their owners, and they'd gone as sleepless as Sung Sin. Sung Sin led them away from the center of the forest path, unhitched them from the cart, and lashed them to a nearby tree. He hauled out a tub of water from the cart and placed it before them. When the beasts had drunk their fill, he dropped feed bags around their muzzles and left them to their meal. Then he turned back to Wang Li. The Ascendant had fallen silent a while ago, but a brief check of his pulse told Sung Sin he was still breathing, albeit weakly. Sung Sin washed the wound and changed the bandages again before settling down to tend to his own injuries. The sun was no longer visible through the gap in the forest's canopy, and an early dusk was rapidly falling all around Sung Sin. Instead of lighting a torch so that he could see clearly enough to stitch up the deep gashes across his upper arms and chest, he decided to try attaining the state of bodily awareness he'd learned from Wang Li. Focus inward and extend outward, he recalled, bringing his mind through the steps the Ascendant had mumbled. The same sense of clarity shone within him once more. Sung Sin grinned, closed his eyes, and stitched up his wounds. He even managed to take care of the scalp cut at the back of his head, binding the edges of the wound together with small, clean, and deft stitches. When he was done, he doused a rag with alcohol and dabbed at his treated injuries, savoring the sting, which he took to mark his accomplishment at having learned a new and potentially extremely valuable skill. The mind's eye, was it? I've got to hand it to the Xian, Sung Sin thought, shaking his head. They really know how to give things impressive-sounding names. I wonder if I can turn the mind's eye outward, simply by reversing the steps. He looked up and saw that night had fallen. A few heartbeats later, he could barely see past the reach of his own arm. All he could sense of his erstwhile traveling companions were the shuffling and snorts of the donkeys and Wang Li's labored breaths. Might as well give it a shot. He shrugged as he sat down and leaned his back against one of the cart's wheels. Not like I have anything to do now anyway. Turning the mind's eye outward was far more difficult than Sung Sin had thought it would be. His thoughts wandered repeatedly during the process, causing him to break off the exercise more than once. Every time he tried to extend his heightened awareness from the boundaries of his self, it became flooded with details. The sensation of his armor biting into his flesh, the chirping of nocturnal insects, the scent of donkey flesh, the faint but still putrid stench leaking from Wang Li's wound. These details caused a cascade of thoughts and fleeting notions that threw his mind into chaos. All right, let's stop for a bit. Sung Sin took a deep breath, allowing the mounting frustration building within him to dissipate. I'm failing because there's a lot more out there to be aware of than what I have inside me. But what if I just choose which things I want my mind's eye to see outside? Movement, excluding Wang Li and the donkeys within 20 paces of where he sat. Changes in hotness or coldness that heralded the presence of another person or fiend. Scents that weren't of the forest. Sung Sin directed his mind's eye exclusively to those and muted everything else from his consciousness. It was as if a light went off in his head. He'd experienced something similar when he'd attained the inward-looking mind's eye, which meant that he'd been successful. His senses hadn't become any sharper, but attuned as they now were, they'd been rendered far more effective. A bubble of awareness emanated from him, extending to a few paces short of the 20 he'd strive for, but that was fine. Sung Sin figured that with practice, his mind's eye would not only become sharper, but also more expansive. The night passed, and Sung Sin dismissed his mind's eye with the coming of daylight and the gradual warming of the air. He opened his physical eyes, stood up, and saw that Wang Li was awake and looking at him, bemusement written all over his tormented features. "I had a dream that I was teaching little Hui the mind's eye," Wang Li murmured through fever-cracked lips. "I must have been speaking in my sleep." "Yeah, you were. I listened in on the lesson," Sung Sin said, walking over and tipping a water skin to the Ascendant's mouth. Wang Li took a few grateful gulps before pulling away and sighing. "You did more than listen. I sensed you using your mind's eye just now," Wang Li said after a few moments. "You learned one of the fundamental divine arts, despite not having a divine core yourself. True, your grasp of it is shaky and unreliable at best, but you've accomplished over the course of a day and a night what most initiates take a year to do." "It's not too different from what I learned in my own training," Sung Sin replied as he gathered the donkeys and hitched them back to the cart. "You've got to know what your body is doing if you want to swing a blade properly, right?" "Indeed. The mind's eye is one of the exceedingly few divine arts not fueled by Xian Qi, and the blade-sworn, mighty warriors without a divine core, all have some degree of skill in it. If you enter my employment, I have little doubt you would count yourself among their ranks sooner or later." "With the amount of money you'll be paying me, you can call me anything you want." Sung Sin led the donkeys in the cart back to the center of the forest path and resumed their journey. He pulled out a wheat cake and offered it to Wang Li, but the Ascendant shook his head. So Sung Sin bit into the dried, tasteless disc instead. He washed it down with a mouthful of water and turned back to Wang Li. "How are you feeling? Any better?" he asked. "No. I have sustained critical damage to one of my main meridians," the Ascendant replied. "And there is some manner of festering corruption in my wound. Only one of my sect siblings schooled in a purifying divine art can help me now." "Those two fellows you mentioned, they know how to do this?" Sung Sin took another bite out of the wheat cake and grimaced as it crumbled, dry and powdery, into his mouth. "They do," Wang Li nodded. "I have regained a mere trickle of my Xian Qi, but it is enough to sustain me and hold the corruption at bay for another 3 days. You'd better hope they've arrived at Willow Village or Gilded Scale City by then, because you'll be dead if they haven't." "I know." Wang Li grinned weakly. "The rate at which you learned mind's eye. It's more than simply due to your prior warrior training, like how you're more than a simple-minded, sword-slinging brute. My elders and I would concur in saying prodigy in the face of such mental acuity as yours, but unfortunately you are a mortal. I believe you would have been a fearsome Xian if you'd been born with a divine core, Tuskbreaker." "Yeah, but then I'd have to wear robes as ridiculous as yours, wouldn't I?" Sung Sin grunted. "Count me out. I prefer a stout cuirass any day of the week." "There are divine arts that allow you to infuse the softest silk with Xian Qi, making it more resilient than the finest forged steel while it still remains soft and soothing to the touch." "Sure, that's quite handy, but they still look ridiculous." "They do?" Wang Li cast a pained glance down his own silk-sheathed body, before laughing weakly. Sung Sin chuckled as well, but his mirth was tempered by the Ascendant's frailty and the fact that the black veins radiating from his wound had crept up his neck and along the underside of his jaw. "All right, enough talk. You better focus on your Xian Qi, or whatever it is, and stay alive," Sung Sin said. Wang Li gave him another weak nod and closed his eyes. Chapter 20. Willow Village. Another day went by. The Ascendant was unconscious by the time Sung Sin pulled the donkeys and the cart to the side of the road and hitched the beasts to a tree. He spent the night practicing his mind's eye and woke up refreshed and eager to resume the journey, despite the sting of his healing wounds and the dull aches of his bruises. Wang Li woke briefly to accept a few mouthfuls of water only to pass out again for the rest of the day. "We'll be at Willow Village by tomorrow mid-morning," Sung Sin said to the Ascendant when he opened his eyes as dusk fell. "It's a fairly big place with quite a few services, so if your sect siblings aren't there, I'll put you on a horse-drawn carriage that can get you to Gilded Scale City by late afternoon. There might be other Sien in the city who can help." "Little Hui." Wang Li touched the pendant at his neck. "What a sad child. What a sad fate to be taken from her family like that. So young, so small, so sad. I would weep if I could, but..." He's talking about his great-grandniece, but he's also talking about himself. Sung Sin poured some water over a rag and pressed it to the Ascendant's forehead. Wang Li's fever was blazing hot, and as Sung Sin watched, Wang Li started spasming and choking. A thick black fluid began oozing from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, he can't wait till morning. Sung Sin grunted and hitched the donkeys back to the cart. The beasts protested, but they hadn't really been taxed over the last few days, so they weren't too resistant to the prospect of more work. Sung Sin managed to get them going after only a few snaps at his ears and fingers by the horrid creatures. Darkness had well and truly fallen by then, and the surface of the forest path was uneven and rocky. Sung Sin turned his mind's eye outward, straining his senses to their greatest extent as he led the donkeys through the night. Hey, listen to me," he called over his shoulder as the cart's wheels creaked down the path. "Your great-grandniece's name is Hui, right? That's the character for wisdom. Yours is Li. What character is that?" "Decorum," Wang Li whispered. A cough that was more like a wet gurgle bubbled from his throat. "It's the character for decorum." "Yeah, sounds about right," Sung Sin said. "It really suits you." "Because my manners and bearing are impeccable?" Wang Li asked. "Because you're definitely prissy enough to have a name like that." Wang Li laughed weakly until another bout of wet, sickly gurgle coughs cut off his mirth. Sung Sin led the donkeys as swiftly as he dared, pushing his skill with his mind's eye to its limits. After 2 hours of fumbling through the dark, he began to hear a faint ringing sound in his ears and noticed the faint taste of iron in his mouth. "You're overreaching with your mind's eye," Wang Li gasped. "That means you're draining your mental strength far more drastically than you need to. Strain yourself like that too much, and an artery will burst in your head and we'll both be dead. Pull the reach of your mind's eye back, closer to yourself." "All right." Sung Sin took a deep breath, let it out, and did as the Ascendant instructed. His awareness of the forest path shrunk to within 5 paces around him. The mounting pressure between his temples eased off, and the ringing in his ears faded. "I think I got it." "You have," Wang Li agreed. "How remarkable it is to meet someone so talented, yet also so lacking in natural gifts at the same time." Yeah, I'd have been a great Sien if I had a divine core, but I don't, so that's that. No use discussing it anymore," Sung Sin said, pressing through the pitch-black depths of night. "Concentrate on staying alive. We're almost there." Wang Li didn't answer, and for another hour Sung Sin strove on, pulling the donkeys along and cursing at them when they tried to balk. His heart skipped a beat when he spotted the unmistakable glint of lamplight in the distance. It was Willow Village's watchtower, manned by a member of the local militia. Sung Sin opened his mouth to call out to the watchtower, warning the militiamen of his approach so he wouldn't get a crossbow bolt in the face when he emerged from the darkness. But his words died in his mouth as Wang Li began sobbing and raving behind him.
No! I'm sorry! Please, Father! Mother! Don't send me away!
The Ascendant begged.
I'm scared! Please!
Wang Li's pleas brought back to Sung Sin thoughts of Sui Fun. He clenched his jaw and shook his head, driving the memories of her face back into the darkest depths of his mind. Then, suddenly, Wang Li started screaming in agony and horror. It was unhinged, and it signaled the pure disintegration and breaking of the Ascendant. The very thought that something like this could happen to a Sien chilled Sung Sin to the core of his being, perhaps even more so than hearing a 200-year-old immortal cry for his deceased parents.
What? Who's there?
Harsh voices rang out from the watchtower. Silhouettes, bulky with the telltale contours of armor, rushed into view. Sung Sin had no choice but to continue his approach. "Hail the village! I am Sung Sin, a Yongbing. I come from the Brightfish Mouth village with news," he cried, raising his voice over Wang Li's. "Do not shoot! I have a wounded Sien with me. He needs help immediately." The militiamen came into clear view as Sung Sin moved closer to the watchtower. They were a motley lot, men of every age clad in mismatched plates of lacquered leather and ill-fitting helms. Most of them carried sharpened sticks, but 2 of them had crossbows. A portly man with a bristling mustache strode forward. It was the militia sergeant Lu Bung. Sung Sin recognized him from when the troop had passed through Willow Village. Fortunately, the sergeant recognized Sung Sin as well. His eyes widened with surprise.
Yongbing, you're back! And at this hour, too!
Lu Bung said.
Where's the rest of your troop? Where's the Great Sien?
"He's back there," Sung Sin said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder. The Ascendant was still screaming himself hoarse. He'd also begun thrashing upon the cart, drumming his heels against its wooden bed. "He's been poisoned or infected with some kind of disease by the Archfiend."
What?
Lu Bung and a few of his men rushed over to the cart. Sung Sin saw their faces pale as they looked at the Ascendant's ravaged form. The militia sergeant clasped his hands together in prayer. "Oh, goddess of mercy." "There's no time for that," Sung Sin snapped. "He needs help. Have 2 other Sien arrived? They're his sect siblings, and they're expected. As far as I know, they're the only ones who can help him."
No, I've not seen any other Sien,
Lu Bung began to say. Wang Li's screaming cut off abruptly, filling the night air with a deafening silence. He sat up, causing the militiamen to jump back in surprise, and when he spoke, he did so in a clear, strong voice. "Bring me to the village square and summon everyone there," the Ascendant demanded imperiously. "I have wisdom to impart to you lowly mortals."
But
Lu Bung looked to his subordinates for help, only to receive none.
it's the middle of the night.
"Do it!" Wang Li bellowed. Sung Sin blinked in surprise. He didn't think the Ascendant had the strength left to speak so forcefully.
At once, Great Sien,
Lu Bung cried. He turned to one of his subordinates.
"Ring the alarm bell! I'll go get the village elder!"
The militia sergeant gestured to the rest of the militiamen.
"Go! Rouse everyone and gather them at the village square! Go, quickly!" he said.
His subordinates didn't hesitate. The first of them dashed to the watchtower and climbed up its ladder. A heartbeat later, a rattling bell began to fill the night air with its discordant notes. The other militiamen ran back through the palisade around the village and split up, each of them pounding down a different street. Lu Bung bowed deeply to Wang Li, then sprinted away, presumably to the elder's house. There are at least 1,000, maybe 2 in this village, Sung Sin thought. How are they going to get everyone out to the village square at this hour? And why would Wang Li want them there? Hey, what's the plan here? Sung Sin asked the Ascendant. Don't you need help right away? Your sex siblings aren't here, so Gilded Scale City is our best bet. I can have you on a horse-drawn carriage right away, even if I have to drive it myself. Oh no, they're coming, Wang Li said. I can sense them. Their xianqi burns like beacons in the night. They are strong, so strong, and they will be here in a few hours. Oh, well, that's good news, Sung Sin said as he pulled the donkeys through the palisade's entrance and angled the cart toward where he knew Willow Village's square was. You just have to stay alive till then. About 20 minutes later, Sung Sin arrived at the village square and left the cart right in its middle, as Wang Li had instructed him to do. The Ascendant seemed strangely vitalized, though his appearance was ghastlier than ever. Black, viscous bile caked the lower half of his face and his neck. The bandage across his chest had been soaked through with the same substance. Dark veins webbed across his flesh. Hey, you sure you're all right? Sung Sin asked. A foul stench radiated from Wang Li. He proffered a water skin to the Ascendant. "You want some water?" "I've never been better, mortal," Wang Li replied, waving away the water skin. He got to his feet and stood atop the cart. The first of the villagers had begun to arrive, men, women, and children, bleary and confused after being so abruptly roused from their slumber. Lu Beng and the elder, a bald man in his early 60s named Lu Shun, walked up to Wang Li and bowed again.
"Great Xian, the common folk of Willow Village have gathered at your behest," Lu Shun said. "Please, how may we serve you this morning?"
Wang Li smiled. It was an unnerving sight. Sung Sin noticed that his eyes had turned an unnatural shade of yellow beneath the amber light of the street lamps ringing the village square. His hand shot to the hilt of his sword. But then the Ascendant doubled over, coughing and gasping. More bile poured from his mouth and throat. It splattered onto the cart's bed into hissing pools. The militia sergeant and the elder reeled back in disgust. Sung Sin drew his sword. Wang Li raised his face. Where moments ago the Ascendant's features had been cold and imperious, they were now once again lined with torment and fear. He looked Sung Sin in the eye. "What school of swordsmanship have you trained in, Tuskbreaker?" he asked, utterly ignoring the villagers. "Just the tenets of steel," Sung Sin said, referring to one of the common martial manuals distributed among Yongbing. "And then I just improvised from there. What's going on? What's happening to you?" Wang Li bent down and with a supreme effort of will took his sword and tossed it off the cart so that it clattered at Sung Sin's feet. "That blade is a cerulean sword. It carries enchantments of the Sapphire Sect," the Ascendant said. "Think you can use it?" Sung Sin picked up Wang Li's sword by its sheathed length. "A bit smaller and lighter than I like my blades to be, but I think I can manage a sword like this," he said. "Why, you giving this to me?" "Yes, it's yours now." Wang Li wrapped his arms around himself as if trying to hold something in his body from bursting out. He began trembling and shaking. "Use it, Tuskbreaker! I made a mistake. I didn't think something like this was possible, despite the Ebon Worm repeatedly proclaiming the nature of his infernal arts. Use my cerulean sword, Tuskbreaker, and save as many as you can." "What are you talking about?" Sung Sin said. "Come closer," the Ascendant whispered. Sung Sin lowered his sword and tucked Wang Li's weapon through his belt. He approached the cart. Wang Li raised his head, exposing the pendant on his neck. "Take it. Give it back to little Hui. Tell her that she is loved." "Don't be stupid. You tell her that yourself," Sung Sin snapped. "Take a deep breath, push back that poison or venom or whatever, and wait for your sect siblings to arrive. You said they'd be here soon." "Take it!" Wang Li hissed. His face crumpled into desperate agony. "Please, I beg you, Tuskbreaker." All right. I'll hold on to this for you if it makes you feel better." Sung Sin reached out and plucked the pendant from Wang Li's neck, snapping its thin black string in the process. "Damn it, I'll get you another one." Good, Wang Li gasped. His eyes flickered to Sung Sin's waist. "Now draw the cerulean sword, Tuskbreaker, and use it to cut off my head." "What? No!" Sung Sin protested. "I'm not going to do that. What are you—" Wang Li began convulsing violently, prompting cries of horror and dismay from the gathered villagers. The elder and the sergeant stepped back, their faces pale with fear. Sung Sin transferred his heavy sword to his left hand and drew the cerulean sword with his right. It weighed virtually nothing at all, but a sense of palpable power radiated from its slender length. The Ascendant stopped moving suddenly. He stood up, unfolding to his full height. His eyes were yellow. "Get back!" Sung Sin roared. "Everyone, get back! Leave! Run away as far as you can!" What's going on?" the elder babbled. He looked pleadingly to the Ascendant. "Please, great Xian, we are but humble lumber workers in Willow Village. We mean no offense.
Please tell us how we can serve you. Sung Sin leapt onto the cart and arced the cerulean sword toward Wang Li's neck. The Ascendant caught the whistling blade, pinching it between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. His fist crashed into Sung Sin's chest, caving in his breastplate, cracking several of his ribs and hurling him off the cart into a rattling tumble across the village square. Pushing away the agony, Sung Sin surged to his feet. A trickle of salty warmth rolled down the side of his mouth. He took a deep breath in readiness to repeat his warning.
You asked how you can serve me, mortal.
The thing that had once been Wang Li said to the groveling elder.
Let me show you how.
Wang Li's body fell apart in a shower of blood and tattered flesh. The ebon worm emerged. Chapter 21. Rebirth. Serpents swarmed from the ebon worm's skull, radiating from the archfiend like a halo of scaled lashes as they sped into the midst of the surrounding villagers. Dozens of them, Lu Bang and Lu Shan included, died in the blink of an eye, their bodies ripped to shreds by reptilian streaks or disintegrating beneath the flash of venomous fangs. Sung Sin managed to block the snakehead darting toward him with the flat of his own two-handed sword. The impact shattered the heavy blade, punched through his shoulder guard, and ripped it from his cuirass before spinning him face first into the ground once more. He pushed himself to his hands and knees, only to feel something wet and soft inside him burst. A cough ripped from his lips, splattering blood across the dirt beneath his face. Screams of agonized horror and cries of "Tao Tia" rose into the air. The crowd that had gathered in the village square began to flee, trampling the weak and the young among them in the process. Sung Sin groaned as he watched a small child perish, stomped into extinction by his kin. An elderly woman lay in a puddle of her own blood, her torso caved in with multiple footprints. The serpents that had drawn first blood detached entirely from the ebon worm's skull and slid away in pursuit of the fleeing villagers. Fresh screams arose, signaling the success of their chase. Sung Sin clenched his jaw and forced himself to his feet. His sword was useless, retaining scarcely a 10th handspan of its blade. He tossed it away and tightened his grip on Wang Li's cerulean sword.
Oh, you're still alive, Yong Bing,
the ebon worm rumbled.
I must be weaker than I thought. Either that, or you truly are an exceptional being, despite being a mortal. But then you would have to have lived through everything so far.
Weaker? Sung Sin furrowed his brow in thought. The archfiend was rambling on arrogantly again instead of finishing Sung Sin off. But what it said did make sense. Wang Li would have been too weak or hurt to absorb the ebon worm's mo-chi back at Brightfish Mouth Village, which meant that the bulk of the archfiend's power, if it hadn't dissipated or scattered already, was still somewhere there instead of here. Anything the ebon worm possessed now would be built upon whatever it had managed to infect Wang Li with, so the archfiend had to be weaker than it had been at Brightfish Mouth Village. Not that it made much of a difference to Sung Sin. Even if the ebon worm had lost 9/10 of its strength, he still wasn't its match. Or was he? He had the mind's eye now, and he had an enchanted sword. Sung Sin opened his mind's eye and turned its regard both inward and outward at the same time. His increased awareness of his cracked ribs and internal bleeding filled him with horror, but he buried it beneath the stark clarity and the sense of heightened focus that suffused his consciousness. Panic and indecision bled away. Ironclad resolve took its place. Sung Sin raised the cerulean sword and charged, closing the distance between him and the ebon worm in the space of a heartbeat. He leapt high and lashed out at the archfiend's neck. The ebon worm blocked the blade with a single raised claw from its left hand. Undeterred, Sung Sin landed and thrust at the archfiend's heart. It flicked aside the cerulean sword with another claw. Sung Sin growled, pushing past the agony of his wounds, and unleashed a flurry of blows.
The ebon worm thwarted them all with contemptuous ease before casually backhanding him. Sung Sin felt his left shoulder break beneath the impact. This time the agony and despair were too much for the mind's eye to overcome. He cried out in pain and slammed into the dirt at the ebon worm's feet.
Your movements are much sharper than they were before, the archfiend mused. How did you improve your swordplay by so much in the span of a few days? No matter. Writhe there, mortal, while I tend to something important.
The ebon worm held a small white gold sphere in its right hand. It was barely the size of Sung Sin's thumbnail. Horror mounted within him as he realized what it was. Wang Li's divine core. He gasped as the ebon worm cracked the sphere between two of its claws, causing it to dissipate into a shimmering golden mist, which it then inhaled into its nose slits.
I feel such fear and terror radiating from you, mortal,
the archfiend said, a grin spreading across its face.
It is delicious indeed. I know what I'll do with you now. Consider it your punishment for destroying my previous physical incarnation. Rest assured it is a far more horrific fate than what will befall every human being in this wretched settlement.
Sung Sin could still hear the screams filling the night air as the ebon worm's serpents slaughtered their way through the village. Stifling a gasp of agony, he rose to his feet once more, the cerulean sword still clenched in his right fist. He intended to fight on, forcing the archfiend to kill him. That way, perhaps he could spare himself the fate the ebon worm had promised. The archfiend snorted in contempt and backhanded him off his feet again. Sung Sin felt bones break in his face this time. As he coughed and shuddered in the dirt, he realized his left eye no longer saw anything. And this time, a cry of pain and despair escaped his lips. The ebon worm had walked a short distance away to stand over the mangled remains of Lu Shun and Lu Beng. As Sung Sin watched, a scale-sheathed tail emerged from the archfiend's rear. It was at least 20 handspans long and tipped with a barbed stinger from which a glowing green fluid dripped. The ebon worm jabbed its stinger into the corpses, then moved away to repeat the process with the other slain villagers around the square.
What is it doing?
Sung Sin began to wonder, only to have his question answered as the remains of the sergeant and the elder writhed and shuddered before bursting apart in a shower of gray ash. He cried out in dismay at what was left behind. 6 worm spawn, their yellow eyes blinking groggily. The fiend's confusion didn't last long, however. Their gazes fell upon Sung Sin, and they advanced upon him. He yelped in horror and tried to raise his sword, but the fiend simply grabbed him and hauled him to his feet. The cerulean sword fell from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The village square was now filled with newborn worm spawn. The ebon worm cackled and gave them a dismissive wave. The lesser fiends shambled off into the village, seeking the human flesh they craved so much.
Bring him closer,
the archfiend instructed the fiends holding Sung Sin upright. They hissed in compliance and dragged him to stand before the ebon worm. He clenched his jaw and looked the archfiend right in the eye. If he were going to die and be subject to eternal torment, he'd at least do so facing his doom head-on.
I planted a vessel of transference within the Ascendant's flesh, and it began doing its work the moment you slew my physical body, mortal, the ebon worm said. First, it drew my soul into its depths, preventing it from being drawn into oblivion. Then, over the course of 3 days, it constructed an infernal core next to his divine core, while repurposing his flesh as an incubator for mine.
I don't even know what an incubator is. Sung Sin spat a mouthful of blood at the ebon worm's feet. Why are you telling me this? Kill me or eat me if you're going to. Get it over with, you ugly bastard.
An incubator is...
The ebon worm frowned in obvious exasperation.
By the infernal lords! You truly are an uneducated simpleton, aren't you? No matter. You saw for yourself what happened to the Ascendant. I just wanted to make sure you have a full understanding of what is about to happen to you.
No. Sung Sin's eyes widened in horror as the ebon worm opened its mouth and extended its stinger-tipped tongue. Before he could say anything else, the archfiend punched its tongue into his torso, its stinger easily cutting through his cuirass and his breastbone before sinking deep into his flesh. Agony coursed through Sung Sin's body, and he couldn't stop a shriek of pain and fear from pushing past his lips. He went into convulsions as the ebon worm retracted its stinger from his body.
Congratulations, mortal! You have been chosen as the next catalyst of my contingent rebirth,
the archfiend said.
My spawn will not devour you. Instead, they will bring you to my stronghold, where they will prolong both your life and your suffering beyond mortal limits.
Why? Sung Sin coughed. Blood and black bile splattered from his lips and across the dirt at his feet.
Why are you revealing everything you want to do?
Do you like the sound of your own voice that much? Or are you just a moron, like Wang Li said?
I pride myself on being utterly open about my affairs, mortal.
The ebon worm grinned and patted itself on its scaled chest.
Deceit and deception are for lesser beings such as your kind. And before you claim that I tricked the Ascendant, keep in mind that I tried to warn him multiple times of my capabilities, only for him to insist on their impossibility. But perhaps he deserves little blame for that. After all, my genius is unprecedented. Never before has a fiend been able to develop an infernal art that permits the absorption of Xian Qi.
Shut up, shit for brains! Sung Sin spat a mouthful of blood and bile at the archfiend. But the glob of tarry crimson fell far short of its mark. The ebon worm roared with laughter.
Trying to provoke me into killing you is futile, mortal, it said. Your suffering will know no bounds. But let me complete the circle of your despair. The Ascendant was hoping that his sect siblings would be able to heal him. His hopes were futile. My vessel of transference, once implanted, subsumes completely its host's flesh and soul. Nothing short of the utter annihilation of its host can bring about its destruction.
Yeah, well, I took a dump on your mother's throat last night, Sung Sin retorted, not knowing what else to say. How about that? The ebon worm snickered. It gave a dismissive wave to the worm spawn holding on to Sung Sin and walked away. The lesser fiends hissed and tightened their grip on his arms and shoulders. They turned him around to face the way he'd come and began marching him toward the avenue that would take him out of the village and back into the forest. Chapter 22. Sapphire. Sung Sin struggled against his captors, but his efforts were futile. His limbs felt feeble and heavy, and a horrific fever had begun to build within him, its heat already scratching at his throat and temples. He grasped frantically for his mind's eye, though he wasn't sure how that would help him now. To his surprise, he succeeded, entering the state of heightened awareness that told him exactly how badly hurt he was, and of the corruption coursing through his body. He tried to break free again, only to have the worm spawn hiss in irritation and tighten their already painful grip on him even further. Sung Sin spat a stream of obscenities under his breath. He might as well have been a toddler struggling against a trained warrior in his prime. But the outward focus of his mind's eye also drew his attention to a strange fact. The screams that had permeated the now burning village had stopped. Sung Sin knew it couldn't be that the worm spawn and the ebon worm's serpents had completed their massacre. Too many people lived here to be killed entirely in so short a time.
Wait,
the ebon worm called. Its spawn halted in their tracks. The archfiend had sensed that something strange had happened, or was happening, as well. It began muttering to itself, in a voice loud enough for Sung Sin to hear its words from across the village square.
That can't be right. They can't have arrived yet. They were too far away last I checked.
They? Sung Sin felt hope flare briefly in his fractured chest, as he realized what the Archfiend was referring to. Wang Li's sect siblings had arrived in Willow Village, and they'd stopped the total annihilation of its inhabitants. The worm spawn holding on to him seemed to sense their creator's confusion, and for the briefest of moments, their attention and their grip on Sung Sin lapsed. That was all that he needed. A sharp shrug of his right shoulder and roll of his right wrist, desperately fueled by the last reserves of his strength, tore his arm free from the worm spawn claws. Before the fiends could react, he reached over his left shoulder and clawed at the eyes of the other fiend holding him. It yelped in surprise and loosened its grip even further, allowing Sung Sin to tear himself completely free from his captors. With a prayer to the unmoving Lord and the Goddess of Mercy in his heart, he then dashed to where the cerulean sword lay, dived for its hilt, and snatched the blade up. Sung Sin tucked his battered body into a roll and used the last of his momentum to surge to his feet, just as the worm spawn caught up with him. He rammed the enchanted blade through the face of the fiend holding onto his broken left shoulder, tore the sword free, and pivoted on his right leg. A backhand blow beheaded the worm spawn that had been holding his weapon arm. The remaining 4 fiends rounded on him instantly, hissing and bringing their claws to bear. But there was an unmistakable hesitation in their movements. None of them wanted to kill Sung Sin and ruin their creator's plans for his torment, after all. Sung Sin held no such qualms. The cerulean sword flicked out, opening a worm spawn's throat before dipping into a diagonal stroke that hacked another fiend in half from collar to hip. He jabbed the enchanted weapon into a third worm spawn's heart before splitting the skull of the last with a mighty overhand cut. Roaring in rage and pain, he then charged at the ebon worm. The archfiend sneered and caught the cerulean sword between the claws of its left hand.
"Your persistence is remarkable, if nothing else," it said. "But why do you struggle so, mortal? Even if you do manage to kill me, you'll only bring about your own demise. Why not give in to your despair and resign yourself to your torment? Succoring higher beings such as myself with your suffering is the most your feeble species can aspire to anyway."
A desperate yell escaped Sung Sin's lips as he tried to push the cerulean sword past the ebon worm's grip. It was useless. The archfiend flexed the claws of its right hand.
"Or is this another desperate attempt of yours to die? Fine then. I will remove your limbs," it said. "Maybe when you are little more than a mewling, helpless lump of flesh, you will finally accept your fate." "You are the stupidest, most self-absorbed bastard I've ever met!" Sung Sin gasped. "Wang Li said you were worth less than worm spawn shit. I agree, mostly because a heap of it lying around is smarter than you." "Your puerile and banal insults mean nothing."
The ebon worm chuckled and drew back its claws in readiness for a dismembering sweep.
"I am tempted to remove your tongue as well, but I want to hear you plead for mercy and articulate your agony."
Sung Sin spotted movement past the archfiend's considerable bulk then. If it weren't for his mind's eye, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. What he saw made him grin.
"What is it, mortal?"
the ebon worm demanded.
"Has your mind finally broken? A shame if it has. I wanted you to be fully cognizant of your torment when you—"
"All that time you spent gloating and toying with me, yeah?" Sung Sin said. "You could have used it to run. I can't believe Wang Li got killed by a moron like you." The ebon worm's eyes narrowed into glowing yellow slits. It twisted the cerulean sword out of Sung Sin's grasp, seized him by the scruff of his neck, and lifted him off his feet. The archfiend then spun on its heel and thrust Sung Sin out before it, positioning him as a human shield against the slender, pale-robed figure at the other end of the village square.
"Keep your distance,"
the ebon worm snarled,
"or this mortal dies."
"It matters not if he does,"
the newly arrived descendant said. She had the face of a young woman with a flawless complexion, But Sung Sin knew she could very well be hundreds of years old like Wang Li had been. A flowing silken ribbon held her waist-long dark hair from her face. She held a sword in her right hand. A dozen blades of azure light hovered above her shoulder.
You are careless with your words, Archfiend,
The Ascendant continued.
I know this mortal's flesh is tainted the way Senior Brother Wang Li's was. Death is his only respite.
The ebon worm snarled. Then it dropped Sung Sin and dashed away in the opposite direction, only to skid to a halt. There was another Ascendant in its way, a tall man wearing robes similar to Wang Li's. He, too, had a sword in one hand and an array of azure blades framing his silhouette. Before the Archfiend could react, the male Ascendant thrust his left hand forward, index and middle finger extended. A dozen spectral swords sliced into the ebon worm, some of them cleaving its limbs from its torso, while others punched fist-sized holes through its chest and abdomen, trailing greenish-black viscera in their wake. The Archfiend shrieked and lashed out with its tongue again. The female Ascendant transfixed the appendage with a barrage of her own azure swords. She swung her left hand out, and her glowing blades dispersed in every direction, shredding the Archfiend's tongue into tatters of putrid meat. The ebon worm fell into a bloody pile upon the dirt. Sung Sin forced himself up onto his right elbow to witness its demise. The Archfiend had time for a last bellow of rage before the two Ascendants rained their azure swords onto it, reducing it to stinking carrion. "Serves you right, you bastard," Sung Sin thought as he climbed to his knees. He looked up at the Ascendants as they approached. "Took you long enough," he said to them, giving pointed looks first to the man, then to the woman. "Maybe if you'd spent less time oiling that mustache of yours or matching those earrings, your buddy Wang Li would still be alive."
"Silence, mortal worm," the man spat.
He leveled his sword at Sung Sin's face.
"I should skin you alive for your insolence instead of simply putting you out of your misery."
Wait, Junior Brother Young Tu,
the woman said, placing a hand on her colleague's shoulder.
This mortal was present during Senior Brother Wang Li's final moments. I want to hear about them first. This way, we will have something to tell Elder Zhong about this disaster.
"He was brave," Sung Sin volunteered. "Wang Li had guts. More than most people I know, I think. Sure, he made a few mistakes here and there. And he could have been more careful, but he fought as hard as he could, and then he died. Also, the damned Archfiend broke his divine core and sucked out his Qian Qi. Poor bastard. I hope your unmoving lord treats him well in the afterlife. There, that's what you can say to your elder."
My name is Lin Hua, mortal, and I thank you for your testimonial.
The woman Ascendant nodded gratefully.
You said the Archfiend absorbed our Senior Brother Wang Li's Qian Qi? Are you sure?
"That's impossible," Young Tu spat. "This worm is lying. Let's see if he can spout more deceit after I cut his throat."
What reason would he have to mislead us?
Lin Hua said.
His life is at its end. He gains nothing from deceiving us. You are aggrieved at Senior Brother's death, but you cannot let your emotions seize control of your words and actions. Doing so is unbecoming of a Xian.
Yang Tu clenched his jaw. A vein pulsed visibly on his forehead. Eventually, he nodded and lowered his sword. "You stopped the worm spawn and that bastard snakes, right?" Sung Sin asked Lin Hua. "Everyone in the village is safe?"
We have exterminated the fiends,
she confirmed.
No further lives in this village will be lost to their depredations tonight.
Great. Sung Sin coughed. More blood and bile leaked between his lips. The mind's eye had fled his grasp a long time ago. He tried to collect his thoughts through the fever raging in his veins and pounding at his temples. How are the two of you here so quickly? Just before he killed Wang Li, the snake bastard claimed that he sensed you were still several hours away.
We were still close enough to sense Senior Brother Wang Li's torment and the disintegration of his spirit,
Lin Hua said.
Alarmed and bewildered, we set off from where we'd camped for the night right away. I am a master of a divine art called Sapphire Stride, which allows me to cover great distances in the blink of an eye at the expense of immense amounts of Qian Qi. We arrived to a vista of carnage, and horror, and we set to our sacred task immediately, exterminating every fiend we could find. While that was happening, I also used the divine art called Sapphire Scry to ascertain the location of the archfiend. That is how I overheard what it had to say.
Sapphire Scry allows you to see and hear things from far away? Sung Sin asked.
Indeed, mortal.
Lin Hua nodded.
Why are you divulging our secrets to this worm, senior sister?
Yong Tu demanded. Our work here is done. Let's kill him, retrieve what we can of Senior Brother's remains, and be on our way.
He fought valiantly against an archfiend, and he bore witness to Senior Brother's final moments,
Lin Hua said.
Besides, he is not just any mortal. Didn't you sense him using Mind's Eye? I believe he was particularly favored by Senior Brother, who might have wanted to induct him as a Bladesworn. A shame none of this will come to pass.
A damned shame it is, Sung Sin agreed. He nodded at the charnel heap that had been the archfiend. Anyway, going by what that bastard was saying, it's going to do to me what it did to Wang Li. I'd rather not suffer for 3 days and then die horribly. So if you don't mind, why don't you just get it over with and put me out of my misery, like that pompous mustached asshole said.
You...
Yong Tu raised his sword.
A moment.
Lin Hua interjected.
The archfiend claimed that its vessel of transference is inextricable from its host. We don't know that's necessarily true. We also don't know if it did indeed have the ability to absorb a slain ascendant's Xianqi. All this merits further investigation, none of which will prove to be very fruitful if we extinguish our only lead right now.
She nodded down at Sung Sin. An incredulous expression spread over Yong Tu's face.
You can't be serious, senior sister,
he snapped.
Are you suggesting we take him with us? The ebon worm might awaken in his flesh at any moment.
If it does, we will subdue and capture it,
Lin Hua said.
We can then present it to Elder Zhang, so that he might look further into this curious matter.
So that he doesn't ask too many questions about why the two of you were so late, you mean? Sung Sin thought. It was clear that Lin Hua's apparent offer to spare his life stemmed neither from compassion nor even from an actual sense of duty. The Ascendant wasn't as concerned with investigating the Ebon Worm's abilities as she was with presenting her sect elder with a palpable explanation for this debacle. She reminded Sung Sin of the numerous conniving and corrupt imperial officials that had made his life a living hell for the last few years, and driven him to the fringes of civilization. In comparison, Yong Tu, belligerent moron though he might be, seemed to be truer to his sacred calling as an Ascendant. I'm not letting this evil bitch toy with me. He inched his hand closer to his belt knife. A quick thrust into his neck, followed by a twist of the blade, would seal his fate. He doubted the Ascendants knew any divine arts that would prevent him from bleeding to death in the span of a heartbeat. But then he heard a voice in the back of his head.
I have a better idea,
the Ebon Worm said. Chapter 23. Possession.
Come now,
the Archfiend drawled from the depths of Sung Sin's consciousness.
Surely you must have expected this. You saw for yourself what happened to that Ascendant.
But that took days, Sung Sin thought frantically, as Yong Tu and Lin Hua argued over his fate. It hasn't even been a few minutes.
Oh no, my soul coalesced within the vessel of transference the moment my physical incarnation perished.
The Ebon Worm cackled. Its presence took the form of a dark shadow hovering at the edges of his vision.
I am within you now, mortal, and your flesh is mine.
Then why didn't you burst out from Wang Li right away, back in Brightfish Mouth Village? Sung Sin demanded. You wouldn't have been caught by two of his sect siblings if you'd done that.
The full process of my emergence takes several days to unfold,
the Archfiend explained in his typical loquacious fashion.
If I'd seized his flesh then and there, it would have only been as a partial possession, and it'd have taken me years, decades perhaps, before I'd have been able to warp it to my desired semblance. I'd also have to fight off the remnants of his consciousness and prevent it from seizing control throughout the entire process, too. I didn't want to bother with that, which is why I waited. Unfortunately, it seems that I will be unable to escape such a tiresome and laborious task with you, after all.
You don't mean... Dread coursed through Sung Sin's heart. No. Oh, no.
Oh, yes,
the ebon worm laughed. Sung Sin called upon the mind's eye just as he felt himself lose control of his right arm. He looked down at his limb and saw, to his horror, black scales emerging across his skin.
I sense Mochi! Watch out, Senior Sister!
Young Tu roared, snapping his gaze back to Sung Sin. He leapt back, pulling Lin Hua away with him. She shrugged off his hand from her shoulder brusquely and raised her blade.
It is weak and feeble,
Lin Hua said.
Ready your sapphire chain's divine art, junior brother. We will bind the ebon worm.
Sung Sin's right hand rose of its own accord and pointed its finger at the ebon worm's remains, which were a mere 4 or 5 paces away from where the ascendants, having backed away so hastily from him, now stood. A streak of black light danced from the tip of his now clawed index finger and struck the charnel pile. Yang Tu and Lin Hua snapped their gazes to the archfiend's corpse. Then they hurled themselves in opposite directions, moving faster than Sung Sin's eyes could follow. An instant later, the pile of chopped fiend flesh exploded in a shower of ichor and splintering bone, blasting a crater into the dirt and hurling clouds of billowing dust into the air. But Sung Sin was already moving, dashing into the village on legs that didn't heed his will. He slipped into the alley between 2 wooden houses, cut into a side street, and dashed for its southern gate where the deep willow forest lay. The ebon worm pushed Sung Sin deftly from shadow to shadow along the way. Overhead he could see 2 glowing humanoid silhouettes against the night sky leaping from rooftop to rooftop. The ascendants obviously searching for him. Sung Sin tried to call out to them, but the ebon worm locked his jaw tight, preventing him from uttering a single sound.
Oh, come now,
it whispered into his mind, every one of its words scalding his consciousness.
Let's not ruin our fun and make things too easy for them.
As the archfiend rode Sung Sin's body through the village, he saw the aftermath of the fiend's attack. Half-eaten human bodies were strewn everywhere, in the dirt streets, against the side of wooden buildings, and draped across ditches. Some of the corpses were being mourned over by survivors. Most of them sat unattended, stiffening beneath the night. Wails and moans of grief and pain suffused the air. The ebon worm brought Sung Sin to a halt next to a house and stowed his flesh within a cluster of shadows. A strange tightening sensation washed across his chest, as if his heart were being compressed. With his mind's eye, Sung Sin could easily tell that it was the ebon worm's doing.
Ah, how peculiar, the archfiend said. You can actually perceive my immaterial manipulations. I have devoured countless mortals, but I never did think any of them would be capable of such a feat.
What are you doing? Sung Sin demanded, trying to break free from the prison of his own body.
Just suppressing my mochi so that those 2 fools can't sense us, the ebon worm replied.
It raised Sung Sin's head and directed its gaze to where 3 of the village's larger streets met at a junction. The partially eaten remains of about half a dozen youths lay there, while some villagers, presumably their parents, wailed over them. 5 worm-spawn corpses were scattered around the junction as well. Judging by the cauterized fist-sized holes riddling their violet flesh, they'd obviously been slain by Yang Tu and Lin Hua.
You bastard, you did this! I'll kill you! You filthy fiends, I'll kill all of you!
Sung Sin raged helplessly.
Hush now. Your flesh and mind are new and unwieldy to me. Distract me from my mochi suppression and we'll both be dead.
Before Sung Sin could respond, the 2 ascendants descended to the junction. Yang Tu was seething. He swept his gaze back and forth, but he didn't detect his quarry.
Where did he go?
Yang Tu growled.
I sensed mochi here a moment ago, but it's gone now.
The Archfiend has been greatly weakened by its rebirth,
Lin Hua said.
You felt it yourself. This mochi is wan and minuscule, not much more than a lesser fiend's. Focus your senses, junior brother. It will not escape us.
Oh, yes, we will.
The ebon worm cackled. Sung Sin tried to take control of his voice again, and he imagined he almost succeeded, only to have the Archfiend tighten its grip on his flesh.
Ha! You nearly got it a moment ago,
it said, its mental voice tinged with genuine surprise.
I'm going to have to be more vigilant, it seems. You are particularly strong-willed for a mortal. No, I've devoured ascendants with less steel in their minds than yours. Sung Sin, was it? You have officially impressed me. I will remember your name long after your soul has been ground into oblivion by the abyssal vortex. Shut up!
Sung Sin reached out once more, straining against his confines. The ebon worm brushed off his efforts distractedly as it looked through his eyes at the ascendants. Yongtu and Lin Hua were still at the junction. Most of the villagers there had fallen silent and were gazing upon the ascendants with fear and awe in their eyes. One of them, a homely young woman, continued wailing over a disemboweled child.
Little May! Little May!
The woman cried, cradling the grisly remains in her arms.
Please wake up! Don't scare Mama like this, please wake up!
Yes. The grief of a parent over its slain offspring is ever so exquisite, the ebon worm whispered. I thought I'd left such simple and whimsical pleasures behind a long time ago in search of more sublime truths. Evidently, I thought wrong.
Looking through his mind's eye, Sung Sin responded with a surge of pure rage and hate, devoid of any articulate thoughts. He spiked it into the shadowy cloud surrounding his vision that he recognized as the Archfiend's consciousness. To his astonishment, the cloud recoiled, as if in pain, and for the briefest of moments, Sung Sin regained control of his body, warped and twisted though it was. But the ebon worm snatched his freedom away in the blink of an eye and shoved his consciousness away from his flesh.
By the infernal lords! You actually succeeded in disrupting my grasp over your body!
It cried in wonder.
Wang Li, the ascendant you accompanied, only managed to accomplish the same feat by condensing and burning out his life force. Well done, mortal, well done!
It's revealing too much again, Sung Sin realized, keeping his thoughts to himself. Now I know I can push him back, at least for a bit. I'll do better next time.
What was that?
Yongtu snapped, his gaze drifting to the general vicinity where Sung Sin lurked. I sensed a trickle of mochi just now, but it's no longer there.
I sensed it as well.
Lin Hua frowned.
The Archfiend is actively suppressing its mochi. This makes our task more difficult.
It would be easier if not for these distracting pests, Yongtu bellowed at the wailing mother. The Ascendant must have used some kind of divine art, as a visible shockwave of rippling air accompanied the words that rolled from his lips. The shockwave bowled the young woman over and knocked the mangled corpse of her daughter from her arms. The other villagers cried out in fear. Some of them scurried over to the fallen woman to help her up, but she brushed them away and picked up the dead youth's remains before resuming her wailing.
Silence!
Yongtu demanded.
Silence, mortal worm!
Several villagers tried hushing the grieving mother, but she wouldn't heed them, wouldn't stop crying over her slain child. Sung Sin saw the vein pulsing in Yongtu's temple again. The Ascendant raised his sword.
No!
Sung Sin cried out, but his words died voicelessly in the void beyond his consciousness. Yongtu turned into a blur of motion. His sword danced and wove, and then he was standing beside Lin Hua once more, his blade bloodied. All the villagers there collapsed, their heads rolling free from their shoulders. A deathly silence fell over the junction.
That was most unbecoming, junior brother,
Lin Hua said, shaking her head disapprovingly.
You sullied your weapon and your training by using them on lowly mortals.
Yongtu took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Yes, you are right, senior sister. I will do better, I must.
Indeed.
Lin Hua leapt onto the roof of a nearby house and gestured for young Tu to follow.
Come. If the mochi you sensed is no longer here, neither must be the archfiend. Let us widen the net of our pursuit.
Yes, senior sister, young Tu said as he followed her. The two ascendants hopped over a storehouse and disappeared from sight.
You are stricken with horror, mortal, the ebon worm said. Looking through your memories, I see that you have witnessed ascendants slaughtering your kind before, and you have never been so affected. Why are you so shaken now?
Because I might have caused them to kill the villagers, Sung Sin thought before he pushed the notion away and replaced his shock with smoldering rage and steely resolve. No, it's not my fault. Whatever I did or did not do, young Tu was the one who killed helpless, defenseless innocents, while Lin Hua stood by and watched. Great sea on my ass. These two bastards need to be crushed.
That's the spirit, mortal,
the ebon worm chortled.
For once, we seem to be in utter agreement. I can see we'll get along very nicely indeed.
Do you ever stop talking? Sung Sin groaned mentally. His anger turned to horrified surprise a moment later, as the Archfiend's earlier words fully sank in. Wait, you can look through my memories?
Oh, yes. I'm rarely so curious about a mortal, but you've proven to be a fairly exceptional one, I must say, the ebon worm replied. What a storied life you've led, Sung Sin. So much blood and death, with rare moments of joy and tenderness.
It then uttered a single name that filled Sung Sin's consciousness with ice.
Swear Fun,
it said.
Ah yes, a most delectable little morsel. I know where to find her now, mortal. Perhaps one day, when I have some time to spare, I will feast upon her heart while wearing your face.
The ebon worm then broke out into laughter that echoed painfully across the depths of Sung Sin's mind.
You bastard! Don't say her name!
Sung Sin raged.
Don't think it! Stay away from her! You're in no position to be making any demands of me, Sung Sin, the Archfiend said. But I hardly need to remind you of that now, do I?
Pealing with laughter, the ebon worm took Sung Sin's body and drove it toward the next patch of darkness. Chapter 24. Doom. They slipped away from the Ascendants before leaving the village and plunging back into the depths of the deep willow forest. Sung Sin wasn't surprised. Young Tu and Lin Hua, for all their power and arrogance, were dim-witted fools. They were even more stupid than the ebon worm, who babbled endlessly about his schemes and showered Sung Sin with endless taunts and insults. There was an infernal core now in his body, he learned, much to his horror. But it was still barely formed and contained scant amounts of mo-chi, most of which the ebon worm had used to patch up and transform his battered flesh. Thanks to his mind's eye, he felt it pulsing next to his heart, sending tendrils of mo-chi coursing through his entire body like burning poison. With every step he took at the Archfiend's behest, he felt his body growing stronger, but also more foreign and terrifying. His shattered left shoulder shrugged back into wholeness, but now the joint was sheathed in an inky black coating that was harder than steel, yet weighed nothing at all. The same transformation was occurring throughout his entire skeleton, he quickly realized, rendering his bones nigh unbreakable. Just as he stepped into the midst of the deep willow forest's labyrinthine trees, he felt many small, hard things fall free from his mouth and dribble down his chin. They were his teeth, Sung Sin realized, and fangs had sprouted from his gums to replace them. Dark scales now covered the entirety of his skin, and the stub of a serpentine tail had sprouted from his rear. Sung Sin reeled in despair at the desecration of his flesh, but with the mind's eye, he was able to clearly perceive the traversal paths and energy permutations that the ebon worm's mo-chi used to transform his body. They were complex and bewildering, but Sung Sin committed them to memory as best he could. He'd learned a divine art form from Wang Li simply by listening to the Ascendant's fever dreams. There was no reason he couldn't learn an infernal art form from the Ebon Worm when the fool was providing him with a full-on demonstration. Young Tu's massacre of the villagers stuck with him, and he knew that if he somehow survived this ordeal and seized back control of his body from the Ebon Worm, he would undoubtedly come into conflict with Ascendants. And if divine arts were the bane of fiends, it stood to reason that infernal arts were the nemeses of the Xian too. Sung Sin resolved to bide his time, curb his horror, and absorb every last bit of knowledge the Ebon Worm unwittingly offered up to him. Using Sung Sin's newly formed claws, the Archfiend tunneled deep beneath the surface of the forest's floor at dawn. Under dozens of handspans of loam, it reached out to what Sung Sin could only describe as a sliver of gold white, and it began to chip away at the substance with minute tendrils of mochi. "That's Wang Li's Qianqi. The snake bastard is eating it," Sung Sin surmised, waves of horror and disgust rolling over his consciousness. Much of the Ascendant's divine energy must have been lost when the Ebon Worm transferred its soul to Sung Sin's body, but the Archfiend had evidently managed to bring along a scant amount of Qianqi with it. Sung Sin raged inwardly. Wang Li had been a cold and aloof man, but he'd given his life to fulfill his sacred calling. He didn't deserve the utter, complete defilement that the Archfiend was inflicting upon him. Sung Sin focused his mind's eye on how the Ebon Worm's infernal energy picked and tore away at the sliver of Wang Li's divine energy. Eventually, the Archfiend managed to tear free several tiny threads of gold-white light and funnel them to its infernal core, where it started entwining and mixing the Qianqi with mochi, all the while passing it along complex, twisting routes through Sung Sin's body. After a long time, hours perhaps, the golden threads turned dark and shadowy, becoming indistinguishable from mochi. That could only be the cultivation Wang Li had previously mentioned, only done in reverse, with an Archfiend absorbing an Ascendant Qianqi and turning it into mochi. Sung Sin captured the entire process indelibly with his mind's eye. Disgruntlement and fatigue radiated from the Ebon Worm's mind. Sung Sin knew that the Archfiend was at the limits of its strength, and it had done all it could at the moment to pervert his flesh and regain its strength.
"Soon my strength will be back,"
the Ebon Worm said to him, as if sensing his thoughts.
"I need only to return to where I was slain the first time and reabsorb all the mochi that I released upon my death. Sure, some of it will be lost, but I expect to regain most of my power. And when that comes to pass, I will utterly devour that fool Wang Li's Qianqi, and then I will completely extinguish your soul, mortal."
Sung Sin didn't respond. The Archfiend had inadvertently revealed yet another important fact. It was still too weak to assert full supremacy over his body. It was true that the Ebon Worm held every advantage at the moment, but Sung Sin had bucked its grasp on his flesh once. He could do it again. And he had an inkling of just how to keep the Ebon Worm at bay when he did. Back in the village, intense hatred had pried his body free from the Archfiend for the briefest of moments. Sung Sin knew hatred as well as he knew war. It was a state of closed-mindedness, an abject denial of anything other than oneself. In other words, it wasn't too different from a suit of armor a warrior could forge for his conscience, with which he could then use to commit all sorts of atrocities. It was also a way for Sung Sin to render his entire being inviolable. And he had no shortage of hatred for the Ebon Worm. Every speck of rage, disgust, or contempt that bubbled from the depths of his soul, he snatched up and stored deep within his mind's eye, where he knew his harvest would soon fester and coalesce into pure, unrelenting hate. Sung Sin imagined that in some way it resembled an Ascendant's ability to convert mochi to Qianqi through cultivation. The Archfiend brought Sung Sin's body above ground when darkness fell and pushed it relentlessly toward the ruins of Brightfish Mouth Village. despite its healed injuries and its many strengthening transformations. His warped body was weak and faltering for the simplest of reasons: hunger. Sung Sin had eaten a grand total of 4 or 5 tiny wheat cakes over the last few days. He'd already been starving by the time Wang Li died. His flesh, still partially human, needed nourishment.
"Ah,"
the ebon worm grumbled.
"How inconvenient. Mortals are so feeble and frail. Even the lowliest of fiends would lose none of its strength, no matter how hungry it was."
Over the course of the night, it drove Sung Sin's flesh up trees, where it found nests filled with eggs. It also snatched indignant forest birds from the air and crammed them into his mouth. The food, unsavory as it was, helped a bit, and by dawn Sung Sin's body was satiated and able to move faster than a lurching stumble through the forest depths. The ebon worm didn't bother tunneling underground this time. Perhaps it believed that it was too far from Willow Village for the Ascendants to pick up its trail. Or perhaps it was confident that the densely packed trees of the forest provided enough cover for it to elude pursuit. Sung Sin felt that there was a third possibility, that the ebon worm was being its usual moronic self once more. "How old are you?" he asked it. "How many centuries have you been around?"
Curious about me? I can't blame you, mortal, for I am truly a fascinating paragon of perfection and power," the archfiend replied. "Very well. I shall answer your question and any others you may have without guile or deception, for my greatness transcends falsehood."
If Sung Sin had still had control of his head, he would have shaken it. He couldn't believe just how stupid the archfiend was.
"I have not even gone past my first century, mortal. In fact, I have only been around for 3 decades, yet my strength rivals even the most ancient and revered of my kind. Well, impressed?"
No, not at all. Sung Sin was confused. "How did you get so strong despite your youth? I thought archfiends were supposed to be centuries old." The ebon worm fell silent for a moment. Sung Sin could feel its thoughts churning, as if it were debating with itself whether or not to answer his question, as it had said it would. "You promised to answer my questions and do so truthfully," he pressed. "Or have you transcended honor, too? Is the great ebon worm a prodigy of the infernal arts, also a liar and a coward?"
"Your taunts mean nothing to me, mortal," the archfiend said. "I agreed to enlighten you, and so I shall. After all, you will be consigned to the abyssal vortex in a day or so. Listen closely. 30 years ago, I was a mere worm spawn, much like the ones you've slain. But one day, a being wearing a robe of infinite colors appeared. So glorious was his visage that I cannot even begin to describe his magnificence, not even with my boundless genius and talent. He infused a tremendous amount of mo-chi into me, turning me from a worm spawn into the ebon worm in the blink of an eye. Such a thing was unheard of, impossible even," the ebon worm continued. "Fiends accrue mo-chi by feasting upon human flesh and consigning human souls to the abyssal vortex. When they have enough mo-chi, they ascend into higher forms, gaining greater power and knowledge of more infernal arts. There is no other alternative to this process. Such is one of the infernal laws, as unbreakable as the stones of eternity. Yet the Infinite One is not so bound."
Infinite One? Some person or fiend going around giving other fiends power? Sung Sin shuddered mentally at the calamitous implications.
"But that was not all he did," the ebon worm said. "The Infinite One also bestowed unto me a manual of forbidden infernal arts. I consigned its contents to memory, then destroyed it as he'd instructed."
Let me guess. One of these infernal arts allows you to convert Xian Qi to Mo-Chi by devouring divine cores? Sung Sin thought.
"Exactly! How astute you are for a mortal!"
The ebon worm laughed.
"Perhaps I should imbue your soul into a worm spawn instead. You can serve me for all infinity as my jester. Amuse me enough, and I shall share the Infinite One's secrets with you, so that you might become an archfiend yourself someday.
I already know how to cultivate Xian Qi into mochi, you moron, Sung Sin thought to himself. It all began to make sense. The ebon worm was an archfiend that lacked all the ancient cunning other fiends of its stature were supposed to have, if folklore and myths were to be believed, and its peculiar blend of megalomaniacal stupidity stemmed from its youth. It wasn't much older than Sung Sin, and its sudden and undeserved ascension. Still, the ebon worm wasn't exactly witless. It had managed to kill Wang Li, after all. Perhaps the Ascendant had been overconfident and careless, leading 100 men into tens of thousands of worm spawn and then falling prey to an archfiend a fraction of his age and experience. But then again, no one, not even the greatest of Yong Bing or Imperial generals, could have anticipated the emergence of a fiend army from a location as remote as the Western Foothills Marsh, and the ebon worm's infernal arts weren't supposed to exist. Could Wang Li truly be faulted for not accounting for an apparent impossibility? The answer was yes, Sung Sin decided after a moment of consideration. In war, one had to anticipate the unexpected and think the unthinkable. Perhaps Wang Li was a great and wise Xian, who was well-versed and knowledgeable in many things, but he didn't know war like Sung Sin did, and he died for his ignorance. Sung Sin opened his mind once more, wanting to ask another question, but the ebon worm tutted him to silence. Gleeful anticipation radiated from the archfiend, while despair washed over Sung Sin. They'd emerged from the forest. The Brightfish River babbled and gushed a few dozen strides away. Beyond that lay Brightfish Mouth Village and Sung Sin's doom.
Chapter 25. Fiend.
This can't be easy for you,
The ominous liar said. No, it isn't, Wang Hui agreed, nodding to the fiend. Several days had passed since that night at the docks. There had been an outcry, of course, with ascendants from every sect in Mirror Cloud City scouring the ruined shop fronts and puzzling over the corpses of the slain Fang spawn. By the time they'd arrived, Elder Hong, Wang Hui, and the ominous liar were long gone. The elder had rented a small house several districts away and placed the ominous liar in its basement, a fair-sized chamber with stone walls. She'd then imprisoned him with her sapphire ward divine art, which took the form of a web of crackling azure light that extended from the floor to the ceiling halfway down the length of the basement, effectively cutting it in half. The fiend stood behind one side of the web, with his back to the wall. Wang Hui was on the other side, standing in front of the stairwell leading to the main floor. She held a small wooden bowl containing a trio of crimson-gray pills, and as she approached the ominous liar, she placed the bowl on the floor and used a broomstick to push it carefully through the web of light. The fiend sighed gratefully and ate the pills. He then tossed the bowl back to Wang Hui, taking care not to touch Sapphire Ward. When he'd first awakened in the basement, the ominous liar had been frenzied with hunger and had tried to hurl himself through the web at Wang Hui and Elder Hong, only to be repulsed and flung against the wall before sliding down into a heap of singed and smoking fur. The pills had worked, though. After 2 doses, the fiend's craving for human flesh had faded enough for him to regain some measure of lucidity and hold a conversation. Now, he seemed perfectly genial. Still, both Elder Hong and he had agreed that he should stay imprisoned for a little bit longer yet, at least until he'd taken another few doses of the pills. The fiend's question upon Wang Hui's arrival to the basement had been about several things. The pills were one, and her answer had been as truthful as it had been simple. No, they hadn't been easy to concoct. Every dose required hours of mixing, grinding, brewing, and distilling the myriad ingredients Elder Hong had retrieved from the ominous liar's shop. Many of them Wang Hui had recognized as being rare and highly illegal to possess in Mirror Cloud City.
It was difficult work, easily rivaling the tedium of her labors in the refinement chamber. The other thing the ominous liar's question had been about was her working environment. She was used to working in the Sapphire Estate's apothecary chambers, lavishly equipped and perfectly stocked rooms, brimming with residual xianqi that could be drawn upon and infused into any alchemical creations. She didn't have that luxury now, of course. At Elder Hong's direction, Wang Hui had pilfered nearly 100 caddies of alchemical equipment from the fiend's shop and used it to set up a makeshift apothecary in the house's kitchen, a dusty and cobweb-riddled place devoid of ambient divine energy. No amount of sacred incense would make up for that lack, not for 100 years at least, and she had needed to use her own xianqi to complete the pills, which drained and tired her beyond anything she'd ever experienced before. So no, the last few days hadn't been easy for her. The third aspect of the ominous liar's question was the most pertinent one, however. It was about what she and Elder Hong were doing, keeping a fiend alive. Yes, the ominous liar had once been Ling Hu, a dear friend of Elder Hong's, and though it was unthinkable for a Yao to become a Taotie, it had still happened. The thing looking at Wang Hui through the sapphire ward was a fiend, an evil creature that wanted nothing more than to strip the flesh from her bones, possibly after defiling and tormenting her in countless unspeakable ways. Or was he? The ominous liar's appearance was still horrific and grisly to behold, a humanoid fox with matted gray fur and 9 skeletal stinger-tipped tails fanning out behind him. But his eyes were calm and focused, and his words, barring those he'd uttered before taking the pills, had been nothing but civil and gentlemanly, though laden with self-contempt and pain. Xian killed Taotie to protect people. That's the way things have always been, Wang Hui thought, looking carefully at the ominous liar. Though she'd agreed to help Elder Hong several nights ago, she couldn't help but keep wondering if she'd made a huge mistake. She also knew that it was now too late for her to change her mind. If she decided to turn around, go back to the Sapphire Estate, and blurt everything out to the first elder she saw, she would be punished harshly, or perhaps even killed. And that was if Elder Hong didn't stop and silence her first. "How are you feeling, Mr. Ling?" she asked the fiend. The ominous liar winced at the sound of his former name. That was the thing about fiends. They had names that described or hinted at their nature and abilities, which meant that the ominous liar was capable of using infernal arts that confused, misled, or terrified his victims. Not all of them had proper names, though she knew at least of one that did, or so she suspected.
"The madness is all but gone,"
the fiend said.
"but I hear whispers of it still. Nevertheless, I feel lucid enough to resume my work on the Infinite One's poison."
"All right," Wang Hui said. The Infinite One had left the ominous liar's basement apothecary largely intact, though he had torn apart almost every book, scroll, ledger, or piece of paper there, obviously seeking to cover his tracks. Still, Wang Hui and Elder Hong had been able to salvage some scraps. They'd also found a small steel box buried beneath the floorboards the ominous liar had mentioned. It contained a fist-sized chunk of the black tar that was apparently capable of turning Yao into fiends. She reached into her dimensional pouch, produced a small wooden box, and slid it across the floor through the web. The ominous liar opened the box eagerly, only to wince in dismay, and Wang Hui could understand why. All that was left of his work was a pile of shredded paper. Still, it was better than nothing, or so she hoped. Wang Hui next removed a cloth sack from her dimensional pouch and pushed it through the web with her broomstick. "That's all we were able to find," she told the ominous liar.
"Thanks, Lady Wang. This is a disaster, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised,"
he said, sighing and shaking his head. He emptied out the scraps of paper on the floor and began sifting through them, as if they were the pieces of a puzzle.
"Of course, the Infinite One wouldn't want me to continue my work."
"I've got an inkwell, a grindstone, several pens, and more paper there,"
If you want, I'll haul down a desk and a chair for you, too, she said.
I couldn't possibly impose on you like that,
the fiend replied, looking up from the mess on the floor.
Please don't trouble yourself.
It isn't much trouble, Wang Hui said. I'm at Xian, remember? I can lift 100 or so caddies easily with one hand.
I can hardly forget,
the ominous liar said.
You are an ascendant, and my continued existence troubles you nearly as much as it troubles me.
It does, Wang Hui admitted. But Elder Hong needs your help to find the Infinite One and stop him from turning more Yao into fiends, like he did to you. And you did agree to stay alive.
I did,
the ominous liar nodded.
Though I can't stop wondering if I made the right choice. Perhaps it would be better if I'd died. Better for you and my dear friend.
It would be easier for me, Wang Hui said. But I don't know if it would be better for either of us.
It would.
The fiend sighed again. He walked away from the scraps of paper and sat down with his back against the wall.
The two of you would be safe at least. Hong Xiu can't hope to defeat the Infinite One. Not even with...
Chapter 26. Heretic. The ominous liar stopped then, and he feigned a cough to cover up the abruptness with which he'd ended his sentence. So Wang Hui decided to finish it for him. With Kuang Ao's help, she said. Kuang Ao is another of Elder Hong's dear friends, but he's a fiend, which means this isn't the first time she's done something like this. Abetting a fiend.
You have a mind like a fine steel trap, Lady Wang.
The ominous liar winced again.
I was careless with my speech when I believed my death was nigh. Nothing I said escaped your notice and your memory. And from there, I can't imagine it was very difficult for someone with your intellect to make the correct logical inferences.
So Kuang Ao is a fiend, Wang Hui said. I was hoping that he wasn't, that maybe I was wrong, that maybe Elder Hong isn't a heretic, and that she hasn't dragged me down into heresy with her.
Hong Xiu is a heretic by the standards of most Xian,
the fiend said.
But I've never known her to be anything but just, brave, and kind.
She can be that while being friends with a Taotie? Wang Hui slumped her shoulders and groaned as despair filled her heart. Ugh. Please tell me you aren't joking, Mr. Ling, and that she won't just kill me after you don't need those pills anymore.
Hong Xiu isn't that kind of person,
the ominous liar said curtly.
She will not harm you, Lady Wang, and neither will Kuang Ao, if you ever do meet him.
But he's a fiend, Wang Hui protested. She pointed at the ominous liar. Like you! Or does he take those pills too?
No.
The ominous liar shook his head.
Kuang Ao is a master of energy manipulation. He has mastered his mo chi so perfectly that he no longer hungers for human flesh. Also, the ravenous urges of the flesh hunger fade over time, and he is more than 700 years old.
Elder Hong said something about the flesh hunger fading, Wang Hui recalled. What does that mean? That over time, fiends still want to eat people, but they just become less rabid about it?
Something like that,
the ominous liar said.
No, we still crave human flesh, but that hunger is no longer a pressing, desperate need that drowns everything else out.
But they still hunger. And you said that Kuang Ao doesn't. Wang Hui pursed her lips and tapped her chin with her finger. So this Kuang Ao isn't a fiend anymore? Does that mean...
He is.
The ominous liar chuckled.
I am sorry, Lady Wang. I don't mean to make light of your attempt to rationalize Hong Xiu's actions beyond heresy. But perhaps it's better to face the truth, harsh as it is. Kuang Ao is the ogre berserker, and he has an infernal core. He has also mastered a vast array of infernal arts. He is a fiend, and there's no way around that.
But he doesn't eat people, right? Wang Hui protested.
There's more to being a fiend than the desire to devour mortals, Lady Wang,
the ominous liar said.
Perhaps it is easier to see this as a Yao. Fiends don't hunger for the flesh of Yao, and before this happened to me, I could have lived as easily among them as I did among humans.
Then why didn't you? Wang Hui asked.
Because I prefer it here. I had my shop, my friends.
The fiend groaned and buried his face in his hands. Strangled sobs rolled from him for several moments. Wang Hui sat down on the floor and crossed her legs, waiting patiently for the ominous liar to regain his composure. He did after a while, and continued talking.
Anyway, as I was saying, fiends aren't defined solely by their craving for mortal flesh. Once they transcend spawnhood, they're as much individuals as you, Hongsu, and me.
But you detest being one, Wang Hui pointed out. Otherwise you wouldn't be having any second thoughts about staying alive. You can't be like that and still say being a fiend isn't all bad.
I was forcibly transformed by the Infinite One, Lady Wang,
the ominous liar said, a hint of cold anger entering his voice.
I have lived as a Yao for 282 years, and all of a sudden I have become a stranger to my very own flesh. My sensibilities are no longer the same, and a horrific hunger, one that has driven me to do terrible things, gnaws endlessly at the edges of my consciousness.
I can't even begin to imagine how horrible that must be. Wang Hui gulped nervously. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling. The ominous liar sighed.
I apologize as well. My continued existence is predicated solely on my duty to aid you and Hongsu. I must not lose my composure so easily,
he said. I think you're a very strong and calm person, Wang Hui said. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably have gone mad by now. You're right. It must be horrifying to undergo such a change. I was born a Xian, which means that I grew up stronger, faster, and tougher than all the other children, and even my parents, until I was brought to the Sapphire sect. If I were to become a fiend or even a mortal, I don't know how I'd react.
You have demonstrated great courage so far, Lady Wang,
the ominous liar said.
I am sure that whatever travails come your way, you will face them with the same resolve and resourcefulness.
Thanks, Mr. Ling. Wang Hui got to her feet. By the way, just so you know, Elder Hong went back to the Sapphire Estate this morning. She wants to check the archives for any mention of what you said about the Infinite One having both Xian Qi and Mo Qi at the same time.
She did stop by here before she left, so I already know,
the fiend replied, nodding gratefully to her.
But thank you for informing me nevertheless. I wonder if she will find anything. The Sapphire Archives are a wellspring of wondrous and ancient lore, but never has there been an entity possessing both Xian Qi and Mo Qi simultaneously.
Could you have been mistaken then? Wang Hui asked.
No, not to self-aggrandize, but I haven't lived for so long simply through my good business sense,
the ominous liar said.
I am very capable of sensing and distinguishing between both types of energy, and I am sure that the Infinite One has both a divine core and an infernal core.
Could he have been an ascendant who transformed himself into a Tautia with the same poison he gave you? Wang Hui asked.
That is unlikely. From what I could tell, the tar contains substances that would slay mortals and Xian instantly upon ingestion,
the ominous liar said.
Its components are attuned to and resonate with Yao Qi to create the transformation from Yao to Tautia.
But if the Infinite One is capable of creating something like that, surely he can create other poisons too, Wang Hui pointed out. Her eyes grew wider, and her words came more swiftly and excitedly as she spoke. So he could have been what I guessed, a divine alchemist who concocted something that gave him an infernal core. Or it could very well be the other way around. It might have been a fiend who got a divine core. But wait, there's another possibility. What if he was a mortal who somehow managed to find something that would make him both a Xian and Tautia at the same time, and the process turned him mad?
Slow down, Lady Wang,
the ominous liar said, a smile tugging at the corner of his fanged mouth.
You're losing your breath.
Sorry. Wang Hui scratched the back of her head sheepishly. The Master Alchemist is always telling me to keep my thoughts from running away off their own accord, but often I just can't help myself. Now's definitely not the time for me to go on and on about such far-fetched things, though.
All those scenarios you mentioned are actually plausible,
The Fiend said.
Of course, some are more likely than others. I have heard of fiends who are as skilled in herbcraft and alchemy as any Xian. And unfortunately, I have known of more than one ascendant who has committed atrocities upon mortals, horrible enough to put to shame those of many fiends.
You're right, Wang Hui mused. The Infinite One could be either of those. Or none, really. After your transformation, Mr. Ling, you're no longer a Yao. So why can an ascendant or a fiend who's undergone a similar change still retain his divine core or infernal core and have both types of energy? Unless he's a mortal who started with neither and then got both. But that would mean... sorry, I'm doing it again.
There's nothing to apologize for, Lady Wang,
the ominous liar said, stifling a chuckle.
Right now, we need to figure out where the poison came from. And to do that, we need to completely discern its components. I've identified a few, but not all.
I've been too busy concocting your pills to start looking at the poison. But if you can finish your work and give me a list of the components, I could cross-reference them with the herbology charts in the Sapphire Estate and figure out their respective origins. Wang Hui said. She shook her head. I still can't get the idea of a mortal suddenly getting a divine core and an infernal core out of my head. What would that be like, I wonder?
Chapter 27. Infernal Core. Sung Sin's stay of execution came in the form of 10 worm spawn wandering from the riverside and toward the forest. The lesser fiends moved as a feral, disorganized cluster, more of a scattering of confused vagrants than a hunting pack. They spotted him immediately and shuffled over, their yellow eyes thick and dull with stupidity.
You and the Ascendant have caused me no end of trouble by scattering my horde,
the ebon worm said, reaching out to the foremost lesser fiend with a clawed hand as it plodded across the mud toward Sung Sin's body.
It'll take me months to round them all up. I might as well start with these.
That's right. When the ebon worm died for the first time, all its fiends became little more than stupid beasts, Sung Sin recalled. Maybe all worm fiends are inherently less intelligent than others. That would explain why the ebon worm is such an idiot. The archfiend pulled a thin, meager stream of mo-chi from the infernal core near Sung Sin's heart, before sending the dark energy coursing through his body. He desperately committed the exact patterns and channels traversed by the mo-chi to memory, realizing that the ebon worm was enacting some kind of infernal art that allowed it to command its creations. A dart of black light flashed from his extended claw and struck the worm spawn between the eyes. The lesser fiend blinked and staggered back. An instant later, it slumped its shoulders and bowed its head to Sung Sin's possessed body, complete obedience evident in its posture. Sung Sin was abruptly aware of the worm spawn's consciousness at the edges of his mind, and he realized that the ebon worm could now command the lesser fiend directly. But the archfiend didn't seem too pleased.
Ugh! My infernal core is too weak to subjugate more than one worm spawn at a time, it complained. And my mo-chi reserves are meager enough for them to already be close to depletion. This is rather annoying.
Sung Sin cast his consciousness in the same direction as the ebon worm's when it mentioned its mo-chi reserves. And he immediately found it, existing somewhere within both his corrupted flesh and his subverted soul. If he had to describe it, he would say that it was a glass vial filled with a foul, shadowy liquid. Right now, the vial was nearly empty. How do you replenish it? Can you? Or do you just have to wait? He asked. Happiness and surprise wafted from the ebon worm's presence at his question.
Ah, you're curious. I see you're considering my offer to become my jester, the archfiend said. I understand. If you do take up that position in my court, There will be quite a few things you'll need to know after all, but let me answer your query first. My mo-chi will only replenish over time. The rate at which it does so depends on the state and quality of my infernal core, both of which are currently very dismal, since I had to possess your body instead of subsuming it like I did with Wang Li's.
Why, what's the difference? I remember you mentioning that you had a reason for waiting those days, Sung Sin continued.
Subsuming Wang Li's flesh took me considerably more time and effort. But it allowed me to spontaneously construct an infernal core close in quality to what I had before my physical incarnation got destroyed for the first time,
the Ebon Worm explained patiently.
I only needed a few minutes to possess yours. But in doing so, I could only produce an infernal core not much better than the ones the worm spawn here have. And then I had to expend what little mo-chi I had to heal your injuries and reshape your flesh. It was truly not ideal, but as you know, I couldn't afford to wait.
Sung Sin thought back to the jar analogy Wang Li had used when he was trying to explain how he empowered his divine core through cultivation. Perhaps the same applied to fiends as well, which meant that the Ebon Worm's infernal core right now was a small, cracked jar. Does this mean you'll need to eat a lot of humans to restore your infernal core? He asked next.
That's one option, I suppose, the Ebon Worm mused. But thanks to my devourer infernal art, I can cultivate with Xian-Chi, which is far more effective than consuming human flesh. The only issue now is that I have barely any of Wang Li's Xian-Chi left over.
Can't you just absorb the mo-chi from the worm spawn? Sung Sin suggested.
Unfortunately, I cannot. Fiends can and often do cannibalize each other. This is one way in which one fiend can learn another's infernal arts. But the mo-chi of the slain fiend is lost, the Ebon Worm said.
Is it because only divine cores can absorb released mo-chi from a slain fiend? Sung Sin wondered.
Yes, that is correct.
The archfiend glared at the 9 remaining worm spawn that still remained beyond its control. The lesser fiends were circling Sung Sin's body now, gibbering in confusion.
Which is why restoring my infernal core to its former glory will prove a most tedious and aggravating process.
Can you form a divine core? Sung Sin asked, sudden inspiration striking him.
Why would I want to do something like that?
The archfiend snapped irritably. Can you? Sung Sin insisted.
The Infinite One's manual did cover the process, the Ebon Worm conceded. It is captured indelibly in my flawless memory, so I could piece together a ramshackle divine core from the remnants of Wang Li's Qian-Chi if I wanted to, but again, why would I?
Think about it. You can't absorb mo-chi, but you can absorb Xian-Chi, Sung Sin pointed out. Is that right?
Yes, but there is no Xian-Chi around for me to absorb, the Ebon Worm grumbled. And I am definitely not winning a fight against even the lowliest of Ascendants at the moment. That's going to change, though.
Ascendants absorb mo-chi and cultivate it to strengthen their divine core, and deepen their Xian-Chi reserves, Sung Sin pressed on. If you can do the same, you can generate Xian-Chi, which you can then absorb and cultivate to rebuild your infernal core.
What?
The archfiend asked, its toxic presence in Sung Sin's body radiating a genuine halo of befuddlement.
I don't understand.
Sung Sin explained the entire concept again slowly to the Ebon Worm. He had to do it thrice before the archfiend finally got it.
By the infernal lords, you are truly clever, mortal,
the Ebon Worm crowed in appreciation.
Why didn't I think of that? You will be my lieutenant, not my jester, when I return to my stronghold. Together we will wreak terror across the realm.
I'm not that clever, you're just not that smart. Sung Sin kept his thoughts to himself before opening his mind to the archfiend once more. So, are you going to do it? Are you going to make a divine core and use it to absorb the mo-chi of the worm spawn?
I certainly will.
The archfiend pumped Sung Sin's clenched fists triumphantly. If Sung Sin still had had control over his lungs and throat, he would have sighed in relief. His scheme had worked. The ebon worm would be hunting and killing a fair number of its own spawn now. Sung Sin didn't know how many the archfiend needed to slay to restore its infernal core, but he guessed that it would be a sizable number. And while the ebon worm was busy butchering the lesser fiends, it wouldn't be rounding up its army and marching it upon Willow Village and Gilded Scale City. He'd delayed a fiend incursion, at least for some time. But the ebon worm seemed to have a fresh new set of worries now. The worm spawn that hadn't been subjugated were now baring their fangs, flexing their claws, and hissing at Sung Sin's body.
"Ah,"
the archfiend grunted.
"Your flesh still stinks of humanity, and they can smell it. How troublesome!"
The ebon worm pointed at another lesser fiend and repeated its subjugation infernal art. This time, however, the dart of light failed to travel more than a tenth of a handspan from Sung Sin's extended claw, disappearing before it struck its target. Either the archfiend's mochi was too depleted, or its infernal core simply didn't have the requisite quality to subjugate more than a single worm spawn. "You'll probably have to kill these," Sung Sin said, "or get eaten by them."
"I don't need you to tell me that,"
the archfiend snapped. It pulled Sung Sin's clawed hand back and sent a thin stream of mochi coursing through it. A curved blade of black scales, nearly 4 handspans long, emerged from the top of his forearm. Once again, Sung Sin memorized the exact patterns and channels that the ebon worm used to create the scale blade. A pair of worm spawn lunged, drool oozing from between their bared fangs. The ebon worm hacked their heads off with a backhand sweep of the scale blade, but then it was forced to stagger back as another trio pounced on Sung Sin's body and pushed him back. The lesser fiends bit into his flesh, only to recoil as their fangs shattered against the scales covering his skin. The remaining 4 took his flanks and swiped at his hips, back, and sides. Their claws clattered off Sung Sin's flesh as well, but not without stinging him painfully. "Did you just push the pain to me?" Sung Sin asked the ebon worm. The archfiend gave him the mental equivalent of a shrug.
"As my flunky, that will be the least you'll have to endure, mortal,"
the ebon worm replied. It drove the scale blade through the chest of a worm spawn and pulled down, splitting the lesser fiend in half from just above its abdomen and spilling its viscera into a stinking pile at its feet. Next, the archfiend reached out to the single worm spawn it had subjugated. Sung Sin took note of the mental commands it pulsed to the lesser fiend. The worm spawn sprang into action immediately, pulling one of its kin away from Sung Sin's body and sinking its claws into violet flesh. The ebon worm tore out a worm spawn's throat with the fangs that had replaced Sung Sin's teeth, spat the mangled flesh into the face of another lesser fiend, and dismembered 3 more with swift, brutal sweeps of the scale blade. The subjugated worm spawn sprang onto one of its erstwhile kin, and the 2 lesser fiends rolled away, ripping and tearing at one another. The archfiend finished off the remaining lesser fiends still within range of the scale blade. The subjugated worm spawn ripped its kin's head off and stood shakily, its viscera spilling from its opened gut. The ebon worm sighed and decapitated its servant. "Better get that divine core going now, in case you miss out on absorbing all this mochi," Sung Sin prompted the ebon worm.
"Ah, indeed."
The archfiend raised a thoughtful, claw-tipped finger. The scale blade disappeared as the ebon worm pulled mochi away from Sung Sin's arm.
"Thank you for the reminder. I will forge the divine core right now. It's a fairly intricate process, but on the whole it's not very difficult, so it shouldn't take me little more than a few moments."
Sung Sin observed closely as the ebon worm seized the scant threads of Wang Li's Qian Qi, wove it into what could only be described as a small white gold sphere, and placed it near his heart, virtually right on top of the infernal core. As the archfiend had promised, the entire thing happened over the course of 5 or 6 minutes. But when it was done, Sung Sin had a feeling that something portentous and unprecedented had occurred. For the first time in perhaps all existence, a being had both a divine and an infernal core. "Let's hope I didn't end up making things much worse than they already are," Sung Sin thought as he offered up a prayer to the goddess of mercy and the unmoving Lord.
Chapter 28. Core Stages.
Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!
The ebon worm cried as it absorbed the mochi of the slain worm spawn into the newly forged divine core in Sung Sin's chest.
This is fantastic! With the Infinite One's blessings, my vaunted perfection, and your sharp wit, mortal, there is nothing that can stand before us.
You do know how to cultivate mochi into xianqi, right? Sung Sin asked, regretting the question nearly as soon as it pulsed from his mind. He didn't want the ebon worm to stop killing its creations so quickly because it realized doing so would net it no benefit if it couldn't cultivate like an ascendant. Yet he was concerned about what an archfiend with a potent divine core and a powerful infernal core could be capable of.
I do. The Infinite One's manual detailed a fundamental cultivation path. It mirrors the one I use to cultivate xianqi into mochi, something which I'm more than proficient in, so this wouldn't be a problem.
The ebon worm looked up into the sky where the sun was shining and frowned.
But I don't know if I want to do that right here and now, out in the open.
You could retreat into the forest and go to ground once more, Sung Sin suggested, wondering just how much he could exploit the archfiend's stupidity. The ebon worm would make much more progress in its recuperation by simply retrieving the mochi it had lost upon its first death, than by undergoing the convoluted process of hunting down worm spawn and seizing their strength for itself.
I could, but then how would I hunt down more of my spawn?
The ebon worm asked, scratching the back of Sung Sin's head. The worm spawn scattered back into the marsh when you died for the first time, but it's obvious they're coming back this way again, heading for the closest source of human flesh, which is Willow Village, Sung Sin pointed out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have run into that lot just now, right? You can lie in wait in the forest and pick them off as they pass through.
Another excellent suggestion, mortal,
the ebon worm declared, turning around and striding back into the forest.
Very well. I shall withdraw and rebuild my strength.
I can't believe that worked, Sung Sin thought to himself, awash in a tide of tentative relief. As long as the ebon worm didn't reach the cache of dispersed mochi near Brightfish Mouth Village, or return to its stronghold in the marshes, he would be safe from either being hurled into the abyssal vortex or turned into a worm spawn. Over the next 10 days, the archfiend did just that, lurking in the depths of the deep willow forest and slaughtering as many worm spawn as it could, and cultivating their mochi with the divine core. At first, the divine core was 1/10 of the size of Sung Sin's smallest fingernail. After converting the mochi of 100 lesser fiends, however, its dimensions quadrupled, and it began to radiate waves of energy across his body. It was xianqi, Sung Sin realized, and it felt bright and hot, as opposed to mochi, which felt cold and oily. The ebon worm shared his amazement, and he understood why. Neither of them had ever possessed a divine core. Sung Sin felt the archfiend extend its senses toward the divine core, unabated wonder pulsing from its rancid mind.
It's ready now,
the ebon worm announced. It had tunneled deep below the surface of the forest's floor once more.
The divine core has transcended its creation stage and entered its foundation stage.
What stages are there? Sung Sin asked, unable to curb his curiosity. All his life he'd known only war, and he hadn't desired to know more, since everything else was either out of reach or didn't interest him. That wasn't the case anymore. He'd entered the realm of ascendants and fiends, even if he were simply a helpless prisoner at the moment. Cultivation and arts were part of his world now, for better or worse, and they fascinated him far more than the tenets of steel or the loveliest of courtesans ever had.
Creation, foundation, wandering, gathering, condensed,
the archfiend replied, its mental voice absent and distracted.
Those are the initial stages of infernal cultivation. It seems to me that divine cultivation isn't too different, so these descriptions wouldn't be very far off. After the initial stages come noble, regal, sovereign, and transcendent. But I have heard of legendary archfiends that attained higher stages of cultivation.
Which stage were you at before Wang Li killed you? Sung Sin asked.
I was at the regal stage of infernal cultivation, and judging by his power, Wang Li was the same. At the very least, he was at the noble stage or its equivalent in divine cultivation.
The ebon worm shook Sung Sin's head.
That ascendant was a worthy opponent, I must admit. It was an honor to torment and defile his flesh and his xian qi. Can't say the same for the other two idiots, though.
I wonder if they're still hunting for us, Sung Sin thought, but I doubt it. You've been rampaging through the forest for the last 10 days, not bothering to cover your tracks. If they were still looking, they would have found us a long time ago.
That's a good point, the ebon worm agreed. Still, they do know that I'm at large, and they also know that I'm hardly at my full strength, and I have raised an army, albeit one that's scattered all over the place. They would have to be fools of the utmost degree to simply walk away now.
Could you beat them now, the way you are? Sung Sin asked.
Not a chance, the archfiend replied right away. I will need to reclaim my mochi first. This respite in the forest has proven to be most enlightening, but perhaps it has time I left. Good job suggesting it, though, mortal. If I'd pressed on and run into a larger group of worm spawn in my weakened state, I might not have prevailed. Getting devoured by my own spawn would be a most ignominious demise indeed.
Nothing less than what you deserve, Sung Sin thought to himself before opening his mind once more. Maybe you should subjugate a few more worm spawn before you head out, just so you have a small bodyguard contingent. You can control more than one of them now, can't you?
Another wonderful idea,
the ebon worm congratulated him.
Yes, I believe I can subjugate 20 or 30 of my spawn now. It's not a lot, but it's a start toward rebuilding my army. Speaking of which, I looked through your memories and saw a particularly interesting fiend in your memories. A being that called itself the Hell Pig.
What about it? Sung Sin swallowed his disgust at the notion of the archfiend rummaging through his memories.
The Hell Pig is a boar fiend. Such entities are particularly prone to being subjugated, regardless of their power and cultivation stage, the ebon worm said. I'm surprised that at the time of your confrontation, it still seemed to be acting of its own accord rather than on behalf of another fiend.
I wouldn't know, Sung Sin replied. The encounter with the Hell Pig still haunted his dreams some nights, and scarcely a day went by when he wondered just how he'd survived. Why are you talking about it now?
I could use its power. Right now, all I have are worm spawn, which individually aren't much stronger than a human warrior. Perhaps I shall seek it out and bind it to my will.
I encountered it at least 100 leagues from here, if not more, Sung Sin pointed out. You'll have to really go out of your way. And how are you going to find it in the first place?
You bested the Hell Pig with your wits and daring, somehow managing to break off one of its tusks, the ebon worm said. The karmic ties the both of you share are nearly as strong as the ones between you and me.
Karmic ties? Sung Sin fought down a rising sense of panic. He'd heard of karma before, of course, like any lay worshipper of the goddess of mercy, but he'd never imagined he'd be linked to a fiend by it.
They're just something I can sense, the ebon worm said. Karma is a complex entity, something I have little interest or inclination to truly delve into. It can be a useful tool, however, as I've just demonstrated.
Sung Sin steeled his resolve and did what he'd been reluctant to do all this time. He reached out to the archfiend's perceptions and dived into them, seeking to immerse himself in the ebon worm's perspective. His endeavor met with no resistance. He wasn't surprised. Everything the ebon worm felt or did was through Sung Sin's flesh. Yes, it had altered his body in horrifying ways, but it was still his, and so were all its new senses, including the one that allowed the archfiend to perceive karma itself. He saw it right away. A stream of crimson mist extending from a dull gray sphere that could only be his soul to a distant location. A similar stream connected his soul to the bubbling morass of oily fluid that was the ebon worm's soul. Death is the severer of all karma, Sung Sin recalled. It was a line from the prayer to the goddess of mercy that urged her worshippers to take loss in stride. If the hell pig dies, there won't be any karmic ties between us.
True, but it'd be a waste to kill it when I could subjugate it instead.
The ebon worm burst from beneath the forest floor in a shower of cascading loam and mud, uprooting several trees in the process. It then began striding toward the edge of the deep willow forest, where the Bright Fish River ran. Chapter 29. Scales. Sung Sin had immersed himself in his mind's eye ever since the ebon worm had seized his body, and he'd held on to the divine art doggedly, despite the strain it put on his mental strength. To his surprise, the longer he stayed within the mind's eye, the easier and less tiring it became for him to do so. And within days, the effort required had dwindled down to almost nothing. He sank deeper within the mind's eye now, focusing his will and calming his racing thoughts, and went over what he'd learned from the ebon worm so far. How to form the scale blade, how to subjugate a lesser fiend, and how to absorb and then cultivate both Xianqi and Mochi. All this knowledge would be crucial for when he took his body back from the archfiend. And take it back he would. He had spent every moment of his captivity nurturing his hatred and rage. He'd thought to shape it into a protective shell at first, but the ebon worm had already demonstrated its inability to discern his innermost thoughts, or it would have figured out his delaying tactics and extinguished his soul a long time ago. Sung Sin didn't need to shield himself any further. What he needed was a tool with which he could dislodge the archfiend's grip on his flesh, and he believed he'd created it. A mental blade of pure rejection, contempt, and denial. He also knew when to use it. When the ebon worm had subjugated a worm spawn for the first time, Sung Sin had felt it extend its soul into that of the lesser fiends. It wasn't too unlike a man reaching precariously over a ledge to seize something and then pull it back. The analogy was even more apt with the archfiend's diminished strength. His confidence grew when the ebon worm came across another cluster of prowling worm spawn and began to subjugate instead of killing them. Each lesser fiend that came under its sway strained its strength, and by the time the ebon worm emerged from the forest, it had a small entourage of 27 worm spawn, and its hold on them was wavering and tenuous at best. "There are 5 more by the river," Sung Sin pointed out. The bronze radiance of the late afternoon washed over the lesser fiends as they gibbered and shuffled listlessly on the muddy banks. "You said you could manage 30, right? Take control of 3 of them and kill the others."
"I might as well,"
the ebon worm said, stalking over to the lesser fiends. Swift blows from the scale blade cut down 2 of them, while the surviving 3 were restrained by their subjugated kin to await the archfiend's pleasure. The ebon worm grinned and walked over to the first, only to stop and sniff the air.
How curious. I sense the presence of Yao somewhere here. Several of them, in fact. One is tremendously powerful, but I can feel no overt hostility from it."
"There's no problem then. Just ignore the Yao and do what you have to do," Sung Sin urged, surprised and alarmed that there were Yao around. He'd encountered Boo somewhere here, and he had no desire for the harmless mud sprite to get caught up in this whole mess with the archfiend.
"It seems that you're eager to see me regain my strength, mortal," the ebon worm said. "And I can hardly blame you. I am, after all, glorious to behold."
The ebon worm subjugated one worm spawn, then another. By the time it got to the third and last one, Sung Sin could feel its already tenuous grasp over the lesser fiends waver. The ebon worm hesitated, much to his dismay. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Are 30 worm spawn still too much for you to handle right now?"
"Too much?
The archfiend barked a laugh.
"No, mortal, it isn't too much. Not for one of my stature and brilliance."
"I don't know. You'd better not push yourself too much," Sung Sin mused. "You did say you're currently many stages of cultivation beneath where you once were. Play it safe, don't overdo things."
Strangely enough, I do find your concern for my well-being rather endearing, mortal.
The ebon worm smiled with Sung Sin's lips.
And you have proven to be most insightful and wise indeed. When I return to my stronghold, I will forge a powerful fiendish body for you to inhabit. With lieutenants such as you and the Hell Pig by my side, I will be unstoppable.
Sure, but let's deal with one thing at a time. Right now, you have to make up your mind whether or not to subjugate this worm spawn, or simply kill it and be on your way. I suggest playing it safe. After all, you've already got a good number of spawn under your control again. They should be enough for now.
Caution is warranted, but there is no need to worry, mortal.
The ebon worm extended its will toward the last worm spawn still beyond its control. The lesser fiend struggled in the grasp of its subjugated kin, confused and bewildered as the archfiend pulsed Mo-Chi into its mind. Sung Sin felt the ebon worm strain to establish the mental connection it required to impress its will upon the worm spawn. The archfiend had to lean the full weight of its consciousness upon that of the worm spawn as it sought to crush the lesser entity's spirit. And in doing so, it pulled taut the chains of coercion it had wrapped over Sung Sin's flesh. It was now or never. Sung Sin withdrew the blade of hatred he'd forged and then buried within his consciousness, and he rammed its acrid tip into the point where his soul met with the ebon worm's. The archfiend was caught entirely off guard. Surprise and horror radiated from its mind, and it tried to pull back from the worm spawn it was subjugating just as Sung Sin severed the connection it had with his body. The blade of hatred had done its job, so he then crushed it beneath his will and let its shard radiate across the entirety of his consciousness. A halo of repulsion emanated from his body and soul. It only lasted a moment, but it was enough to tip the ebon worm over the proverbial ledge it had been reaching out from. Sung Sin had learned over the last few days that souls were naturally drawn into physical vessels, and the greater the affinity a soul had with a vessel, the more readily they were pulled toward one another. If he'd struck with the blade of hatred at any other time, even if he'd managed to pry the ebon worm away from his flesh, it would just fall back in. And with its greater knowledge and mastery of infernal arts, seize control over his body again. That was why he'd waited until the archfiend had linked its mind with that of a worm spawn before he struck. Despite the corruption inflicted upon it by the ebon worm, Sung Sin's body still retained much of its humanity, and it now also had a divine core, the natural anathema and nemesis of fiends. Its affinity with the archfiend was definitely much lower than that of a worm spawn. Horror radiated from the ebon worm as it was drawn inexorably into the flesh of one of its creations, leaving Sung Sin in control of his body once more. But he didn't have any time to revel. He kicked out with his left leg, slamming a spiked heel against the chest of the worm spawn the ebon worm's soul had just flowed into. The lesser fiend flew back a full 10 paces before crashing down into a puddle of mud. Sung Sin pulsed Mo-Chi through his right hand. The forearm scale blades the ebon worm used had been sharp, brutal, and efficient, but he felt that he could do better. Scales writhed and swarmed from his palm, coalescing into a two-handed sword not so unlike the steeled one he'd last wielded. The scale sword bounced once in his grip, and he took a moment to savor its heft and the simple pleasure of holding a heavy blade in his hands once more. As that moment passed, he spun on his heel and arced its magnificently keen edge across the torsos of the 6 closest worm spawn, cleaving them in half with a single blow and sending the severed segments of their bodies spinning into the air, trailing ruptured organs and ravaged viscera in their wake. The rejection of the ebon worm's soul from Sung Sin's flesh had already undone its subjugation of the lesser fiends, turning them once more into the feral, dull-witted creatures they originally were. In the face of sudden carnage and bloodshed, they fell into a sudden frenzy of violence, tearing and ripping at one another. Sung Sin didn't hesitate. Redressing his scale sword, he hacked down a pair of worm spawn that had been clawing each other's eyes from their faces, before sweeping the blade through the spines of another 3 that charged toward him. He twirled the heavy sword in his grasp, brought it back to readiness, and chopped a lesser fiend in half from skull to crotch. Between his blade and the worm spawn's internecine slaughter, scarcely a dozen heartbeats had passed before every lesser fiend in sight lay dead or dying upon the muddy riverbanks. The only exception was the worm spawn that now held the ebon worm's soul. It scrabbled to its feet, clutching its shattered breastbone and trying to stem the flow of ichor from its ruptured gut.
No!
The being that had once been the ebon worm moaned through the worm spawn's misshapen maw. A stream of unintelligible gibbers followed. Sung Sin wouldn't give it any chance to say more. He charged the worm spawn and plunged his scale sword through its heart. The fiend's yellow eyes flickered once, and then they glazed over with the dullness of death. Sung Sin hurled the carcass off his blade and spat upon it as it lay face down in the mud. He then sank to his knees, allowing the scale sword to dissolve into nothingness, and shuddered with both relief and joy. He'd won. He'd killed the ebon worm and avenged Captain Gu's troop, Wong Li, and all the poor innocent people the Archfiend had slaughtered in Brightfish Mouth Village and Willow Village. And most importantly of all, he was free. Chapter 30. Monster. But was he really? Anxiety wormed its way into his heart. Sung Sin looked down at his hands. They were sheathed in scales, and his fingers were tipped with retractable claws. His already tall and muscular frame had grown even larger and heavier. Sung Sin figured that he now stood at least 4 handspans higher than he once had, and weighed at least 40 caddies more. He ran his tongue, which he could now extend up to 8 handspans past his lips, over sharp fangs. Disgust welled up in him as he noticed the stinger at the tip of his tongue and at the end of the tail that protruded from the base of his spine. The stinger upon his tongue was what the ebon worm had employed in the use of its devourer infernal art, while the one on his tail was used to create worm spawn. Making new spawn, the Archfiend had explained, only necessitated the slightest infusion of mo-chi into the ambient horror and agony hovering over the remains of a violently slain human. Doing so would create a connection between the remains and the abyssal vortex, through which tormented souls would be drawn and reforged into newborn lesser fiends. It was a horrific process, but one that Sung Sin now knew how to perform. He got to his feet, shuffled to the river, and looked upon its surface. This part of the Brightfish River was murky thanks to the closeness of the western foothills marsh, but with the sun still in the sky, his reflection was still visible. What he saw horrified him. His face was still largely the same, albeit paler and with a more prominent jaw thanks to his fangs, but everything from his neck downward was covered in black scales. His ears were gone, replaced by slightly raised ridges on the sides of his skull. His hair had turned completely white, which was better than it being transformed into a nest of serpents, Sung Sin supposed. His eyes hadn't taken on the ghastly shade of yellow swirling in those of the worm spawn or the ebon worm. Instead, his irises were now burning silver in color. Sung Sin couldn't tell if that was a good or bad thing. He ripped off his tattered cuirass in a single casual movement, taking a brief moment to marvel at how easily the buckles and straps gave way beneath his uncanny strength. His torso bulged with unnatural muscle, and like his arms and neck, it was also sheathed in black scales. Black scales that worm spawn can't bite through, he reminded himself, desperately looking for a glimmer of hope amid the horror washing over his mind. Sung Sin turned to the mind's eye and experimentally raised his tail, leveling its stinger as if it were a weapon. The tail responded to his will as naturally as it did any other of his limbs. He didn't know whether to be relieved or dismayed at that. He only knew now that there was no way he'd pass as human, not unless he covered himself entirely in a voluminous cloak and hood. But such attire, especially when draped across his enlarged stature, would only serve to draw attention from curious eyes, which was something he didn't need. First things first. Sung Sin reached out to the mochi emanating from the slain worm spawn and drew it into his divine core, like he'd seen the ebon worm do more than 100 times over. He succeeded easily. Shaking his head, Sung Sin sat down, crossed his legs, and began a cycle of divine cultivation, circulating the mochi through his body in the exact same way the Archfiend had done. To his relief, his divine core absorbed the infernal energy readily, and the white gold light pulsing from its depths seemed to become more radiant. Next, he took some of the Xian Qi swirling within the divine core, pushed it through his infernal core, and began a cycle of infernal cultivation. This time, the white gold, burning divine energy turned dark and oily before wrapping around the infernal core and turning it, as far as Sung Sin could tell, blacker, if indeed there were shades of black. He sighed and slumped his shoulders as he stopped cultivating. Sung Sin had correctly memorized the divine and infernal cultivation paths used by the Ebon Worm, after all. They were far simpler than he'd expected. Growing up, he'd always heard storytellers extol the sublime wisdom and intellectual depths of the Ascendants, and he'd readily believed many of those tales. After all, if cultivation were such a lofty endeavor, surely it had to be difficult, and surely its practitioners had to possess unrivaled wisdom and unbreakable resolve. But it isn't difficult, he thought, going over the cultivation paths again. As the Ebon Worm had said, the divine cultivation pathways it had learned from the Infinite One's manual mirrored the infernal cultivation ones, and neither seemed particularly complex to Sung Sin. He recalled what Wang Li had said to him on the journey back to Willow Village, and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Surely Sung Sin, a young being who could barely read and write, couldn't be a prodigy of divine and infernal, it seemed, arts and cultivation. I'll worry about that later. Sung Sin ran the clawed tips of his fingers lightly across the scaled underside of his jaw and grunted in dismay. He had a bigger problem now. He couldn't possibly walk into Willow Village or any other human settlement like this. Yongbing and Imperial Guardsmen would attack him on sight, and if there were any ascendants nearby.
Sadman! Sadman!
A familiar, inhuman voice jarred Sung Sin from his ruminations. He blinked in surprise and looked in the direction from which the voice had come, downstream and middle of the river. It was, as he'd expected, Boo. The mud sprite was emerging from the murky water and wading toward him, relief evident in every inch of his strange, stumpy form. "Boo, is that you?" Sung Sin shook his head. "It's good to see you." "I'm happy to see you as well, Sadman, yes, oh yes," the mud sprite said. He halted a few paces away from Sung Sin. "It is you, yes, Sadman? The black snake is gone, yes?" "It's me, Boo," Sung Sin assured him. He jabbed a thumb at the Ebon Worm's remains. "I killed the black snake, but, as you can see, I'm in quite a bit of trouble."
Oh, you are? How? Why?
A high-pitched voice chirped. Sung Sin looked up and saw a dragonfly, as long as his shoulders were broad, descend to hover a half-handspan above the surface of the river. The massive insect seemed to give him a polite nod.
Hello, my name is Tsing Ting. I'm pleased to meet you. Let's be friends.
Hello, Tsing Ting. My name is Sung Sin, Sung Sin replied, more than a bit taken aback by the dragonfly's effusive warmth. Aren't dragonflies supposed to be vicious predators instead of enthusiastic puppies?
Are we friends now?
Tsing Ting buzzed closer, angling its compound eyes directly at Sung Sin's. Yes, Sung Sin said, not wanting to offend the eccentric Yao. "We're friends, Tsing Ting. I'm pleased to meet you too."
Hooray!
Tsing Ting rose into the air and flew around in circles a few times before buzzing over to Sung Sin.
You said you're in trouble, friend. I want to help you. How can I? Tell me.
"Slow down, yes, Tsing Ting," Boo said, raising his stumpy hand. The mud sprite gave Sung Sin an apologetic shrug. "She wanted to come along after she overheard me telling Granny Brightfish what happened with the black snake and the divine one, yes. I couldn't stop her, no." "Her?" Sung Sin shrugged. "Don't worry about it, Boo. Does that mean you know what the Ebon Worm did to Wang Li?" "Yes." Boo clasped his hands in prayer. "The Divine One was brave and valiant, yes. May the unmoving Lord bless and keep his soul." Yes, he was, Sung Sin agreed. But at least now he's been avenged.
Does vengeance matter if it doesn't undo any harm, no?
Bu asked before shaking his head slightly.
Let me get to the point, Sad Man, because I know how impatient humans, divine ones, and fiends can be, oh yes. I witnessed your battle, and I saw the Divine One fall prey to the Black Snake's schemes, but it was not in my power to help him, oh no. So I fled upriver to seek Granny Brightfish, hoping beyond all hope that she might show some grace to he who cleansed her depths, yes? Unfortunately, I was too late, no. Oh no.
We were too late, little Boo. Do not blame yourself unduly,
a sighing, whispering voice said. Sung Sin surged to his feet and took a few steps back from the bank, as a massive, watery face emerged from the river's depths and looked upon him. It had watery recesses that served as its eyes and mouth, and a ridge that vaguely looked like a nose. "You're Granny Brightfish?" Sung Sin asked incredulously. Chapter 31. Granny Brightfish. The Brightfish River was a massive body of water that ran right through the heart of the Tsincho Empire while breaking off into countless streams and lesser rivers that permeated the realm. Every child had grown up singing songs about the ancient Yao, called Granny Brightfish, who looked after the river and kept its waters fresh and teeming with fish. Sung Sin hadn't ever imagined he'd be in the presence of such a legendary entity, and he wondered if he should fall on his knees and prostrate himself in a way he wouldn't even before Emperor Tsincho himself.
I am but an aspect of her dedicated to this stretch of her dominion, Sung Sin, and I carry a mere echo of her strength,
the river spirit said.
I would have been able to drive the corruption from the Divine One's flesh, but alas, I took too long to awaken from her wholeness, and even longer to arrive alongside little Boo. The Divine One is gone now, so I direct my apologies to you instead.
You said you could have driven the corruption from his flesh? Sung Sin held out his scaled arms. Can you do the same for me?
Unfortunately, the fiend's taint has become one with you, Sung Sin, body and soul.
Granny Brightfish said.
I can do nothing for you. Even Brightfish herself, in all her glory and beneficence, can't extricate you from the mochi that permeates your very being and undo the changes in your flesh, because after all, how can any entity separate another from itself?
Damn it. Sung Sin sank down to his haunches and spat into the mud. A note of hysteria entered his voice as he spoke. Looks like I'm stuck like this then. I'll have to live here with Boo and stay out of sight of other people from now on. That isn't so bad, all things considered. It's not like I really enjoyed hanging around in villages or towns anyway. So much for my Yong Bing career, though.
Though I would be delighted to have you as a companion, Sad Man, yes. I believe you wouldn't enjoy spending your days trawling the bottom of the river, oh no,
Boo said, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The mud sprite bowed to the face of water.
Granny Brightfish has taken her measure of your predicament, yes. And I believe she has some wisdom to impart.
Travel downstream, Sung Sin, and make your way through the marsh. Once past its shadowed confines, the river flows anew. Continue down its banks for 10 leagues, then head east into the flint shale plains,
Granny Brightfish said.
From there...
Wait, Granny Brightfish, Sung Sin interjected. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but that's really deep into fiend territory. I wouldn't last a minute halfway past the marshes, let alone cover 10 leagues down the river.
Oh, you will?
Tsing Ting buzzed over and landed on his shoulder. She was surprisingly light, and she gave off a faint metallic scent.
Fiends are nasty, but they won't bother you too much if you look like them.
Right. Sung Sin hung his head as a fresh wave of despair rolled over him. I can easily pass for a fiend now. Of course I can walk through fiend territory.
Little Tsing Ting isn't exactly correct about one thing.
Granny Brightfish said.
Fiends value strength above all else. As you are now, if you walk blatantly through the domain of another fiend of even middling power, you will be in grave peril of being devoured out of spite or being subjugated.
So I need to build my strength first, Sung Sin reasoned. He looked up at the river spirit. I'll need to hunt down more worm spawn and keep cultivating. Or you could claim the cloud of dispersed mochi still hovering over where Brightfish Mouth Village once used to be, yes? Boo asked. It's breaking down bit by bit, and barely a third remains of the black snake's original strength, oh no. But taking it in within yourself should further your progress significantly in a single go, yes? That's right, Sung Sin said. The ebonworm mentioned that it could simply absorb its lost mochi again, probably because that mochi originally belonged to it. I wonder if I can do the same thing too.
Unfortunately, that isn't possible,
Granny Brightfish said.
Despite the strength of the now severed karmic ties between you and the ebonworm, the two of you are ultimately separate entities. Fiends cannot simply absorb mochi that isn't theirs. That is one of the cardinal infernal commandments, plain and simple reality writ bare. Fortunately for you, you have a divine core.
Which I can use to absorb the mochi, Sung Sin finished, nodding his head slightly. Once I've done that, I can decide how much Qianqi I want to cultivate to empower my infernal core, assuming I want to do that at all. I don't see why I can't simply be an ascendant now and stick to Qianqi.
That's not an option, I'm afraid,
Granny Brightfish said. The watery recesses that served as her eyes seemed to pulse with faint blue light for a few moments before she continued speaking.
Your body is an unprecedented blend between human and fiend, and you have both a divine core and an infernal core. The former is meant to reside within human flesh, while the latter thrives only in a fiend. If you develop your divine core too much more than your infernal core, your fiendish flesh will reject it with dire consequences.
And if I do the same with my infernal core, my human half will suffer, Sung Sin said. Damn it. I don't know why, but somehow I knew this would be the case. I've got to work on both as I continue cultivating.
You are the first of your kind, Sung Sin,
Granny Brightfish said.
Not even in all my eons of existence have I ever seen something like you.
Someone possessed or corrupted by a fiend, really? Sung Sin asked. I've seen many such poor bastards in my time, with Wang Li being the latest.
No, a human soul encased in fiend flesh, with both a divine core and an infernal core,
the river spirit said.
You are neither ascendant nor archfiend. Your very existence defies both the divine and infernal commandments, shaking the very heavens, earth, and abyss to their core. Demi-fiend!
Tsing Ting chirped.
That's what you are.
Demi-fiend, Sung Sin mused. That's as good a term as any, not that it matters a lot at all. I'm pretty much a fiend since I can't ever go back to living among humans again. Sad man, wait, yes, Boo said. Granny Brightfish was about to give you a solution, yes. But you took our talk elsewhere, no? I did. Sung Sin nodded to the river spirit's face. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Granny Brightfish. You were saying something about walking east to the Flintshale Plains just now?
I was. Arriving at the Flintshale Plains, you should seek a hill with red grass. Atop that hill sits a house of grey stone. Within that house dwells the ogre berserker Kwang Ao. Once he was a slayer of humans and his fellow fiends. Those days are gone. Speak to him, Song Sin, and beg him to impart the infernal art, Protean, to you. With it, you can reshape your appearance.
Which means I can pass for human, Sung Sin said. Great, I'll go look for Kwang Ao. What a name, though. Thanks, Granny Brightfish.
You cleansed her waters of the ebonworm's foulness, Song Sin,
the river spirit said.
This is the least I could do in return. I'm coming with you,
Tsing Ting declared.
Because we're friends now.
Sung Sin leaned his head away from the oversized dragonfly perched on his shoulder. He wasn't too keen on having the childlike Yao as a traveling companion. Are you sure? It might be dangerous. If we get attacked by fiends, we'll have to fight.
I'm a good fighter.
The Yao said.
The best, in fact. Just ask anyone. Nobody fights as well as I do.
Sung Sin glanced at Boo, who shook his head slightly, making it evident that Tsing Ting wasn't nearly as formidable as she claimed to be.
Little Tsing Ting, you shouldn't accompany Sung Sin into the marsh,
Granny Brightfish said.
There are still many purple snakes everywhere, and there are frog yow in the wetlands, too. You don't like frogs, I remember.
Ew!
Tsing Ting shuddered. It was an unnerving sight and sensation for Sung Sin, having the Yao's delicate legs vibrate upon his shoulder.
No, I hate frogs. Hate them!
Then you'd better stay behind, Sung Sin said. You don't want to go where frogs can get you, Tsing Ting.
But we're friends, and I want to help you,
the dragonfly said as she folded her wings downward dejectedly. We can still walk Sung Sin to the edge of the marsh, yes, Boo suggested. When we're there, you can wish him all the best, yes, because that's what friends do, yes?
All right,
Tsing Ting conceded.
I guess I can do that.
Chapter 32. Calamity. Dusk was approaching, cooling the muggy summer air and darkening the skies, as Sung Sin made his way to the ruins of Brightfish Mouth Village, accompanied by the 3 Yao. At first, Sung Sin was worried about running into more worm spawn, but Granny Brightfish assured him that none of the lesser fiends would dare come anywhere near her. As they walked, Tsing Ting chattered incessantly, her cheerful voice filling the air, while Boo and Granny Brightfish were content to make an occasional comment or two. The dragonfly Yao hailed from an upstream section of the river, she claimed, a fair distance past Gilded Scale City. Sung Sin guessed that the human settlement closest to Tsing Ting's home was a mid-sized town called Oxhead. He'd passed through it a few times over the years since Yongbing troops often resupplied there as they transitioned between the eastern and western halves of the Tsingzhou Empire.
I talk to a lot of people,
Tsing Ting explained enthusiastically as she buzzed alongside Sung Sin.
So I know all about humans. I know everything. I probably know more about humans than most humans do.
That's quite probable, actually, he agreed. Earlier on, he'd learned that Tsing Ting was nearly 100 years old. If she'd always been this sociable, she would have undoubtedly spoken to more humans than most people did in their entire lives.
I'm an expert on humans,
she continued.
All the Yao come to me for advice about dealing with humans. I know a lot of people. I might know all the people in the world.
Now that's more unlikely, Sung Sin thought. He gave the dragonfly a respectful nod. I would appreciate your guidance the next time I'm anywhere near Oxhead. Maybe you can show me where the best eateries are, or where I can find vendors who offer good value for copper coins.
Yeah, sure. I can definitely do that. We're friends, right?
Tsing Ting danced a swirling pattern in the air, her wings buzzing erratically. Sung Sin hadn't known the dragonfly for very long, but he'd already come to recognize that mannerism as a tick that indicated her confusion and lack of confidence. She's not going to be much help if I ever go shopping in Oxhead. Despite himself, Sung Sin grinned. The last few days, nearly 2 weeks actually, had been fraught with peril and horror. There were much worse things to be around than the dragonfly's chatter. The sun set within the hour, shrouding the riverbank in near-complete darkness. But thanks to the alterations the ebon worm had performed on his flesh, Sung Sin had no trouble seeing. The lack of light didn't seem to affect the Yao either. We're almost there, Sung Sin told them after another 2 hours of walking. He tilted his head in Tsing Ting's direction. Maybe we should part ways here. The ruins of Brightfish Mouth Village lie ahead, and there's no need for Tsing Ting to see them.
I'm not a child, Sung Sin,
the dragonfly said quietly.
Humans are so fragile, and they live for such a short time. I've seen plenty of my friends die. I've even helped bury some of them.
She has,
Granny Brightfish confirmed. The river spirit's watery face seemed to smile then,
You have a gentle heart, Song-Sin, and you are protective of those you perceive to be weak or young. But little Tsing-Ting is much older and wiser than she sounds, so do not trouble yourself with shielding her sensibilities.
Right, nearly 100 years old. Sung-Sin cleared his throat and nodded. All right. Let's press on then. The sooner I deal with the Ebon Worm's Mo-Chi, the sooner I can go searching for Kwang-Ao. The moon was high in the sky by the time the outskirts of Brightfish Mouth Village came into view. The stench of old, rotting blood wafted to Sung-Sin's nostrils, and the frenzied tracks of clawed, shoed, bare, and booted feet unfolded clearly before his silver eyes. People had tried to run, and fiends had chased, caught, and eaten them. The trackers and scouts of Captain Gu's troop had discerned as much the first time Sung-Sin had been here. But now, thanks to his heightened senses, he was able to perceive the carnage as distinctly as if it had unfolded before him. He pulled his gaze away from the churned, tormented dirt and looked toward Brightfish Mouth Village. The Yongbing had made their final stand in its heart, and that was where Wang Li had slain the Ebon Worm for the first time too. The Archfiend's dispersed Mo-Chi couldn't be anywhere else. Granny Brightfish began to glow, emitting a soft white light from the depths of her watery face. Before Sung-Sin could ask her what she was doing, her visage fell apart and cascaded back into the river, leaving a small white ball hovering in the air above the water. Bu extended both of his hands, palms cupped and upturned. The white ball drifted into his grasp.
I will accompany you in this form.
Granny Brightfish's voice resonated in Sung-Sin's mind.
I can only leave the river for a short period of time, but it should be more than enough to see you off on your journey.
Thank you, Granny Brightfish, Sung-Sin said. The river spirit could have said her goodbyes here and now, but she'd chosen to stick around a bit longer, if only to make sure no worm spawn showed up while he was busy dealing with the Ebon Worm's Mo-Chi. Sung-Sin led the way down the village's main avenue and headed to where a circle of carts sat, their wooden surfaces covered in blood and marred by claws. None of the Yongbing's remains were there. Sung-Sin didn't know whether to be grateful or horrified. On the one hand, he didn't need a reminder of the troop's grisly fate. On the other, it meant that they'd been utterly consumed by the worm spawn.
Do you sense it?
Granny Brightfish asked.
A heaviness in the air, foul and oppressive.
Yes, I do. Sung-Sin nodded to where he and Wang Li had confronted the Ebon Worm. He tilted his gaze skyward, though the Archfiend's dispersed Mo-Chi neither hung in the air nor lingered upon the ground. Its presence was entirely spiritual, not physical, and it was immense. Sung-Sin exhaled slowly as he tried to wrap his senses around the mass of Mo-Chi hanging over the village. It was many hundreds of times more voluminous than the Mo-Chi he'd absorbed from the 30 worm spawn he'd killed just outside the deep willow forest.
The Ebon Worm was mighty indeed,
Granny Brightfish said, as if sensing his thoughts.
Only the most ancient and fearsome of fiends possess such sublime power. Yet I had never heard of the Ebon Worm until recently.
The bastard said that it got some help from a creature called the Infinite One, Sung-Sin said. Let's hope this Infinite One hasn't had much time to go around helping many more fiends.
Oh, this is bad,
Tsing-Ting said quietly. Sung-Sin and Bu turned to the dragonfly. She'd fallen uncharacteristically silent since entering the ruined village.
I think I might know something about this Infinite One.
You do? Sung-Sin turned to Tsing-Ting. Tell us.
Granny, do you remember that blue flying fish from a few months ago?
The dragonfly asked.
I do, little Tsing-Ting. What an unfortunate creature.
The river spirit sighed. Sung-Sin felt Granny Brightfish's regard turn to him.
A fish yow named Xiao Che entered my stretch of her domain one day, missing half of his body. His wounds festered and consumed his flesh within moments. There was nothing I could do, no comfort I could offer, as he shrieked and died in my embrace.
I saw where Xiao Chu had come from,
Tsing-Ting said.
so I flew there, keeping as quiet as I could.
After 7 days, I reached a spot near the open ocean, and I sensed a powerful fiend somewhere there, probably deep under the water. Its mochi was so strong I could hardly breathe, and I got really scared, so I flew away so quickly my wings began to hurt. But it was a good thing I did, because I looked back after I'd covered some distance, and I saw the fiend appear where I'd been a few moments ago. It's like a big fish with a fin on top of its body that cuts the water. I kept flying, and luckily for me, it didn't follow.
A shark fiend? Sung Sin thought. What does this fiend have to do with the Infinite One?
Its mochi was huge, but it also smelt the same as this.
The dragonfly danced the same swirling pattern that told everyone how unsure she was again. Mochi doesn't have a smell, no, Boo pointed out. But each fiend's... no. Every entity's energy is different in some way, yes.
Exactly!
Tsing Ting cried.
A smell! That fiend's mochi smelled like this one does. And the fiend that this used to belong to was helped by the Infinite One.
Which means that the shark fiend you saw probably met the Infinite One too, Sung Sin reasoned. He shook his head and sighed. The fiend Tsing Ting had encountered was many hundreds of leagues away. Sung Sin would worry about it when he had to.
Something portentous is brewing,
Granny Brightfish said.
Whether it is a calamity or otherwise remains to be seen.
Chapter 33. Cultivation. When fiends are concerned, my money is on it being a calamity, Sung Sin said. He reached out to the mochi and focused on his divine core. I might as well get started absorbing all this mochi. It's going to take me some time.
Hours, if not days,
Granny Brightfish agreed.
I can't be away from the river for so long.
In that case, perhaps it's best if we part ways here, Sung Sin said. I don't wish to impose on you three any longer. There is no imposition, no, Boo replied. I was happy to accompany you, sad man, yes.
I said I'd walk you to the marsh, and we aren't there yet.
Tsing Ting huffed.
I'm staying. You two can head on home first. Boo doesn't live very far away from here anyway.
Leaving little Tsing Ting to make the journey upstream by herself will not sit well with me,
Granny Brightfish said.
Perhaps Boo and I can wait by the piers of this human settlement, and we can all say our goodbyes when you're ready to depart.
Sure. I'll go find you three at the piers when I'm done here. Sung Sin took a seat on the ground. Come along, little Tsing Ting, yes, Boo urged the dragonfly. You don't want to disturb him when he's cultivating, no.
Oh, all right.
Tsing Ting landed on Sung Sin's shoulder and brushed his cheek briefly with her wings. It was her equivalent of a quick hug, one of many she doled out to him, Boo, and even Granny Brightfish's watery face during the walk to the village. The three Yao departed then, leaving Sung Sin sitting amid blood-splattered carts and piles of kindling that had once been houses. He reached out to the mochi and began absorbing it into his divine core. As he'd expected, it was a slow and arduous task. His divine core could only take in so much infernal energy at once. And within an hour, Sung Sin felt a tight pulsing sensation in his chest, telling him that he'd absorbed too much mochi. So he began cultivating it instead, cycling it through his body until it became xianqi, which he then infused into the divine core, further refining it so that his reserves of xianqi deepened in capacity and regeneration. That process took another 3 to 4 hours. He then reached for his now brimming xianqi reserves, pulled the divine energy into his infernal core, and began a cycle of infernal cultivation. Hours passed as he worked to balance the cultivation stages of both his cores. And he only just managed to complete the task by the time the first rays of dawn fell over his face. Both are at the peak of their foundation stages, Sung Sin thought to himself, taking a deep breath and pausing his efforts. Despite his unnatural vitality, his temples throbbed with fatigue. It was a testament to how hard he'd worked at his cultivation. He reached out to the cloud of mochi again and chuckled to himself. All his efforts through the night had resulted in him taking in less than an eighth of the ebon worm's infernal energy. At this rate, he'd be here the rest of the week. No, that's not right, Sung Sin thought. Both his cores had grown significantly over the space of a single night. When he started absorbing and cultivating the mochi again, he would be able to do so much more quickly and efficiently. He figured that another day's work would allow him to finish off a third of what still remained. After that, another full day would see him polish off all the mochi, whereupon his cores might attain the middle of their wandering stages. Sung Sin closed his eyes and got back to work. Sometime during midday, Tsing Ting and Boo wandered over to check on him. The mud sprite had brought him a small handful of mussels, and Tsing Ting sang him a silly, nonsensical song while he ate. The dragonfly had a surprisingly good singing voice, and Sung Sin found himself tapping his foot in time to her melody. "Take your time, yes," Boo said to Sung Sin. "Granny Brightfish isn't in a hurry to go anywhere, and neither am I, no. She'll keep the purple snakes away, yes."
I'm having so much fun here, I don't want to leave,
Tsing Ting declared.
Also, there are so many delicious mosquitoes over this stretch of the river.
Probably because the marsh isn't very far away, Sung Sin thought, chuckling. "What happens if you eat too much, Tsing Ting? Will you get fat?"
I only ate 900 mosquitoes this morning. I am not fat,
the dragonfly insisted. She spun uncertainly in the air and turned to Boo.
Am I?
"Oh, a question I don't dare answer, oh no," the mud sprite replied. "No, no, no." "Yeah, me either," Sung Sin said, when Tsing Ting turned to him instead. "I'm not answering that question." The two Yao let him return to his cultivation shortly after, and by the time night fell and the sun rose once more, Sung Sin's cores had pushed past their foundation stages and entered the early wandering stages. He got to his feet and stretched his legs and shoulders, all the while marveling at the power that coursed through his entire being. Sung Sin had observed the ebon worm channel mochi through his limbs and suffuse his nerves with infernal energy to increase the strength, swiftness, and toughness of his body. He drew upon the mochi roiling within his infernal core and did the same thing, achieving the same effect, only to a tenfold extent. His mind still reeling in awe, Sung Sin extended the claws of his right hand and swept them across the packed dirt at his feet. Earthen furrows opened up readily beneath the passage of his digits, offering as much resistance as a block of tofu would to a freshly sharpened meat cleaver. Next, he walked over to one of the abandoned carts, put a hand beneath its underside, and lifted it effortlessly above his head. Putting the cart back down, Sung Sin then picked up a stray pebble from the village's haphazardly cobbled main avenue and flung it with all his might at a downward angle. The projectile shrieked through the air before punching into the dirt and sinking beyond sight. He picked up another pebble and threw that as well. But just as the stony sphere left his hand, he broke out into a full-on sprint. His strides outpaced that of the hurtling pebble and brought him directly into its path, so that it struck him in the chest, only to crumble against the unyielding scales that covered his torso. That didn't even sting, he thought, before withdrawing his mochi and replacing it with xianqi, albeit in a mirrored fashion. The effects were largely the same, though with his mind's eye, Sung Sin was able to tell that he was a bit stronger using mochi this way, while empowering his body with xianqi made him slightly more resilient. Both types of energy, infernal and divine, gifted him with equal amounts of swiftness and heightened his reflexes to similar degrees. The differences are small now, but I think they'll become more obvious as I continue my cultivation and develop my cores further. Sung Sin walked back to where he'd been sitting. If I get into a serious fight, I might have to decide whether being stronger or tougher is more helpful in the moment. Sung Sin produced his scale sword next. It was half a handspan longer than his old steel sword, and it was slightly heavier. It was a crude and brutal weapon, consisting of little more than a rounded hilt and a plain double-edged blade. The pommel was a simple sphere of densely bunched-up scales, He let it fall away and tried to bring it back again, this time by circulating Qianqi instead. White gold light pulsed over his palm, but nothing happened. Sung Sin gave up and let his Qianqi retract to his divine core. Divine arts were ultimately different from infernal arts, it seemed. Just because he could do one thing with Mochi didn't necessarily mean he could accomplish the same with Xianqi and vice versa. Right now, the mind's eye was the only divine art he knew, and summoning the scale sword was the only infernal art in his arsenal. Sung Sin was much faster and stronger than any mortal, so much so that he'd probably be deemed an archfiend by Yongbing standards. But he'd be little more than an artless brute against an ascendant or an actual archfiend like the Ebon Worm. He probably wouldn't even be a match for the Hell Pig. That's right, I have karmic ties to that bastard, he recalled, adjusting his senses so that the stream of red mist trailing from his soul became visible. I really don't like that. One day I'm gonna hunt the Hell Pig down and kill it. A strange sensation washed over him then. It was similar to what he'd experienced vicariously through the Ebon Worm when it tracked its spawn by their Mochi. Sung Sin furrowed his brow in confusion. No, it wasn't the same. Sensing another fiend's Mochi felt like dipping one's finger into a dish of cold oil. This sensation was akin to seeing a lit candle through a paper screen. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what he was sensing, and he looked up into the sky. Sure enough, cast against the sun's radiance was a shimmering sphere of sapphire light. Sung Sin had felt the presence of potent Qianqi. The Ascendants had caught up with him at last, and this time there were 3 of them. Chapter 34. Sapphire Adepts. Sung Sin suffused his flesh with Qianqi and sped toward the piers. He wanted to warn the Yao away so that they wouldn't inadvertently draw the Ascendant's ire. He had no desire to see any of them end up like the villagers Young Tu had killed in what could only be described as a temper tantrum. But his efforts were in vain. The sapphire sphere split in half as it swept above his head, turning into 2 columns of similarly hued light. One column descended in front of him, halting him in his tracks. The other landed behind, sealing off his retreat. Sung Sin cut to the side, hoping to dash down a side street strewn with broken planks and shattered pots. A trio of sapphire swords flashed past his shoulder and buried themselves point first into the dirt at his feet, causing him to leap back reflexively. He landed, then spun on his heel. But another pair of sapphire swords were already waiting in the direction he'd sought to run, their glowing tips leveled at his throat.
There you are,
Young Tu snarled, emerging into visibility from the column of light that had landed in front of Sung Sin. He leveled his sword at Sung Sin's throat.
You led us on a merry chase, vermin, but your end is nigh.
No, junior brother, that's not right,
Lin Hua said. The female ascendant was by his side. She was pale, and her voice carried the strain of considerable fatigue. She took a deep breath before she continued.
We're going to capture the fiend and deliver it to Elder Jonk. Remember?
No, not fatigue. She isn't just tired, Sung Sin realized. She has overexerted her Qianqi, just like Wang Li did when we were fighting all those worm spawn. But if the 2 ascendants were here, standing in front of him, who was the 3rd? Sung Sin risked a quick glance over his shoulder. A tall, powerfully built man stood behind him. He carried a plain wooden staff in one hand, and his hair was gray and shorn close to his scalp. Unlike Lin Hua and Young Tu, the 3rd ascendant was attired like a villager, wearing little more than a sleeveless tunic of rough cloth and trousers of similar make. "What's this?" he hissed, his brow furrowing in confusion.
You sapphire adepts told me you were chasing a fiend, but this creature here holds Qianqi in its soul. How can this be?
Please, Master Yikong. We already explained that these are rather unusual circumstances.
Lin Hua began to say, only for her words to die upon her lips, and her jaw to fall slack in amazement. Her junior brother wore a similar expression.
It does have Xianqi,
Young Tu cried, pointing a trembling finger at Sung Sin.
But how?
Just so we're clear, I'm not the ebon worm, Sung Sin said, holding his hands up slowly. The bastard took over my body for a bit, but I kicked it out and then killed it. The ebon worm is dead.
He has a human soul,
Yi Kung said, his eyes blazing suddenly with white light. He lowered his staff.
Something very strange has happened to this man.
But he is no fiend. Set aside your blades, Sapphire Adepts, and dismiss your divine arts.
I will not,
Young Tu spat.
Look more closely, Swift Hunter. This thing has Mo-Chi as well. So what is it if not a fiend?
Swift Hunter, Sapphire Adepts. These must be what their titles in their sects are, Sung Sin realized.
You were right. I do sense Mo-Chi in this man.
Yi Kung frowned again and tightened his grip on his staff as he addressed Sung Sin.
You say you were possessed by the ebon worm, but then you managed to expel its soul from your body. How is that possible after it has obviously changed your flesh so much?
I guess I was just too tough for it, Sung Sin replied. But seriously, it's a long story. I'd be happy to go over its details with you if it'll help prove that I'm not a damned fiend.
I care not for your lies, vermin, Young Tu declared. Hold out your limbs so that I might cut them off. That is not going to happen, Sapphire Adept,
Yi Kung said. The Swift Hunter walked up to Sung Sin and stood between him and Young Tu.
Lower your blade and dismiss your divine arts. I won't ask again.
Master Yi Kung.
Lin Hua raised her trembling hand in a placating gesture.
Please.
Hush, Mistress Lin Hua.
Yi Kung shook his head.
You put on a masterful display of the Sapphire Stride, but it has taxed your Xianqi reserves to their limits. Sit down somewhere and try to recuperate, lest you incur permanent damage to your divine core. You're in no position to tell my senior sister what to do, Swift Hunter, Young Tu said. No one in your lowly sect does. You're only here because your aura sight divine art came in handy. Well, you've outlived your usefulness now. So why don't you just scurry off somewhere and go back to begging for alms? That's about all your ilk is good for anyway.
Wow, he's a real piece of work, isn't he? Sung Sin said, shaking his head. Did he just call you a beggar? Are you going to let him get away with that? Yi Kung let go of his staff with one hand and swung it out so that its tip rested warningly on Sung Sin's throat. The wooden pole pulsed with Xianqi, and Sung Sin sensed that despite its plain appearance and blunt end, it was more than capable of penetrating the protective scales over his flesh.
Be silent, lest I start to suspect you of trying to sow discord among us, the Swift Hunter commanded. I'm still not sure what exactly you are yet. You're obviously not a mortal. You can't be an ascendant, since a divine core cannot possibly reside in the abomination the ebon worm has made of your body. I can now sense the presence of an infernal core within you as well, which is another impossibility, since you have a human soul that is yet to be warped into a thrall state.
Thrall state? Is that what would have happened to me if I'd actually become the ebon worm's lieutenant? Sung Sin wondered. He tried to back away from Yi Kung's staff, but a warning glance from the Swift Hunter stopped him in his tracks, so he shrugged instead. Well, what can I say? I'm a man of many contradictions. To Sung Sin's surprise, a bark of laughter actually escaped Yi Kung's lips. Some of the sternness faded from the Swift Hunter's face.
That's a line from Sing Sing's Misadventures, isn't it? Ah Sing, the man of many contradictions,
he said, referring to a well-known street puppet show performed all across the Tsingcho Empire.
One of my favorites.
I enjoyed watching it. Definitely seen better, though, Sung Sin said. But as much as I'd like to discuss puppet shows with you, I think you'd better deal with the robed idiot first. He's about to explode, it seems. Sung Sin wasn't exaggerating. Young Tu's jaw was clenched, and a vein pulsed in his temple, but most worrying of all were the swords of sapphire light now hovering above his shoulders, their tips pointed at both Sung Sin and Yi Kung.
That is most unbecoming, the Swift Hunter said, pulling his staff away from Sung Sin's throat.
and taking it up in both of his hands. "You are a disciple of Elder Zhang, are you not? Rest assured he will hear about this."
"How can he hear anything from a dead man, Swift Hunter?"
Young Tu snarled.
Junior brother!
Lin Hua rounded on Young Tu furiously, only to trip on her own feet and stumble to her knees. She reached up and seized the flowing sleeve of his left hand.
You can't speak to Master Yikong like that. Apologize at once.
"Yeah, that's a threat if I've ever heard one," Sung Sin said to Yikong out of the corner of his mouth. "You'll have to beat him down and teach him a lesson." "Indeed. I'll probably have to," Yikong agreed, gripping his staff so hard his knuckles turned white. That's something you can do, right?" Sung Sin asked, suddenly worried at the Swift Hunter's obviously nervous demeanor. "Just checking."
"Yikong can barely muster over 2/3 of my power, vermin," Young Tu said. "Don't count on him to protect you. He might not even make it back to his sect halls alive."
Junior brother!
Lin Hua chided.
That's enough. Apologize now.
Young Tu snatched his left hand free from Lin Hua's grasp and jabbed his index and middle finger swiftly against her neck. She went limp then, and Young Tu caught her by the waist before she could hit the ground. The Sapphire Adept made a twirling gesture in the air, and 3 of the sapphire swords above his shoulder swept down and turned into a disk of blue light. Young Tu placed Lin Hua upon it, then gestured once more. The disk began carrying her away.
"You're exhausted, senior sister," he called after her. "Get some rest. Don't worry, I'll capture the vermin like you wanted. I'm just going to teach it and the Swift Hunter a lesson first."
Lin Hua tried to raise her head. Her lips moved, but no words emerged. Young Tu must have used some kind of divine art to paralyze and muffle her. The disk brought her nearly 100 paces away before it came to a halt. Young Tu raised his sword and started walking towards Sung Sin and Yikong. More sapphire blades appeared over his shoulder, bringing the total to 9. Chapter 35. Swift Hunter. "Seriously, you're actually going to attack another Ascendant just like that?" Sung Sin asked. "Are you out of your mind?" "It happens a lot more than mortals realize," Yikong said to him quietly before raising his voice to Young Tu. "You're a disgrace to your sect, Sapphire Adept. I will discipline you on behalf of your elder today." "Hold on," Sung Sin cried, raising his hands higher. The Yao were still around, and he didn't want them being caught up in a battle between 2 Ascendants. "All right, I surrender. I'll go with the 2 blue-robed idiots. There's no need for any fighting." "He wasn't kidding when he said he'd chop off your limbs," Yikong pointed out. "Are you really fine with that?" "Damn it, I figured as much." Sung Sin looked Young Tu in the eye. "Come on, man, there's no need for that, right? I'm coming with you of my own free will."
"Silence, vermin," Young Tu said. "You are nothing, fit only to be dissected and studied within my elder's sanctum. Even if I don't dismember you now, it'll happen to you sooner or later."
"I had no idea such cruel practices unfolded within the Sapphire Sect halls," Yikong said, shaking his head in obvious disgust. "Knowing this now, how could I, in any good conscience, allow you to take this man? Not even a fiend deserves such a fate."
"Sympathy for fiends?"
Young Tu sneered.
"You Swift Hunters are not only weak, but also corrupt, it seems. Perhaps the Council of Sages should look into your sect. Your divine arts already border on unorthodoxy. I wouldn't be surprised if you lot are fiend-sworn just like Ouyang Mu and his ilk."
Yikong gasped in anger at the accusation, and Sung Sin knew why. Every child who grew up in the Empire knew of Ouyang Mu, the grand heretic who forged a dark pact with the archfiend known as the Sunbreaker, and enveloped the realm with a tide of fiends. Dugu Ke, the Sword Saint, slew Ouyang Mu and the Sunbreaker, but only after the 2 had brought about an era of desolation and horror that left countless mortals and Ascendants alike dead.
"Foul words, Sapphire Adept."
The king raised his staff in readiness to strike, as Young Tu came to a halt 8 or so paces away from him and Sung Sin.
"People have died for saying less."
Young Tu responded with a swift flick of his sword. The sapphire blades above his shoulder shot forth, 2 of them lancing toward Sung Sin, while the rest sped toward Yi Kong. The swift hunter spun his staff and chanted a few unintelligible syllables. A disk of white light swirled into existence, creating a barrier between him and the sapphire adept's blades. 3 glowing blue swords shattered as they struck Yi Kong's disk. Cracks cobwebbed across the surface of the barrier. The remaining 4 blades swept in. Sung Sin looked away then, as he had his own problems to deal with. A sapphire sword plunged toward his thigh. He threw himself sideways into a diving roll, removing his entire body from its path. The glowing blade struck the ground and sank effortlessly into the packed dirt. That would have cut my leg off, Sung Sin thought as he summoned his scale sword. The heavy blade flashed into his grasp, and he swung it in a mighty arc to intercept the second sapphire blade whistling toward him. The scale sword struck Young Tu's blade with a discordant ring and broke apart upon impact, dissolving into dark sand that flowed through Sung Sin's fingers. But the Ascendant's sapphire blade didn't fare much better either, shattering into shards of blue light instead of ripping Sung Sin's right arm from his shoulder. Sung Sin hurriedly created another scale sword and hefted it to readiness as he squared off against Young Tu, only to find Yi Kong on his knees, blood leaking from his mouth and a gash across his ribs. His disk of white light was nowhere to be seen. Sung Sin guessed that it had likely shattered beneath the onslaught of Young Tu's sapphire blades.
Perhaps now you'll know your place,
Young Tu said, as he rested the edge of his sword against the swift hunter's neck and sneered again.
Be grateful I ultimately decided to spare your life, fool. Members of lowly sects such as yours should know better than to talk back to a sapphire adept. I don't even know why Senior Sister insisted on requesting your help. Look at how weak you are.
Because you wouldn't have found me otherwise? Sung Sin asked. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the ebon worm escaped from you, moron, and it hasn't exactly worked hard at covering its tracks all this time because it's not that much smarter than you. I'm going to bet that without Yi Kong's aura whatever divine art, you and your sect sister would still be chasing your tails somewhere very far from here, judging by how exhausted she is from using her sapphire stride.
Silence!
Young Tu kicked Yi Kong in the stomach. The swift hunter doubled over, groaning in pain.
You used an infernal art to survive just now. There could be no further doubt that you're a fiend. The Xian Qi inside you must be some kind of trick. No matter. Elder Zheng will cut its truth from your flesh.
Another 9 sapphire blades appeared above Young Tu's shoulders. The sapphire adept raised his steel sword, and its radiant counterparts flashed out, their tips streaking toward Sung Sin. Infusing his body with as much mo-chi as he could, Sung Sin roared a wordless battle cry and charged the tide of sapphire blades. He struck the first of them with the scale sword, demolishing both his weapon and the glowing blade. Before the next could reach him, he created another scale sword and hacked it into pieces as well. This time his scale sword only broke a half handspan from its hilt instead of dissolving completely, which saved Sung Sin some time and effort as he only needed to rebuild its blade instead of recreating it in its entirety. He hacked down a third sapphire blade, and this time the scale sword only broke halfway down its length. Destroying the next sapphire blade took off the top of the scale sword, while the fifth left a deep notch on its edge. Sung Sin struck the 6th glowing sword down, and this time his weapon suffered little more than a scratch along its flat. By the time he shattered the last of Young Tu's blades, the scale sword sat solidly in his grasp, unbroken and unmarred.
What?
Young Tu took a step back, uncertainty creeping across his arrogant features.
How is that possible?
Sung Sin didn't bother responding. Instead, he raised his sword and charged at the sapphire adept, intending to cut him down first, and then, assuming he survived, to try reasoning with him again. His strength and swiftness allowed him to close the distance in the blink of an eye, and he hacked down with his scale sword at Young Tu's shoulder. The sapphire adept raised his much smaller and thinner sword and smashed Sung Sin's blade back with a single artless swing. Young Tu's left palm darted out and thundered into Sung Sin's chest. The scales sheathing his skin broke beneath the impact, as did his breastbone, judging from the crisp snap filling his ears and the sudden agony coursing through his torso. Sung Sin staggered away a few paces and fell to his hands and knees. The scale sword dissipated from existence. Ichor, not blood, spewed from his lips, splattering over the dirt before his face. Damn it! Sung Sin stifled his disgust and forced himself to look up as Young Tu approached. Out of desperation, he swirled both Xian Qi and Mo Qi through the region across his broken chest. To his surprise and relief, the agony dulled somewhat. His efforts didn't go unnoticed by Young Tu. The Ascendant halted a pace away, a look of startled confusion washing over his face.
What's that? You're healing your injuries simply by cycling your energies? He demanded. What kind of abomination are you?
He's not an abomination! He's my friend!
Tsing Ting's voice rang from the skies. Sung Sin dragged his gaze upward, only to see the dragonfly swoop overhead, her wings buzzing.
A Yao?
Young Tu blinked in confusion.
What is it doing here? Did it just call you its friend, vermin?
Yes, she did.
Tsing Ting corrected the Sapphire Adept. Before Young Tu could respond, she tilted her body and angled her wings beneath the sun's rays. Young Tu screamed in pain as an iridescent arc of light washed over his eyes. Chapter 36. Elder Yao.
Follow me!
Tsing Ting commanded, as Young Tu clutched at his eyes and flailed blindly in the air with his sword. She did a quick circuit in the air above Sung Sin's head, then sped toward the piers. Sung Sin ran after her, clutching his chest. The pain had largely faded by now, and prodding fingers revealed the absence of any broken bones. He could heal his wounds by mixing Xian Qi and Mo Qi, it seemed, but at a considerable cost. The depletion of almost all his reserves. Sung Sin figured that he could conjure his scale sword another 5 or 6 times, and he certainly wouldn't be able to heal himself again. As Sung Sin opened up some distance from Young Tu, he looked over his shoulder and noticed Yi Kong getting shakily to his feet. The swift hunter was badly hurt, but it seemed that he would survive. In any case, there wasn't much Sung Sin could do for him. It wasn't likely that the swift hunter would agree to flee alongside him nor join forces with him against Young Tu. The two Ascendants had been fighting over how to deal with him, so perhaps the best way to end their conflict and avoid further injury to Yi Kong was for Sung Sin to just leave. "Where are we going again?" he shouted to Tsing Ting.
To Granny Brightfish. She'll protect you from that nasty man.
The dragonfly said. "What? No!" Sung Sin skidded to a halt. "He'll hurt her! That idiot is an Ascendant!"
And Granny Brightfish is one of the oldest and most powerful Yao who ever lived,
Tsing Ting said as she circled back and gripped his upper arm gently but firmly in her razor-sharp mandibles.
Come on, let's go. We need to reach the water.
Shaking his head, Sung Sin allowed Tsing Ting to guide him to the piers. The narrow wooden structures were intact, having been left untouched by the worm spawn. That was typical of settlements that had been attacked and overwhelmed by fiends. Humans were consumed, while crops, livestock, and buildings were ignored, unless they sheltered prey. The villagers of Brightfish Mouth Village had evidently tried seeking refuge in their homes, which was why not a single house remained standing. None had tried to hide behind the piers, of course, so nothing had hurt them except time and neglect. Sung Sin spotted Boo immediately. The mud sprite was pacing up and down one of the piers and wringing his wrists. Boo waved to Sung Sin as he approached. "Dive into the river, sad man, yes," he cried. "Granny Brightfish will carry you away." While Sung Sin really didn't want to hurl himself into the murky depths of the Brightfish River, it didn't seem like he had much of a choice. He thundered down the pier. Boo leapt off first and struck the water with a dull splash. Sung Sin made it to the end of the pier, but just as he was about to jump off, he felt a chilling sensation run down the back of his neck. So he sprawled low instead, going on all fours. A sapphire blade sliced overhead and shot out into the distance. Sung Sin looked over his shoulder and saw Lin Hua standing on the riverbank, still 4 or 5 paces away from the inland edges of the piers. The female sapphire adept had overcome her paralysis and regained some of her strength, it seemed. "I thought you weren't going to kill me," he yelled at her.
I wouldn't have.
Lin Hua protested.
My blade would have only severed your spine and paralyzed you from the neck down.
How is that any better? Sung Sin thought wildly. He grasped the edge of the pier, intending to pull himself over and into the water, only to cry out in pain as velvet-lined boots crunched down on his fingers and broke them. One of those boots snapped out before he could do anything and kicked him in the face, shattering one of his cheekbones and snapping his head back. Ichor, oily and foul, filled his mouth and nose.
"There is no escape for you, vermin,"
Young Tu said as he loomed over Sung Sin, 9 sapphire blades floating above his shoulders. Sung Sin somehow managed to pull his broken hand free and scrabble backward, his vision dancing and swirling with oily tears. Young Tu stalked him down, his blade raised to strike.
Don't hurt my friend!
Tsing Ting screamed. To Sung Sin's horror, the dragonfly swooped straight at the sapphire adept, lining her mandibles up with his face. Young Tu didn't even bother glancing in her direction. Instead, he gestured languidly, and one of his sapphire blades tilted its point at Tsing Ting. "No!" Sung Sin pushed the agony from his mind, conjured a smaller scale sword in his unbroken hand, and hurled it at the sapphire blade just as it began to dart toward Tsing Ting. Both swords shattered, filling the air with a discordant ring that sent the dragonfly reeling away, her body twisted in agony. Young Tu clicked his tongue irritably and angled 7 out of his 8 remaining sapphire blades at Sung Sin, while the last one tracked Tsing Ting's erratic aerial tumble with its tip. Sung Sin snarled and conjured one more scale sword, but before he could bring it to bear, 7 sapphire swords descended upon him, too close and too fast for him to even begin mustering any defense. Tendrils of murky water emerged from the river. They slashed into Young Tu's blades, breaking them apart into cascading shards of azure light. One of the tendrils swept around Tsing Ting and bore her away gently. The others hovered menacingly over Young Tu as Granny Brightfish's face emerged from the surface of the river.
Enough!
The river spirit demanded.
Song Sin is under my protection, Divine One. You will leave him be.
"No Yao tells me what to do,"
Young Tu replied, turning his back on Sung Sin to confront her. He ran the index and middle finger of his left hand down the flat of his steel sword, encasing its length in shimmering blue light.
"Be gone from here, or I'll kill you and scatter your essence to the 4 winds."
That's Granny Brightfish.
Lin Hua called, her voice wavering with strain.
Don't antagonize her, junior brother.
"Granny Brightfish?"
Young Tu laughed.
"She's more potent than the vermin here, but she doesn't possess nearly enough Yao Qi to be Granny Brightfish herself."
Yao Qi, Sung Sin thought, cradling his broken hand to his chest. That makes sense. All the wondrous things Yao can do have to be fueled by something after all.
"That's a facet of Granny Brightfish."
Sung Sin heard Ikong's voice roll over the water. A quick glance over his shoulder told him that the swift hunter had caught up as well and was doubled over near the riverbank, his hand pressed to the hastily bandaged wound in his side.
"Whatever she sees or feels, the great River Yao eventually will too. You can't afford to offend her, you simpleton. I am a disciple of the Sapphire Sect. It is she who can't afford to offend me."
Young Tu pointed his sword at Granny Brightfish's face.
"I won't ask again, River Spirit. Back off and take your foul-smelling water conjurations with you."
Insolent child, I will teach you a lesson,
Granny Brightfish declared. The tendrils of river water slashed down at Young Tu, who met them with the edge of his blade. Fighting alongside Wang Li, Sung Sin's reflexes hadn't been swift enough for him to fully perceive the Ascendant's swordsmanship. Now, however, he was able to see every stroke, riposte, and cut Young Tu made, and he couldn't help but gape in awe at the Sapphire Adept's sublime blade work. As a young being, he'd prided himself on his mastery of the tenets of steel, but they were nothing compared to what he now beheld. Sung Sin shook his head and resolved to attain a similar degree of sword mastery someday. It wasn't impossible, now that he had his own Xian Qi and Mo Qi. Young Tu fended off Granny Brightfish's appendages, severing them with his blade or blasting them apart with palm strikes. The river spirit's watery face contorted in agony, and groans of pain rolled from her lips each time she lost a limb. When Granny Brightfish barely had any watery tendrils left, Young Tu conjured another array of floating sapphire swords and lanced 3 of them into the river spirit's face. Her tormented groans turned into a discordant shriek of pain.
Stop it! Stop it, junior brother!
Lin Hua pleaded.
Don't hurt her anymore!
Arrogant Yao must be put in their place!
Young Tu shot back, glancing over his shoulder.
You can't be too soft on them, senior sister. They exist to serve or be toyed with by humanity, and whenever they forget that, they need to be reminded.
Ascendants are the ones who are supposed to serve humanity, Sung Sin growled, climbing to his feet. He called another scale sword into his unbroken left hand. After that, he could perhaps conjure one more before his Mochi reserves were utterly depleted. And from what I've seen so far, they need the most reminding.
See, I've never agreed with that.
Young Tu turned his back entirely on Granny Brightfish. The river spirit was transfixed by his sapphire blades and could only writhe in helpless agony.
We are superior in every way to mortals. Why should we be bound to their interests? Why do we even heed imperial law? Why aren't we masters of the realm and mortals our beasts of burden?
You sound like a fiend, Sung Sin said. And I've spent a lifetime killing them.
Ah, fiends,
Young Tu laughed.
Our prey. But maybe they should be our livestock instead. We should keep them, feed them with mortals, and when they're sufficiently grown, harvest them for ourselves.
Huh. Let me guess. You're not the only ascendant with such views. Sung Sin raised his scale sword to readiness. He was right-handed, so wielding his weapon with his left hand was awkward and uncomfortable. There are quite a